word. We're back again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Are you able to read the group chat in front of you?
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
In front of you, there's the group chat. In there,
Yes.
I shared some links.
Yes, I looked for them few minutes ago.
Ah, perfect. Because there are some documents will be very useful to have it open, because later on, I'll share everything with the team. We have more people coming, so we will welcome everybody accordingly.
Okay, great.
Great. Okay. Very good.
How many people? How many participants?
We have a lot of participants registered. However, how many actually will be showing up, that we will see.
You don't know.
It will be
Okay.
a very interesting group, I hope. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Hopefully.
Good morning. Yeah, people will be joining now. I think we will have. I think we'll have definitely above 25 people easily. Probably more.
Okay.
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning.
This is Nathan, Neetu's husband.
Oh, hi. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Sue. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Nice to seeing everybody. If possible, to have some more engagement and you know, a little bit interaction. If you can switch on your video, will be great. So at least for now we can see each other, so I will know who I'm talking to. Sometimes, you know, you're staring at the screen, that everyone has an interesting kind of profile photo. That's it. Who is the one I'm talking to? So
okay, this is me.
Oh, hi.
Okay, so since it's Friday, you're not expecting us to be involvement, isn't it?
We have a lot more members to join us right now. So for the people who are already with us, can you just maybe have a look at the group chat? I shared some information there, and if I would advise you to choose or to look at this award manual, English and Arabic. If you can open that in your computer or your iPad or whatever the device, keep that handy, because today we will be doing some practical exercise where this could be useful reference for you to use later when we do group discussion or individual exercise. So yeah, so first of all,
good morning, Dr. Sue. This is Hari Haram with you.
Good morning, Hari Haram. Yeah, okay, you are the second Hari Haram I know. We have a close friend who has been with us.
Oh yeah, I know Hari Haram, the tall gentleman,
Hari Haram,
right?
yeah. So
you can just call me Hari. That's easy.
Okay.
Just call me by the first four alphabets.
Ah, okay. Very good. Let me just repeat. In the group chat, we have a welcome message. And in there are 3 links. I would like you to open the last link, the award manual. Keep that standby with you in your computer side or in your mobile device or anything, because later on, this is where we can refer back to when we do different exercises. Oh, nice to see you.
My apologies, Sue, I'm not able to see the links.
Me as well, for some reason, nothing on the chat bot over there.
The group chat? Oh,
no, nothing there.
Oh, okay. Now maybe for the people who joining later, they only seeing after what they can see joining there. Okay, I will repost again in the same message. We have a lovely baby talking in the background on a Friday. Okay, can you see now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Oh, I see. So when you're joining after the early... No worry, during the presentation, I will share those links again. Now, okay, so while we're waiting for others, you know, there's some limitation during this COVID-19 or pandemic. We don't really have this face-to-face. We can shake hands, we can hug, you know, so everything will be virtual. So before we start, while we're waiting for other members to join, would you like to kind of filling a quick online poll so we can get a little bit understanding of our group today? Though some of the questions I did ask you when you register or in the previous one we talk about the application part. However, if you don't mind, in front of you, you will be able to see a short questionnaire. Can you see that? Let me see. I think you do not see, right?
Yeah, we can see it. It just popped up.
Ah, it managed? I don't see. Okay. There are a few short questions just to answer that while we're waiting for other members to join. This will give us a little bit understanding of our overall group. And later on we'll be able
I'm not able to submit the document, the poll.
you just choose like a little questionnaire. You click on it, move to the next, like that.
It comes like this one.
So I don't need to submit it? I'm not able to press.
It's automatic capturing.
Okay.
No worry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Andrea is coming now. No, I should add one more question. Have we known each other before? Because I see a lot of familiar faces. We know each other from other words or from previous experience. Some are new friends today as well. So it will be interesting. Later, after everybody filling the poll, I will share the feedback. So we have a better understanding of, who are the members in the group today. And because we don't really have the leisure of time to introduce each person to each other, like we do in face-to-face. So let's see. Any other member joining? Okay.
Sue, I'm a little intrigued, if I may ask you.
Sure.
The library behind you is a virtual one, or is it a real one?
A real one. This is our assets room. And this is the real books. Yeah. Oh, I didn't have the Taqdeer one. Usually
I'm going to be stealing some if I come there.
Yeah.
Where is the Yahoo?
You shouldn't bring me anywhere near there.
That's why I told my husband, I told Kasim, never ever again we shift our house anymore, because shifting all these books is unbelievable task. Then after that, you have to arrange everyone according to the subject and all this. So, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me see. We have some new members here. Let me admit. So from what I have seen, people responded, majority of the people are the first time to attend the assessors training, which is expected because this is more of a new assessors training. However, sometimes we do have previous assessors. They said, it had been a while, I want to refresh my memory. I would like to join the new assessors training so I can capture the latest information. And the good news for our new assessors that over the years, we build up a lot of experience, a lot of even the questions asked, or a lot of knowledge related to the word and the practical things. So you as a later or the latest assessors team to attend the training, you will have the most comprehensive information compared to the team used to attend the training in the first cycle or the previous cycle. So accumulated knowledge will be shared today. So this will be very beneficial. Let me welcome the new members who just joined. None my screen's full. I don't even know who are the ones just joined now. So whoever just logged in, welcome to Taqdeer Awards New Assessors Training. In front of you, you should be able to see an online poll. There are a few questions, very simple yes and no type of questions. Would you mind just to fill in those questions? Meanwhile, we will wait for another 2 minutes or so to allow some members to join before we start our today's session. Yeah, perfect. Great. So far we have 16 people already filled the short questionnaire, and we have still 1 or 2 people waiting. Okay, let them in. So let me see. Ah, very good. We have 5 members today saying they have read Taqdeer Award framework and the criteria. Bravo. These are the people really say, I did my homework. Then we have participated in any assessment before. Oh, we do have 2 people. Oh, these are the return 2 members. They already participate. Oh, welcome back. I'm really appreciate you put extra efforts this year to attend this year's session. I think will be very useful and beneficial as well. Have you attended other assessment? Okay, so we have about 10 people said yes, they are assessors for other external awards. And we have 7 members who are new to external award as assessors. Have you, okay, great. So everybody completed the online application form. That's great. So we have Sharifa is joining us. For the people who are joining us now, let me just to update you that our 2 days interactive and intensive online training will be starting today. And usually in our previous cycle, this training usually is conducted during daytime and spread over really 3 days. However, we understand that most people are working executives and quite busy. So we decided to condense this training into 2 days. And because it's online right now, virtual interaction, so we will be doing a lot of practical hands-on. However, those will be doing maybe through our work groups, depends on how many participants we have. If necessary, we'll divide, we'll move. So
It's an email.
Chat message.
we were trying to be as practical as possible. As assessor, you really need to have practical skills. That's something important. Okay, everyone, can you please fill in the online poll, the questionnaire in front of you, because I will be closing the questionnaire, share the results, then we'll start this session immediately. So can I just give maybe last 1 minute, just for everybody who hasn't filled the information, please do so. How do I see any links in the chat window? Okay, no problem. I will share that link again. So for the other team members, if I keep resharing the chat group, just bear with me. Don't be annoyed, because some members, when they're joining later, they don't really have the chance to see. And for the people who has completed the online poll, would you mind maybe, I asked a general question in the group chat. As I asked that, is there any kind of, what do you hope to gain or any special things you want to achieve from today's training or this training program? If you want to write it down in the group chat, please let me know. We have Dr. Ankita is joining us as well. Okay. So in this case, the online poll I will close now, because I think time will really, we need to take care of our time management. So let me share the results. Will everybody be able to see? Yeah. So this will be something interesting. So from the 17 response we got so far, that majority of our group are first-time attendees. We have 2 returned assessors who already participated before, so I would really love to welcome you back. And for the new members, no worry, we will share all the information today. Then we have 5 early birds who did study the criterion framework. Very good, we're very happy to see that. Then we have the same member who participated before. Then we have about 10 people who has external assessment experience. So this is what we have so far. Let me advise you, if you can see in the group chat, there is something called a word manual in English and Arabic. You can open that one in your system, keep it aside, because later we'll be doing some practical and hands-on exercise. When we're doing the exercise, sometimes you might need to refer back to certain criteria or sub-criteria. So this will be handy for you. And also, I understand that we may have some bilingual members here today. We tried our best to translate some of the criteria So this would help if you have a, you know, a specific term or something have a little bit confusion, that will help as well. However, overall, the last one, my dear Hanan, the last one, the word manual, English and Arabic. Okay, so what I think maybe the best thing to do is let me share the presentation. All this information is in our today's presentation. For the people who has got a smartphone on hand, I had a lot of things I made in like a QR code. You can simply scan, it will take you there. Very simple as well. So can I also request everybody have your smartphone or a kind of smart device nearby, because today we'll be doing a lot of interactions through our smartphone inputs. So everybody, are we ready to start this exciting weekend? And hopefully we'll have a lot of fun today, yeah? Let me share my screen now. So for the time being, can we have your mic on silent? So during the presentation, we'll not have baby cry or someone on the door delivering food, you know. We have experienced that all during the last couple of months. So we will start the presentation. And I'm sure during the presentation, you may have a lot of questions, or you may want to ask questions, because we have a bigger group. Maybe there's even more people to join later on. So if you have questions, I would suggest to note it down. Then later on, we will share in the group chat. However, at today, the last session of today, I have a complete frequent asked questions. We have developed 40 frequent asked questions that is based on all the years of the experience which we faced. Those could probably will answer most of your questions, plus some questions that we will be going over during the 2 days training. So I will not instantly answer everyone's question, because some of them might be already answered later on, you know what I mean? So that's, but after each session or each small section, I will be have the chance to get you involved and engaged. So let me start with the sharing of my screen. Just give me a sec. Okay, let's share our screen. Okay, so now I hope you all can see my screen. This is the presentation that we will be covering today and tomorrow. So our today and tomorrow will be for the 2020 Taqdeer Award Assessors training. And during these 2 days, these are the references that you might want to take a picture of or keep a note. If you have a mobile device, you can simply scan the one. I would advise you take the last one, the Award Manual English and Arabic. Keep this handy on your computer side or on your device side. Open that, keep aside later on. We will use that as reference when we do practical exercise. So everybody took a picture of this? Everybody okay? Yeah, let me hide. Okay. All right, I will be moving down to the next one. Sometimes in the material, I will go faster because something are simply you can read at home without much emphasis. Some area I will go slower. I want to really get the real information and knowledge across. So we will go through that. Then these are the topics which we're going to cover today during, not today, the next 2 days during our training. So as I mentioned to you, we will have a quick introduction and overview. In this area, I will not spend too much time because these are overall general information. The second part, this is the framework and criteria. This is where we really need to spend a lot more time, a lot more discussion and hands-on exercises together. Then we have the next one, the award application guidelines. This one also I will not spend too much time because these are more about how the company is going to apply. These are very basic information just for reference. And then we will spend more efforts and time again on the Taqdeer award assessment and reporting because this is critical for every assessors. if you notice, we do have an assessment exercise after that. However, throughout the entire 2-day session, we will be doing exercises instead of waiting everything to the end. Then finally, we have the award, Taqdeer Award frequent asked questions. These are the questions that we have collected over the last 4 years. And these are the ones really can answer many of the questions, or sometimes also unique situations as well. Before I start, let me introduce myself. Some of you already know me, some may not. My name is Sue Kanakri, and I'm the delighted one to be with you today. And I have been involved with Taqdeer Awards before the Taqdeer Award was born. So I was involved with the team who actually developed the framework and criteria. And then we put the entire awards management system together. And then from the first cycle, I have been closely working with the award office as well as coordination with the assessors. So one of my key, I always say I'm the assessors kind of partner. My key role here is to attract, retain, and educate or qualify Taqdeer assessors, and we support assessors to have a successful assessment during the award cycle. So for the last 4 years, I have been closely working with the award office. Although we are an independent body, we are the one who helping the award office developing all these systems. That at the same time, also myself has been involved in some of the assessment as well. So which means also I have a little bit more hands-on experience in certain area, which I can share with you, especially for the new assessors, that which are the things that we did face during the assessment, which are the good kind of practice we observe, which are the challenges we may face. So all this kind of experience, I will also try my best to share with you throughout the training in the next 2 days. So now, if you feel sometimes if we go too fast or too slow, you can keep a note in the group or someone can remind me. That would be perfect. This is more or less our schedule for our daily schedule. We will have the welcome in case some people come in late like we do today. Then we will start our session 1. Our session 1 will finish around 12:15. But it depends on how fast we go. Sometimes when we do exercises, take time. So around 12:15, if I'm going beyond or carry on, someone do gently remind me so we can organize our kind of break. Then from 12:15 to 1 o'clock, this will be the prayer and lunch break. Yeah, I understand it's very short. So maybe you have a bite, have a cup of coffee, whatever. So we have a little bit stretch and refresh. Then in the afternoon, from 1 to 2:50, we'll have our session 2. Then we have a short coffee break. Then we have our session 3. So on each day, we have about 3 sessions. We do have a lot of material to cover in these 2 intensive days. And of course, I will really appreciate, I think all of you will appreciate as well, that in 2 days, you cannot make someone a perfect assessor. That's why with assessors, we have requirements, we have pre-qualifications. However, for the training, we do want to invite as many people as possible who are interested to become assessor, or maybe even for the future if they are not qualified now. So at least they have a better understanding of Taqdeer Award and requirements. So if everything's okay, we will start our today's session. To start with, we have our introduction and overview. Here, we will introduce Taqdeer Awards, and we will have a little bit briefing of what is the award about, what are the parties involved, what's the benefits, etc. So to start with that, we will share with you a video, a short video about 1 minute. This video was developed during the first cycle of the awards. So it summarized the overall kind of award in a very short time, but there are a little bit amendment to certain requirements which we will share during our sessions. So I will be playing, sorry, let me. I will be playing the video, so hopefully you all can hear the sound, everything.
The Taqdeer Award is a unique Dubai government initiative and is the world's first points-based award program to enhance employer-worker relationship and set international benchmarks in labor practices. In its first cycle, the award focuses on construction companies and will rate them based on labor policies, facilities, infrastructure, health and safety, labor security, recruitment and wages, justice and transparency, communication and feedback, creativity and innovation, admin resolutions and instructions, labor perceptions, and key performance indicators. Companies will be evaluated by an independent judging committee who will award them a rating between 1 and 5 stars. How to participate in the award. Register initial
I'm so sorry because when someone coming joining the group, while I click, the whole video stops.
The Taqdeer Award is a unique Dubai government initiative and is the world's first points-based award program to enhance employer-worker relationship and set international benchmarks in labor practices. In its first cycle, the award focuses on construction companies and will rate them based on labor policies, facilities, infrastructure, health and safety, labor security, recruitment and wages, justice and transparency, communication and feedback, creativity and innovation, admin resolutions and instructions, labor perceptions, and key performance indicators. Companies will be evaluated by an independent judging committee who will award them a rating between 1 and 5 stars. How to participate in the award. Register initial interest at www.taqdeeraward.ae. Companies meeting the initial criteria will be selected to proceed to Phase 2 and submit a more detailed application with supporting documentation. The whole process is managed through a custom-designed online smart system for improved security, efficiency, transparency, and privacy. After submission, a group of professional assessors will start the evaluation process. Part of the evaluation process is site visits, where the assessor will score using a special digital system built specifically for this award that will be the first ever totally smart assessment system. When the assessors have completed their evaluations, a committee of high-profile members from different and related fields will review the results through the system and make the list of winning companies. The results will be announced and the winning companies will be awarded at a special ceremony attended by local and international officials and covered by both local and international media. www.taqdeeraward.ae.
Okay.
Excuse me, Sue, this is Hariharan. I suggest what you do when you're sharing your screen, don't optimize the video. So then you will not have these gray patches coming up.
Do not optimize the video.
Yeah, don't do that. If you do that, then all of these gray patches will come.
Because we have people still in the waiting room popping up. That's why I'm trying to accept them, then suddenly the whole thing blocks. So, you know, I'm still quite new. You're talking about this one, not to optimize. Okay. So, okay. So everybody had a quick understanding of the awards. This is the overall awards in a nutshell. So let's have this look at this. Taqdeer Award is sponsored and under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And this award has been launched and sponsored by a government entity which is called the PCLA, because this is a strategic government initiative launched by Dubai Permanent Committee for Labor Affairs. And when the Labor Committee, they wanted to really enhance or improve the labor relations and enhance the labor standard in throughout the Emirates of Dubai. So they called us to help them to build a kind of a framework and awards whereby organizations can compete on a set of criteria and standards where good organizations or labor-intensive companies that really taking care of their people can stand out. So in this case, Taqdeer Awards, the name Taqdeer in Arabic, many of our members today, they will understand Taqdeer means appreciation. When the Taqdeer award introduced, it meant to appreciate two categories of people. One is the appreciation for the workers and laborers who really contributing in building this wonderful Emirates, which we all living in. Then the other appreciation is to appreciate the companies that's really looking after those laborers who really made or success of their business, which contribute to the success of Dubai. So Taqdeer Award is really appreciation award for the people and for the companies. So currently we are on the fourth cycle of this award. Taqdeer Award started in 2016 and currently we are on the fourth cycle. The target companies here is different from the other awards. So I saw there's a question in the group chat to say what's the difference between this and other awards. The other awards talk about the company in general. Sometimes business awards, they talk about the organization. Then sometimes you have the HR awards, the focus more of the HR team, HR department, HR system. However, Taqdeer Award, we're focusing specifically for labor intensive companies. So these are the companies that has at least 100 full-time labor force in place. So usually these are the ones, say construction companies, service companies that they employ hundreds and thousands of people. Then what's the purpose of this award? From the point of Dubai, the purpose of this award really to make Dubai the preferred place for living and working. That's for everyone, not only for the professionals, the business, the visitors, but also for the people who made this city or built the infrastructure. That's also as part of this. So this is a short profile of this award. Then this Permanent Committee for Labor Affairs, this is a cross-organizational committee. The members of this committee and the head of committee are the CEOs and leaders from various Dubai government departments, such as the immigration department. So that's why if you say, where is the head office for Taqdeer Award itself is in the immigration head office in Dubai. And the member of this committee also people from police, people from municipality, people from free zones, customs, and all these where labor intensive projects are also involved. Our jury or the judging committee members are also distinguished members from these kind of organizations. Now let's move on to the primary objectives. Here I will not really go much in details because this is self-explanatory. The real objective of this award is really to raise the level of fair practice and ensure that labor rights are taken care of throughout organizations and in the Emirates. It will definitely improve the relationship between companies and their labor force. So these are the primary objectives. We will skip quickly to the next one. The benefits of the awards, it applies to three major stakeholders. Dubai as Emirates, because it's a strategic initiative. The participating companies, these are the companies which we're going to assess, as well as the labor force themselves. These are the individuals, the workers, the frontline employees, these are the people. So this award brings benefits to all the three parties. And this award, when we look at it, it was introduced in 2016, where the Dubai 2021 plan was also introduced that time. So in the Dubai 2021 plan, there are 6 key strategic themes for the entire Dubai and Dubai government. So if you look at those themes, Taqdeer Award really contributing heavily to many of those, if it's not all. If you look at the people, Dubai want to make sure Dubai becomes a city of happy, creative, and empowered people. So Taqdeer Award, our framework and the criteria definitely support that area. We will see in the later when we go on details for the criteria. Then it's a society of an inclusive and cohesive society, whereby Taqdeer, we have specific criteria elements addressing those diversity, inclusive and fair, and non-discrimination, etc. And part of also CSR, corporate social responsibilities. Then the next one, the experience to make Dubai the preferred place to live, work, and so this is where the real, if you notice, the ultimate objective of Taqdeer Award as well. So all these areas are really Taqdeer Award contributes to every single one of those strategic pillars or strategic themes of the Dubai Emirates strategic plan. So when we talk about in details of the benefits, so the first part of the benefits will be for Dubai. Dubai as a success story in the region, Dubai has earned a great global reputation. And we want to, through the award, to improve the performance of the companies, performance of the Emirates, which would overall enhance Dubai image and reputation, as well as improve the ranking, UAE ranking in international competitiveness. So the Taqdeer Award definitely contribute positively to the growth and diversity of the Dubai economy by attracting multinational companies, by attracting investors to invest in the Emirates, to attract organizations to know that they will be operating in an environment that labor care is of importance to all. So these are the benefits for Dubai. Now, what's really important, people will ask, or the participating company will ask, what's the benefit for them? Here, there's a big list of benefits. I do not want to go through this. I want to talk about from assessors' point of view, or from what really as assessors, what we really can benefit for those organizations. First of all, when an organization participates in the Taqdeer Awards, they themselves will have a better understanding. They have to study the award framework and criteria, which are all based on best practice. So in a way, the organization who want to participate, number one, they showed at least they are committed to improve their labor relations. And then when they study the criteria, when they prepare their submission, they actually doing a self-inventory or self-assessment of compare our current practice with the award criteria framework, where we do well, which we can highlight. So in a way itself is a good practice adopted by the organizations. Number two, when we talk about benefits for organization, we always saying to the organization as well as to the assessors that the ultimate benefit is not just to win the award, go on the stage and have their CEO's picture flooded all over the media. The real benefit is for the long-term health of the organization and success of the organization. So one of the most important part of that is the assessment and assessors. So what do we say to you, if you look at this way? With our assessment, we have a team of 3 professional assessors. Each assessor dedicates, we say, about 7 to 9 days of their time to really study their application and highlighting the strengths, areas, improvements, came up with the questions of that you want to verify during the site visit. At the end, they came up with the consensus scoring and developed a very comprehensive feedback report. So the real value is in the assessment and the feedback report. Once the feedback report received by the organization, they will be able to really understand the area they do very well and the area where they can improve and which they can put plans for their future enhancements. So overall, the benefit for the organization is the most important output of the assessors team, which is the assessment reports. Now let's look at what's the benefit for the individual, which is the labor themselves. One of the major things we noticed through the last few years of implementing the award, that the laborers themselves started to realize that finally our organization really paying attention to our voice, to our concerns, to not just meeting our basic needs, but probably a little bit more of our expectations, sometimes even our aspirations, the needs that we didn't even mentioning, or the things we really, they go beyond the basic requirements. Then also, a lot of times, those laborers were recruited from abroad. When they got recruited, a lot of times they signing contracts. However, many of them did not really understand what's the really their rights in this country, what are the duties that they have towards their companies. So this award also ensure that company become much more transparent. Their laborers will also become more aware of the company information, their job-related rights and responsibilities, and they are more engaged with the organization and engaged with the society as well. And also, we want to make sure through the awards that organizations also empower their employees, especially in the focus of the labor force, that allow them to participate in their creative suggestions, involvement, and get appreciation and reward for their efforts in those areas as well. So all these things we do later on throughout the criteria and elements, you will see all these will benefit the employees as well as the organization. So this area will not go too far. Let's come to the framework. So for the people who already participated with us in the UAE Innovation Awards, you will be quite familiar with this Roman temple or Roman house, if you call it. So this award is divided to 3 main criteria. The first and the second criteria, these are in the terms of people familiar with EFKM, these are like the enablers. Then the third criteria, the labor results, this is the result part. So in the first foundation, where we call the essential fundamentals, there are 5 sub-criteria. These are the ones to do with labor policies and strategy, the first pillar on the left, followed by the facilities and the infrastructure. These are the ones to do with the organization, what they provide for their employees, such as the labor, transportation, Medicare, etc. And the third one is occupational health and safety. These are the ones that to do with the nature of their business, which is OHS, the awareness to that, the equipment, PPEs, and all these things they provide to their employees. The fourth one is labor security. Here we talk about their job security as well as their physical and their assets or belongings security. Then finally, we have the recruitment and wages. These are the ones to do with the salaries, the benefits, the overtime, things like that. So the essential fundamentals, these are, we consider the must-have. These are the hygiene factors the organization need to have. Then the second layer, or the second criteria, the main criteria is the culture and work environment. In this, again, we have 5 sub-elements. Here in the culture and work environment, we are more talking about relationships, engagements, the communication, the involvement. So these are the areas that organizations...
Excuse me, I think few members don't mute their mic. If you can mute all.
Okay. For the members during the presentation, if you don't mind, you can mute your mic in case of some background disturbance or noise. Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, okay. So on the second sub-criteria, we also have 5 sub-criteria here. So this the area, some of them organizations do well, some area organizations still have bigger gaps, especially in the area of creativity and innovation. We will go on to details of each one. So here I'm just giving you a quick introduction. So the criteria 1 and 2, each one carries 250 points out of the 1,000 points over total. Then for the third one, which is labor results, this is the ones that we talk about. You did all this system in place, you did all this fantastic practice in place, but what kind of results did you achieve through all the policy systems, implementation, and involvement? So here we talk about two. One is the labor perception. How did your employees and labor force perceive your organization? Are they happy with you? Are they satisfied with you? Then the second part, these are the performance indicators. These are the indicators in the organization whereby you measure the different elements of the criteria 1 and 2. So overall, this is 1,000 points. And how does the organization, how did we come up with the framework and criteria? We did not just have a team of experts or specialists that just came up with these things from their minds and brainstorming. We used different references. The first one is the UAE labor law and regulations. We have to look into the law and regulation related to the UAE and particularly in the area of Dubai Emirates. The second reference we used is the Dubai strategic plan, the Dubai Plan 2021, to ensure that our awards, criteria and details are fully aligned and contribute to the achievement of the Dubai strategy. Then the international references like the ILO, which is International Labor Organization, and the Human Rights Declaration, those also we take into consideration when we develop the different criteria area. So now we know that the maximum attainable score is 1,000. So how does the awards will be awarding to different organizations? So in Taqdeer Awards, we do not have this limit to say we have 1, 5-star, we have 2 4-star, we have 3 3-star, like that. No, we say in Taqdeer Awards, every company competing with themselves as well as the best in the market or best practice. So here, if your organization or this organization participated, that they achieve 700 or more points of the overall, then they will be recognized as Taqdeer 5-star companies. For the companies that they achieve between 550 to 699, these are the 4-star companies. And the 3 stars will be 400 to 549 and etc. So Taqdeer recognition goes to from 1 star to 5 stars. And each year, the number of stars achieved in each category is depends on the actual achievements this company has done during that award cycle. And we did, from the first year especially, we did have company even did not reach to 1 star. We have companies scored below 200. But these are the companies, they joined, they said, we haven't got any system in place or not. We know we don't have many systems in place, but we wanted to join to have a better understanding so we can build up. So the star rating during the award ceremony, the 3 stars and 5 up to 5 stars, 3, 4, 5 stars companies, this will be rewarded with trophy and donation, etc. We still have people coming now. Okay. So okay, now the award cycle, which kind of industries do we cover, or which type of the company from which kind of industries will be assessed in this award? So when we started in 2016, the industry was only one, which is the construction and contracting. So these are the industries we started because they are labor intensive. And as you are aware, in the old days, there were disputes or problems happening in that industry. Then in the second year, we expanded to another 2 industries, which is manufacturing and the free zone companies, because many of labor intensive companies are also based in Jebali free zone and other free zones. Then For the current cycle and the previous cycle, we're covering one more industry. So now we have 4. We have the construction, the manufacturing, the free zone. Now we're also having the professional services. Professional services covering very wide. Example, if you say Carrefour as a hypermarket, so they can fall into that category. If you talk about a company who is in facilities management and maintenance, they also can fall into that category. If you talk a company that's in security, they supply security guards and security personnel and manage security facilities, they also could be falling into that category. The company who is looking after the cleaning services, that also comes. So this become much wider and diverse. However, overall, as we mentioned earlier, we are really focusing on labor-intensive companies. We don't really want to assess the organization where they are all white collar or expertise or doctors per se. We want to really looking at organizations where the laborers themselves are the star of our award or the center of the Taqdeer Award. And then for the Taqdeer Award, the governance goes to 2 parts. First, we need to ensure all assessors that participating in the award carry out the assessment. They should be highly qualified and experienced assessors. So today, initially, we asked some information. Also, each of you has submitted your profile and details. We were happy some are really experienced and seasoned assessors from other awards, which they only need to really get familiar and learn the criteria of Taqdeer Award. But we have also some candidates who are still new to external assessments or independent assessment. So these are the members who will need a more gap to be closed with your own capabilities and those. So hopefully today's training will be the first step towards that. So one side we have qualified assessors to carry out the assessment. The other side we have distinguished the judging committee. This judging committee, these are the members of different government entities, and usually the CEOs or the chairman of those entities. And these are the ones who will be representing the judging committee. They will be the one to approve the final awards based on the assessment, reporting, and scoring from the assessors. So they will be the one to say this year, the 5-star companies goes to A, B, C, D, E. So this is the major structure. Now about the award ceremony itself, this year, because we are in a special, unique situation, we do not know by beginning of January when the award ceremony is planned. By that time, how is the pandemic situation going to be? Are we allowed to have a big gathering like we always do in each year? We will be doing the virtual version of the ceremony. The award office is making their plan A and the plan B, that it could be totally virtual online, it could be a hybrid, it could be offline. So they're making different plans. So towards the maybe end of December, we will have much better picture. There's something also I need to warn our assessors this year. Unlike all the other years, this year, due to the pandemic, we have a lot of kind of unusual situation or sometimes uncertainty. Example, when we talk about site visits during previous cycles, site visits always physical, going to the organization, we meet with the companies, we go to the sites, we're visiting different things, we're talking to people. But how this year, for the time being, probably a lot of things will be doing virtually. So that's something will be unique for this cycle of the awards. So once come to talk about the award ceremony, each year at end of the entire award cycle, the awards winners will be announced and celebrated during the official ceremony. And this year most likely will be beginning of 2021. Now, the award management, usually they will invite local, regional, and international dignitaries, and many of them could be the ambassadors or consuls from different countries where a lot of their labor force are working in the Emirates of Dubai. And as I mentioned to you earlier, the trophy will be awarded to 3 to 5 stars companies. There's one thing also, you see, the winners of the award, they are not only the company gets recognition, they also allowed to nominate their distinguished labor engineer or supervisor to be also appreciated during the award. And one thing we feel also touching our hearts or different compared to other awards, where the distinguished laborers, they really get benefits. For example, in the previous cycle, some of the benefits they get will be cash, actually cash they receive. So I remember during, I think the first year during the award ceremony, those laborers standing on the stage, they got a wallet, and the award office has to remind them, please do not give it away as a gift to your friend, because inside there are actually cash in it for you. And the other benefits also, they get, example, extra free return tickets home, extra month's pay of paid leave, things like that. So this award really benefiting the people themselves. That's why we feel it's compared, this is the common feedback from nearly all assessors, that compared to other awards, this award you feel special in your heart, because this award you feel you are really making a difference to a segment of the people that's commonly we take for granted. So during the next, I mean, today and tomorrow, I'll share some interesting stories as well from our assessors. Okay, this is something quite interesting to see. This is what we collected for the 3 award cycle. We notice in this 3 award cycle, and the number of 5 stars goes similar, or 5, 3, 5. This is what we have achieved in 2018. Then the 4 stars companies, if you notice, from 5 companies grows to 11. Why this happened? We noticed that because organization participated in this award, after they received the feedback report, they realized there's a lot of area they can really improve. So they put efforts, they implemented actions to bridge those gaps. When they come back next award cycle, most of the company, their performance and scoring improved dramatically. So we have seen many 2, 3 star companies upgraded to a level above. We even have seen 1 or 2 companies jumped 2 levels. So sometimes also not because the organization did not have good practice, but they maybe did not know how to organize their documentation and practices then into award submission documents. Then the other thing on the left might be interesting to see is in the 2018 award cycle, for example, 56% of the participating companies earned 3 stars and above, which means more and more stronger organization participating, or the organization are really kind of more and more of them can really matching or actually implementing the right criteria in their day-to-day business practice. So far throughout the entire history of the award, the highest company scored by a 5-star company is 890. So we don't know this record, when will this be broken by any participating companies, but we're really looking forward for new record to be set. So this...
So would you be able to tell us which is the company that got that 890 score?
If I'm not mistaken, this is the one, I think it's the Carrefour, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. You see, sometimes also you may have global companies as well. So a lot of global companies, they have very high international standard requirement once it comes to labor relations, well-being, and things like that. So again, also, as I mentioned, also sometimes the organization, how they organize their application, that also make a difference as well. So this is a timeline. What you need to see, where we highlighted in orange color, is that the Taqdeer Award submission deadline for companies is 12th of September. So far, we have completed all the company awareness sessions for most of the applicants or the company showed interest. So by around mid of September, we'll have much better idea of the actual number of companies submitted. Later on in the session of assessment and procedure, we will talk about the actual assessment process and how will the dates you will get a better understanding your involvement, how you assign teams like that. So far, this is just for a general understanding that this is what we set as the submission deadline. Then what will be the assessors? Your involvement most likely will be focusing in October and November, because this is the time after the submission, after team formation, information and documents shared with you through the online system, then you will be starting your desktop to the entire process of the assessment. So during this period, the assessors will be involved of the real activities. Then the December, the judging committee will be meet based on the team findings and reports. The judging committee will be finalize the actual winners. And the dates of those we will know based on the notification by the award office. Then the award ceremony is planned for early January, and the actual dates, the award office will be announced after they confirm with His Highness office. So this is the general timeline. And also to make it easier, we did something similar like an action plan type of thing. The ones highlighted in green, this is what concerns the assessors. Right now, we are doing the assessors training, and these are for the new assessors. For the return assessors, we also have a separate briefing session for them in early September. Then, as I mentioned to you, during the October, November, you will be doing the desktop assessment. You will be scheduling visits to qualify the companies. The assessment team will be conducting site visits. And finally, you will develop assessment feedback reports and jury presentations, stuff like that. So this is the general timeline. Now, we will go into details or deep into the award framework and the criteria. So far, is there any questions or anything you want me to verify or more, or should we go directly to the framework criteria so you have a better understanding of that? Okay, shall we move on? Perfect. So that's yeah.
So if I may,
sure.
Question is, so when you said you assess companies, so companies could have different departments. So are you assessing the entire organization, or you're assessing only the labor intensive departments? How do you go about
the whole organization? Taqdeer award means the company. Example, if we say this is Afatem construction, this is this company overall. So when we talk about policy system, we talk about various policy systems related to the award framework requirements. So you will be closely dealing with HR department, of course, because they are the kind of core owner of the labor welfare. But overall, we're assessing this organization. We're not only assessing one department or one project. Yeah. Okay.
So
yes.
So
yes.
I mean, you will mainly you will assess the HR department, but actually you need to assess also the implementation of each policy and strategy in each department, not only in the HR.
Not the HR department. We're not assessing HR department. That's what we're trying to say.
We will not assess the HR. Yes, we will assess the implementation of the policies that's set by the HR department in various departments in the company.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're assessing the organization. HR will be your counterparts, which they are the one will be part of the team. But HR, we're not assessing HR department per se.
Yes,
no.
Sure,
we are talking about the corporate awards, and this corporate award is focusing on the labor well-being and labor relation. That's the overall. That's why
Yes.
also it's very nice to have assessors with other award experience, but I also make a warning always to our experienced assessors, and sometimes especially for auditors. I said, whenever you come in to assess Taqdeer Award, I want you to remove your hat of EFQM, Business Excellence, Sheikh Khalifa, all this, trying to take that hat off, trying to focus here as we are talking about organization. However, the focus of this organization where we concern is the labor relation bit. So some criteria related to other general business excellence award may not be relevant here, but something we have here, maybe other words not addressing. So this is where we need to focus. That's why we need to really understand the framework criteria very well. And also we need to understand that these kind of organizations are labor intensive organizations. They are different from the organizations that you could be assessing, example, semi-government, government organization, where they have a dedicated department called excellence or called the business or quality or whatever. But here they may have a different type of mode of operation, but people do carry out different implementations and the system in place. So you are absolutely right. We are talking about the organization, not talk about assessing one independent HR department. Yes, that is clear. Very good. Okay, so let's start with the award. We will go directly to the details. So as I mentioned to you, the first criteria, we have 5 sub-criteria, and each one carry an equal weightage of the overall scores. So in Taqdeer Award, we use the equal weightage of scoring. We do not say this criteria has much more weight compared to the others. So throughout, it's easier for everyone to understand. So here we will look at each of these sub-criteria. In the old days that assessors or companies, they get a little booklet like this, where they list a little bit of write-ups about, criteria explanation. However, we felt this is not as kind of practical and a little bit, just a kind of a criteria book, not as easy to use. So what did we do this year? Instead of we just sharing with people some I call the boring text, we organized our training, all the kind of manual which I shared with you on the link, that with from the perspective of what assessors might look for. So these are the things that we also educating the company as well, to see that when you write up your application, trying to keep those in mind. So this will help you and guide your organization to see what are the things that you might want to input into that sub-criteria area. So when we talk about the labor policies and strategies, this sub-criteria carries 50 points. And these 50 points, again, equally divided to cover the remaining 5 sub-criteria elements. Some people seem to be always going out, coming back. I don't know why. Okay. So if you notice here, we have 5 sub-elements. So we will go through each sub-element, and that's where we're going to discuss of what the assessors might look for. In here, if you notice in 1.1, the focus here is about how this company prepare documents, approve, review, and develop specialized HR policy and strategies covering all these specific areas. So the focus here will be really the organization policy strategy, but also related to their implementation and the communication of those policies and strategies, especially with the focus of each area. So our session today, we will be looking into each sub-criteria elements in similar formats, and we will call it what would assessors look for. And during today's session, we will also do some small exercises and brainstorming with the group, and to see what kind of things that as assessor we might look for when we actually assessing the application, or when we actually having the site visits, or face-to-face, or over the Zoom meeting, to interact with the organization management team or representatives. Before we start, if you notice on the top, there is a cycle. And this one, I would like to share with you, and we would like assessors to have this keep in their subconscious when they do the assessment of the organization. For the excellence or the quality experts we have today, I think most of you are familiar with Dr. Deming's PDCA cycle, which is a brilliant methodology or tool used in the quality and excellence field. In here, this is a cycle which we call the our excellence cycle, which we call it. This is the cycle we developed about 20 years ago, and this we had 5 key elements. And instead of I'm going to explain each one, I will also share with you a 1-minute video which summarizes everything for you. Why we have this, we want you keep in mind when we assess the organization, we need to look into, especially in the policy and strategies, we need to look into who are the people that develop those policy and strategies. Are these the leaders in the organization? Leaders, we mean not only the CEO and the leadership team, but also the leader in the area of that subject. So example, if we talk about specific HR policies, is the HR team and the leadership in HR involved into that. Then we talk about how the organization, before they plan anything, how did they think about this? Then how did they plan? How did they deploy? Which you remember, one of the members talked about today, the actual implementation of those policies and strategies in the organization, and how do they evaluate. So let me move forward to this quick video that will summarize everything in one go. And by the way, this cycle, I mean, this excellence circle, you can also use or apply for other things. We use that to, we apply that for our projects. We apply that for different transformation as well, planning as well. So this is a very interesting tool. I think it will be beneficial for everybody. I will just have a quick video.
To achieve supremacy, Team Power International Cycle of Excellence framework consists of 5 interrelated elements. Element 1 aims at the leader, who will take the initiative and be accountable for the results. In the lead element, the person in charge is expected to lead by example, focus on vision, be innovative and self-motivated. Element 2 is to decide on the direction, expected outcomes and positive impact. The driving force of the think element is the value proposition we provide to stakeholders. Element 3 is to draw the roadmap. In the plan element, our focus is directed at integrating approaches, resources, scenarios and structures needed for success. Element 4 is to execute the established blueprint. The deploy element focuses on how to mobilize and effectively utilize resources and competencies driven by a true sense of urgency. Element 5 aims at reviewing the results and achieved outcomes. The evaluate element determines the level of success and identifies any gaps that need to be addressed. This will help refine the planning and deployment of any future undertaking and will lead to starting a new cycle.
Let's move on. Let's start talk about the first sub-criteria elements in the 1.1 policy and strategy. Here we talk about equal opportunities. So in equal opportunities, the organization who we're going to assess, we expect them to have some kind of equal opportunity policies or system in place, whereby all the members of their employees, including the labor force themselves, will be receiving the equal rights or the rights to receiving necessary training. They have the rights to be progressed, to be promoted. There will be no discrimination will be in practice once it comes to equal opportunities, whereby I will not be giving less opportunity because I'm a female employee, or I will be giving less opportunities because I'm from this part of India, example. So the address about these equal opportunities also in the area of when we do recruitment, this organization, how do you ensure equal opportunities provided to all candidates? when you put in the wages, benefits, and incentives, do you have equal opportunity system in place? How do you ensure that people are on the same grades, the same contribution, equal fair pay, not because this person and me doing the same job, but he's on a much higher salary band compared to me for no justifiable reasons. And the same thing coming to incentives and the end of services, etc. There is one thing I want to also to remind everybody, because this year the whole world really experienced a very unusual period due to the pandemic. So this year, when we're assessing the Taqdeer Award, we would also like to see, which we encourage the companies as well, to highlight their contribution, achievements, efforts, and whatever the things that they do in the effective management during this pandemic. So sometimes we say what kind of things we might also ask the companies, or we may want to during the site visit example, we could maybe say, is there any impact did COVID-19 have on this organization or this industry in general? And what type of impact did the COVID-19 have on your, as an organization, on your policies, procedures, ones related to equal opportunities? So for example, that let's say when we during the lockdown, and organization only have to have those critical employees to be on duty, especially employees if they're working in, let's assume, healthcare or the cleaning services. Let's make an example. That this company is a cleaning company, and their cleaning job including clinics and hospitals. So when the pandemic is happening, how do they decide which employees will be sent to work in those, we call it kind of risk areas? The employees have the equal opportunities, or they will be only my favorite ones, I'll keep them safe. The ones that that's not my favorite from the supervisor point of view, these are the people I will send them to the night shift. I'll send them to take to do the job that's a little bit more risky compared to the others. So these are the things we're talking about, equal opportunities. So what kind of things we might look for as assessor? We might look into their policies, procedures if they have, but usually most of the organization, from our experience, their equal opportunities are part of their corporate policy. Then how those equal opportunities are embedded into your actual process or procedures once come to recruitment example, once come to training and the career development example. And is there any rules and regulations in place or guidelines? So these are the things that we might look for. But please, I want to highlight something, and I cannot stress enough, that when we're talking about, when you see on the screen, there are certain things. These are not a checklist. Assessment is not an audit checklist where we tick off. It's relevant to that organization, relevant to their practice. So it doesn't mean, oh, they don't have action plans, so they're losing points. No, this is not the point. The one we put on the side, these are the things that suggesting that the things which guide the organization to think of. Different organizations have different practice. I have seen there are some people raising hands. Is there some urgent I need to?
Yes, so it's me, Ola.
Ola, yeah, okay. Go ahead, Ola, yeah.
It's nice to see the documentation, the policies, the procedures, the agreements, but also we have to check with if there is any, on the real actions in the company. For example, if there is any complaints, if there is any problems happened with the laborers, so we can judge really how the equal opportunities implemented in this company.
Absolutely. Later on, when we talk about site visits, I will share with you the experience. Usually what we do, see, as documentation, of course, every organization wants to show you the best they got. And of course, we, as every award, we said you need to submit documented evidence. So organizations say, yes, we have a policy. Now the question will be, how is this policy applied? How this policy communicated throughout the whole organization, and vertically, horizontally, this policy really is happening. into real business day-to-day practice. So we said it's not a documentation, but the real practice that counts. So
yes,
you verify
and
that?
whether the labor are aware about these policies and
absolutely. Or sometimes also keep in mind, we talk about laborers. So sometimes we cannot, when we interview them, when we have a focus group with them during the site visit in the previous cycles, we have to also put ourselves in their shoes. Do not use those big jargons, kind of, do you aware of your organization equal opportunities? They have no clue what you're talking about. But instead, you can ask them, example, once come to recruitment, how does the organization ensure this and that? These are the questions you can just address even to supervisors, to managers. Sometimes you will say, okay, did any of your colleagues receive kind of internal promotion? How do you aware you have a career plan that you have this? So these are different questions we can ask individuals to revalidate whatever the management said, whatever the documentation said. That's why we insist we have the actual desktop assessment plus the site visits as well. But this year, as I mentioned, it could be a little bit trickier because it depends on the physical situation. So we have to see. So far with the management, we can do the virtual site visit with no issue. But when it comes to the labor camp or the project sites, things like that, by the time in October, we have to see how the situation goes, whether it can be physically visiting like we usually do, or has to be kind of virtual or whatever that means. So this year is a special year. We have to adapt to why situation goes, So totally agree.
So this is Hari here. I had a question for you.
Sure.
My question is two-pronged. So the first question is, so now you had the pandemic, so you had a lot of golden shake hands, you had retrenchment happening. So would that also be a part of the assessment criteria for this year? Because as you said, this year is a little different. That's the first one. The second question is,
we have specific criteria where you may ask those questions. If you find this organization did that practice, then you can dig down. I will cover that. That is part of it. Don't worry. Yeah, very good. Second one.
Yes. The second question is, now in case, I'm sure a lot of organizations will have policies and procedures around the golden shake hand and in terms of retrenchment. So do you also assess the way it has been followed to the T, especially in this term, because this term has been focused only on this particular aspect? A lot of organizations have been taking out people. So is this time's assessment going to be very focused to this area, or you're focusing largely on everything?
No, we're not going to focus specifically only on that. What we do is, you see, pandemics happening to every organization, every industry, right? Different organization has different practice. This organization maybe did not do any downsizing. They may did extra efforts to retain their people and the things. So when it comes to the relevant criteria area, that's the area whereby we will see specifically. Anyway, don't worry now. While we're going through the presentation, if you notice, there is the blue underneath. These are usually something we pop up as kind of sample questions assessors might ask or might look for if it's relevant to that organization. Because remember, each organization, different situation. You don't need to impose. We have no downsizing. I have no nothing that you have to say, I have to have this practice in place. That's also not fair. You know what I mean? So we do cover that in each or all the relevant area, and the assessor can look into those. However, the core is the actual criteria requirements. This COVID-19 is just the addition or extra to that. These are the companies that are doing better in this area. Example, this will differentiate a 5-star or 4-star company from a kind of 2-3-star companies. Remember also, in this award, the higher star goals, these are the companies that are going beyond the general basic requirement. If you talk about policy procedure, nearly every organization have, right? But a good organization, they doing much better in practice. They're doing not just because the government requires, but they're doing much more than the government requires. These are the ones that stand out. That's why their score is even higher. So no worry, we'll cover all this while we're going. Yeah. Okay, next one, forced labor. This area, previously, many organizations, they say, no, we definitely don't have this. And also remember, we talked about when we build the framework criteria, we have to look into international standards, human rights, and all this. So one part of it is the forced labor. Safa, I think you're always in and out of the connection. Maybe double check your connection. Maybe there's some issue there. Okay, once come to forced labor, here organization, they should have a policy in place that they will not force their employees to do work against their will, I mean, legally. But what in real practice, many organizations say, no, we never have this. We don't have this issue at all. However, we notice sometimes in organizations, especially, let's assume this is a construction industry, let's assume that they recruited people from the traditional market, example, India, Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh, example. Then most of the times they recruit through the local recruitment agency in those countries. Those recruitment agency, they, when they approach the candidates, they would say, we're providing you a golden work opportunity in the Emirates of Dubai or in the city of Dubai, and therefore we're charging you all these fees. Although the company probably never even aware those fees were charged. Or sometimes they will say, this is their business, nothing to do with us. We only ask them to recruit, and probably are even charging us recruitment fees as well. However, as an individual worker, so I have to sell my land. I have to borrow money from all my relatives and friends in order for me to go to this foreign journey, first time in my life, in order to have this so-called special job opportunity. In practice, this already put a burden on me. So I probably have to work for the first 6 months or even 12 months in order to receive my salaries to pay back the debts or the fees they charged me. So when I joined this company, I have no saying, or I really have no option. Whatever the job they give me, even they ask me to do things that I'm not qualified to do. Even they ask me or force me to do overtime and all these things which I'm not supposed to do, but I'm worried, I'm afraid that if I don't do so, they may have some kind of punishment on me, or they may even make me lose my jobs, which I will be totally in trouble. So this is what we meant by you do not force people to do jobs. Sometimes also, example, organization, they say, I am a general helper in the, let's say in construction industry, which means these are the people can help in general things, but they don't have the specific skills, example, to do the construction work related to cement or to do the carpentry work. But because the carpenter today is absent for whatever the reason, then suddenly my supervisor say, you go and do the carpenter's job. I said, no, I'm not qualified. I can't. And he said, no, you have to do it. Otherwise, we consider you not, whatever, So these are the things we can consider also as forced labor. So these are the things that organizations usually should have a policy in place. They should have practice, in place that people are not forced to do work against the will. So this is the actual kind of essence of this part. And this one, we usually do not see a lot of problems from the previous.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
For this is the forced labor. If there is a job description, the employee should be committed to his job description, okay? So if his supervisor or anyone asks him to do anything more than that, legally, it should be documented in the job description, isn't that?
Hawla, keep in mind, I want all of you keep in mind to put yourself in the shoes or in the role of the laborers. A lot of them do not have a high education. A lot of them, their mother language is not English nor Arabic. A lot of them, yes, they may have job description, probably never see one. Although the organization have proper job description in place. This is whereby we need to put a different focus when we talk about the labor awards compared to the general HR word. Yes, fully agree. If it's my office staff, it's the supervisory staff, it's even my call center staff, usually they all have a proper written job description. They are aware of this. When they recruit, they are specific about their jobs. But here we talk about non-skilled laborers. So when they came in, they really hasn't got much skills, or maybe they only know how to do certain labor work. You know what I mean? Just keep that in mind, please. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Then this leads us to ask one more question.
Sure.
So my duty is not only to focus on documents. I have to be sure that those documents or rules are implemented truly on the laborers. Then I have to find and search for the truth, not only rely on documents.
That's true. That is true. That's why during the site visit, you can raise questions. Or example, after we study the application on this area, usually the assessment team will come up issues or potential questions. This is what today we will do some practical exercises. So when you raise those, these are the things that you want to verify. You may want to see additional information. You might want to talk to the management to give you specific feedback. Then also during the site visit, if this year allows us physically visit, we organize random focus groups. We organize one-to-one random interaction talks. Sometimes assessors team, we just randomly talking to employees. And we sometimes in our team also, we purposely have people who speak in the language of the workers. You know what I mean? So this is where you do multiple verification in a way. However, just keep in mind that this is assessment. It's not really we are going deep to the organization, living with them day to day for many, many months to really get, but we can get a flavor out of this sampling.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, great. Let's move on to the next one, labor rights and the duties. Here, this is where the job descriptions and all this come in. Remember, many workers, they do not really can read their detailed job description or specification. However, their supervisor could be brief them, that they could give them hands-on training, that they have done the things that they will be aware, okay, my job as a carpenter, this is A, B, C, D, E, I should do. So this is whereby and not only about their duties, but also the rights. Example, what is the working hours per week? That do I have the rights to have weekend rest? Or do I have the rights to have overtime if I have to work during the public holidays whereby I'm supposed to be paid by overtime? And what are the rights that do I know the company has to provide me with medical insurance? Am I aware of that? Maybe not when I recruited from abroad, you know what I mean? So these are the things the organization, from their point of view, they should inform their employees of their rights as well as the duties and obligations related to the job. So the person should be fully aware that I'm coming over to this organization, I've been assigned to this job, what are my rights? What are the job requirements? What are the specifications related to that? Then what you will be looking for as documentation related to that, this could be the job descriptions, the guidelines, things like that. And also the organization usually have a policy to say that each employee should be aware of this, that. Someone's microphone, would you mind to silence it? Yeah. And also example for pregnant ladies, do they really receiving the proper maternity leave and the breastfeeding hours as per the labor law? So these are the things that you need to see. That's the things that we also ask the company to show. And yeah, sorry, can we have everybody on silent, please, because we start to have some background noise. Yeah. And one of the questions that the company might address or assessors might ask related to pandemic could be, what impact did the COVID-19, this pandemic, had on your labor policies and strategies related to the rights and duties? Or is there anything that impact your organization, you know? So these are the things that the organization might look into. However, again, everything has to be set in the context, not in a vacuum. Has to be based on the organization themselves, the industry, the actual practice. So we do not want to, everything, what is written here has to be ticked off, please. Now, when we come to the next element is the corporate social responsibilities.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Regarding the first point you mentioned about the policies in the 1.1.3 actually. The thing is that sometimes what is happening, the employees are working in different shifts, okay? So if it is a company is working for 3 shifts, so sometimes the holidays are coming in between. So those who are the employees are working on a normal shift from Sunday to Thursday, they are getting maybe 8 to 4, 8 to 9 to 4, they are getting the holidays. But those who are the employees are working on another shifts actually. So what is the company? Some of the companies are practicing is that it is as per their roster they have to work, but they are not getting any overtime, and they are not getting any additional benefits or any leave day for that. So what they are saying is that as per the UAE labor, we are not sure about the labor law in fully. Labor law they have made that one because through this Taqdeer award system, whether any criteria or any framework is there, we can look for those details also.
No, you see, these are we use the labor law as our reference when it comes to example working hours, when it comes to the overtime and this. However, as I say, you have to go back to the company context. Some organization, example, they could be we call it onshore, offshore, maybe continue working so long that they have maybe 10 days, say leave or holidays. So it depends on, but then when you study this organization application, you have to see, is this justifiable? Is this compliant with the essence of the labor law? If there's questions, you can always verify and ask. You see what I mean? Because but if the organization is obviously that when people working overtime at the labor level, that they're supposed to be paid and they don't, or sometimes they pay them, but they did not calculate as proper calculation. And the labor themselves not aware of the overtime, how it's calculated, the amount is accurate, then these are the things that you may raise questions. So this is where the seasoned assessors will be able to spot. However, there's not something that's the Taqdeer office to see that these are the specific law that has to be this, that. It depends on the related area. Example, later on when we talk about labor accommodation, then the government has a rule. Example, say municipality or say Expo for their contractor, they will say per person minimum say 4 square meters. Is this company in the labor camp in one room they put in say 12 people or 8 people? Is this really complying with the regulations? So these are the things that you need to judge. However, no, Taqdeer give framework criteria, but we don't have a detailed checklist, as I mentioned. Even here, when I say, if you look at the documents and the documented approved, these are suggested one, not necessarily mean the organization has to have every single one. If I have a policy procedure in place that covers these elements, that's good enough. Example, I don't need to say, I have to have an action plan for that. You know what I mean? Depends on what is relevant. Okay,
Dr.
next one.
Sorry, Dr. So this is Nathan. Just further to add to what you told so far, and just clear my understanding. We are not here as an investigative agency to go and check what the company does right or wrong. We are basically there to go and assess whether they are having the policies framed properly and how far are they able to implement it. Am I right in my understanding?
That is right. We are not the police or the Ministry of Labor, which is the Human Resource and Amortization, to say you're violating that. What we can see that this organization seems not fully complying with this due to this. It depends on what they written there and what they submit. So that's why I've been saying that if they say we're paying our employee on time, we're paying our employee based on the labor law when it comes to overtime and all this, we're doing this. So this is what they written, and ideally we hope this is what they're actually implementing. When we go to the site visit, we can verify those. But we're not questioning every single thing to see that everything they written we consider are false. That's also not the purpose of the whole award. Because the organization, by the time they've written there, most likely they are actually implementing that. However, the level and degree, that's the difference, will vary from one organization to the other. Is that okay? Yeah?
Thank you very much.
Otherwise, the time will be, we will have a special time where you can discuss and think, so the practical part, so don't worry, yeah. Now about corporate social responsibilities. Here, this word has been used everywhere. Again, I want the consultants in our teams here, please also take off your consultant's hats. The focus here, we're talking about, does this organization have a corporate social responsibility policy or plan in place? And do they involve their labors into this activity, CSR activities and events? This is what you're looking into. So different organizations, they have different practice. Many of them you will see in the application. You know what they say? We participated in the annual UAE National Day event. We participated in the, what you call this, Ramadan tents. However, what differentiates from a good organization to an average organization, what we know, yeah, also you will see a lot, you will see we have blood donation activities in the year. So what's difference? Let's give an example. If organizations cost their labor force, get in the bus, we go into hospital. Do not explain to them what it's about. Do not ask them if they are willing to be part of this or anything. They take them all to the hospital. They thought they're going to have a health test. Suddenly they say, no, we'll have a blood donation. Everybody give your arm and we make you donate your blood. Is this a good CSR practice? Probably not. Because people not aware, you don't have a plan, you didn't inform them, they didn't even know what's the purpose of that, they didn't even have really want to volunteer to be part of it. Let's look at the other picture. This organization, on the other hand, they're saying that we want to do CSR, but we don't want to do like everybody else, just to have a party for the National Day and we see we contributed. But we, for the last 15 years, we have helped this school, I think a North school for specialized children, is that for the last 15 years, every single year, our labor force, whether they are the workers, maintenance team, the carpenter, the designer, the whatever the labor force themselves, we organize them to go to this special school with children with special needs, and we taking care of free of charge. We take care of their maintenance. We take care of their furniture repair. We ensure this and that as a part of our social contribution to the society and to the school. So this compared to the other blood donation, you see the difference, right? So here, when we talk about the corporate social responsibilities, good organization, they have a plan or policy in place. Usually they also assign some good budget, or at least decent budget into it, and depends on their nature of their business as well. Some of them say we are more environment focused. The other ones say we are more maybe the individual and the worker kind of focused. So then based on that, they involve their people, they communicate about their plan, and they involve the labor force of that. Not like sometimes you do have organizations as well. They will say, yes, CSR participate by our, but mostly management staff. That means managers and above. However, did you involve your front line and those labor force? Maybe not. So anyway, one of the things that organization, we also ask them or encourage them to highlight as well. Is there any guidelines that issued to your laborers or advise them what to do to prevent the spread of the virus throughout the community? This is also part of the community contribution or community responsibility, right? Social responsibility. So this is related to the CSR part. Yeah, someone want to ask something or should I move on?
Again, it's me, Sue. Ola.
Okay, Ola.
Yes, I think here in the corporate social responsibility, the main idea here also that the company should plan its social activities depending on the needs of the community, as well as the desire of the labor, of their labor, in which part they like to participate, in which
Absolutely.
Yes, this is the most important thing that we have to look for.
That's
also
why if you notice here, we say CSR and volunteering activities should not be forced on their people without their consent.
Yes.
Usually they will say, what do you want to do? They will say, I want to do this because I have the skill to do so. The other one says, oh, I want to go for the beach cleaning because I enjoy the outdoor example. So of course, that's what the good organization, they plan things proper. Then again, also doesn't mean that I have a huge CSR budget, I'm doing very well, but I never involve my employees or staff in it. That's not necessarily the case. You see, that's also, you have to always take in what you call this consideration of the context and the organization constraints and organization capabilities. If a small organization, they're doing so much, that's, they should really deserve good score compared to a big organization. They have multi-million budgets and they're doing that much. You see what I mean? So
it's the level to show. It's the level to show how this company or corporate contribute to the social development in the UAE or in Dubai as a whole.
That's true. That's true. Some organization later, I don't want to go on the case study. We have one case study later on this one. I don't want to go on that. Some organizations go beyond that even. It was beautiful. Yeah, we'll discuss that once come to the point. Huh? Thank you very much. Okay.
I noticed so that the criteria of this award is mainly based on ISO 26000, which is social responsibility.
No. This is only one element.
Yeah, no. I mean,
of course. If the organization says we implemented ISO 26000 and we're doing this,
yes.
That's fantastic. You see? So,
yes,
because you see,
where the labor. I mean, where the first criteria, which is about first labor and equal opportunities, health and safety, all of these criteria are also mentioned in ISO 26000. I mean, the corporate which implements this.
There's many ISO standards covering different things. Later, when we talk about the occupational health safety, you will see Assessors example. So yes, these are international best practice, but we don't use ISO as our reference. We use the best practice as the reference related to those. Yes, you will see a lot of overlap.
Which is one. Yeah, there is an overlap.
Which is perfect fine, because that's what is international best practice. These are the things that encourage most organizations to adopt, right? So yeah, that is true. But again, that's not to put ourselves as auditors for ISO 26 or auditors for Assessors when we talk about Taqdeer. We can look into those practices, but you look at the organization, what they've done, they do not necessarily, the organization doing great in CSR, maybe they never implement 26,000. They're just doing the right thing, but they never really say we need to apply. Remember, these are different organizations. These are not government-funded organizations. These are private sector organizations. They're running their business day to day. You see what I mean? Some could be smaller entities. So that's why we need to keep ourselves in mind that they don't have a department of quality or excellence employing 20 or 10 or 5 experts just to do with this kind of job. No, they may not even have those departments. You know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, good suggestion. That's true. You will see good practice everywhere. That's again to reconfirm the criteria, and those are really based on the right practice where organization will encourage them to practice. Okay, now labor code of conduct. This one is an easier one compared to the others for most of organizations. Nearly all organizations, they have some kind of code of conduct, some called code of ethics, some called code of conduct, whatever name they name it. Usually these are the conduct that listed in the organization, that these are the things that everyone should abide to, that everyone should follow. Now it's not really, they only have this code of conduct. The question was, those code of conducts, are they informed to everyone, that everyone actually behave in day-to-day business are based on those. So here you may also want to know how do they communicate the code of conduct, and which kind of communication channels they might use for that. And also, do they have some kind of performance consequences? If people break the code, what will happen to them? You know what I mean? So these are the things that you may keep in mind when you're looking to these elements. Now, so far we covered the first 5 elements of the only 1.1. Now, just to get everybody involved, I believe that all of you already have the manual in place, right, on hand. Now, to get everybody involved, I want you to, if you have your phone, you can scan this QR code, or you can simply enter the URL for this website. Then this will enable us. Did everybody have this one? Or you can take a picture of this, then you can scan it. Because once you have all this, we will move on to the interaction now. We will be doing some exercise, involve everybody. Let me take a picture of, scan this, then open the website. Okay. Everybody okay with that? I will move on to the actual page now, huh? Okay. Now, remember we covered sub-criteria 1.1, labor policies and strategies, right? And in the labor policy and strategies, we have 5 sub-elements, correct? Now, in the 5 sub-elements,
Sorry, Doctor. Sorry for interrupting. I couldn't scan it properly. Would you mind showing the QR code again?
Can you just take a picture of that?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Don't
then
give me a
you
minute.
can save it and you can scan easier. Yeah.
One moment.
Yeah, maybe, let me see. I will paste the URL in the group chat. Yeah, this is probably easier for
Yeah, that is better. Yeah.
people. Yeah, that's a good question. 1 second. Chat.
Take photo with this so you can scan it.
She's pasting the URL on there.
Yeah. Can you all see now? Yeah. Okay. So the URL already posted. Now, let me explain what we're trying to do.
The URL is not there on the chat.
Chat? Hold a sec. It's there to everyone in the waiting room. No, I don't want to be in the waiting room. Okay, I think to everyone in meeting. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Great. Safa, we have a problem. Safa has been in and out for last 20 times, I think. Maybe you have a problem with connection. Okay, let me explain what we want to do. Then it will be easier for us to focus, maybe. Let's take the criteria. Remember, we have five sub-criteria elements, right? Which one you want to pick? Tell me which one we want to pick to discuss. One of the difficult ones, or the one you may think, as assessors, we may have more questions about. Do you want to talk about equal opportunity or forced labor or labor
forced
rights,
labor,
responsibilities, or which one?
I would suggest forced labor.
Forced labor. Okay, 1.12. Okay, everybody, we're talking about here now 1.12 forced labor. That's same. Generally, let's have a brainstorming. Okay, if we want to focus on forced labor aspects, what kind of issues or potential questions we might want to ask? Okay, yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So that's have, if you want to maybe think about it for half a minute, then you can put in what you think, which as assessors, which we might really look into once come to the forced labor 1.12. Okay, someone says we might look into their overtime. That's to ensure that people are not forced to work against the will, they are forced to work overtime beyond this. Then the other one says we'll look into their policies. Do they have those policies in place? Okay, we might also look at the awareness. In the sense, you mean awareness from the labor point of view, right? That I'm a worker,
yes,
I'm the
yes.
cashier, I'm a cleaner. Do I aware that I can tell my supervisor, no, I do not wish to work overtime beyond my shifts without pay or without proper pay, example? Or am I aware that if I work overtime during the holidays, my overtime pay will be this much or this times of the original salary pay? Weekend work, job rotation, have you felt unsafe during your, what do you mean by, you mean unsafe in the sense, do you fear that you are threatened to take certain tasks? If you don't do, you feel worried. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone say work-life balance. I think this term I wouldn't use for the laborers themselves, because to be honest, they will not remember. We're talking about the people who are mostly blue-collar employees. Yeah. So you can maybe ask them, kind of, do you have proper rest time compared to work? You know, things like this. Yeah. Working holidays. Yeah, similar. Doing other tasks that are not relevant to your position. Okay. I would like to ask whom where you are recruited, indirect to know about unfair recruitment. Yeah. Okay, you can be asked, for example, when you being recruited to the company, and does the recruitment agency ask you to pay whatever, you know, this is like a conversation when you do the site visit. Okay, donate to charities. What do you mean by donate to charities? For this one, I'm not really getting it. Can someone take
so
yeah. We talk
so
about
I mean
yeah.
I mean, the company enforce their labor to deduct some money from their salaries to be donated for some
without their
charities or
consent.
social activities.
I understand. Yes. I understand now. Okay. Example, let's assume, say, yeah. So there is an earthquake. You like it or not, we're going to cut that much from your salary to. Okay, understood.
That would come under unauthorized deductions, I would say.
Exactly, yeah. Because that, I wouldn't say forced labor. They're not forced them to do the job, but they are unfairly deducted without their consent. Yeah.
That's unfair practices rather than forced labor.
Absolutely, yeah. Living conditions, healthcare. Living conditions, healthcare benefits, we'll leave for that later because we have specific place in the other criteria. There's something also keep in mind when we do assessment. Make sure when we do assessment, when we do the scoring and the specific to this criteria, we focus on this criteria. Sometimes one kind of a general policy may apply to different places, but you need to look for the relevant to that place. So example, when we talk about forced labor, we will not focusing on living standards or health benefits. So we will leave that to later on the labor housing and health care. We will talk about in that sub-criteria element or area.
Okay. So if I may interrupt, forced labor, one of the things that we have to look at is long hours of working or continuous working in the same shift, particularly in the night shift. They work for months together without being rotated to the day shift.
Yeah, this
in many organizations.
This could
those kind of things will come under forced labor.
Sometimes I could even look at this from the perspective of the first one. You remember the
labor laws.
Do I have the opportunity to work during daytime, or I'll always forced to work at night shift? But of course, sometimes you have to keep in mind, some organizations, they have policies that, example, women, they do not prefer them to work at night shift due to, you know, reasons. So they said that if I have ladies and men, we will say, men, you do the night shift as much as possible. But on the other hand, if we have, I mean, everybody can do the night shift, but you only put me every single, you know, one after the other, always night shift, then this may be unfair. So there, maybe you will look into in the equal opportunity and other areas as well. You will see which, in this organization, which sub-criteria element really focusing on, because again, now we are just generally brainstorming, but in reality, they will give you the actual criteria. You will see what they written there, what they can take. Very well. Okay. Okay, my husband saying my voice is too high. Is that okay? Should I lower my voice? Okay, now I think you get a general sense now, right? We said we may ask if applicable deductions are revised and approved by Mori. You talk about the unfair deduction. Are you talking about that? Awareness about employee responsible about reporting for okay, reporting channels for it. Okay, now just this is the first exercise to give you a quick hands-on. Of course, now we just talk about the criteria. We don't have real application on hand, but just I want everybody to have a little bit thinking of this, and through the brainstorming, some ideas may coming up. So now I will just stop this for now. We will move on to the next. Okay. 1 second. Let me show. Oh, can you see the response? No, I don't want to show response yet. Sorry. Let me just go on to the next slide. Okay, let's move on to the second element, which is 1.2, facilities and infrastructure. When we talk about facilities and infrastructure, here we talk about 3 key elements. One is the labor housing. Usually these are the labor camps. Number 2, the recreation and entertainment facilities. Number 3 is the transportation. So here, the essence of this sub-criteria 1.2 is to ensure that workers have a proper, suitable living space. They have proper health care, and they have access to proper meal or cooking facilities, which ensure their well-being and be productive. So more or less, this is the main focus. So let's start immediately on the 1-to-1, which is the labor accommodation. Labor accommodation, because we talk about labor-intensive organizations. So many of them provide labor accommodation. Sometimes they call the labor camp, some call the labor village, whatever the name they use. They provide their workers with those standard accommodation. However, each organization, what they provide could be vary from one to the other. What they do, we need to ensure this organization provides their laborers with suitable and adequate accommodation in line with government regulations. If you notice down, there are some links there. Example, Expo 2020, they listed some kind of requirement for their labor accommodation. These are the ones they are, I mean, one of the best practice in labor accommodation, I believe right now is in the requirement wise is the Expo. They require specific requirement, usually a little bit higher than the normal practice. Then in here, we talk about that the standards. When you talk about labor camp, what do you look at? Really, you look at that this accommodation should be at least clean, right? This accommodation should be disinfected. That's it will not be a virus, or there will not be, you know, pests running around, kind of like that. This place should provide proper room for living. For our bedrooms example, they should have other facilities. So if you look at the one listed in the yellow, these are suggested the key areas that most accommodation they do have. So if you will look at on the right side, is this accommodation AC, proper ventilation in place? Do they have proper lighting? How about the living and the bedroom space? Are the people crowded into one small room, or each person have at least minimum 3 to 4 square meters of living space? And do they provide them with proper beds and proper mattress, or at least the bedding thing, or people end up sleeping, some of them sleeping on the floor? Or imagine a labor camp, they will say, because our people working on shifts, so when I come back, when the other shift goes, then I will be able to have a bed. You know what I mean? So these are the things that we might look into once come to labor camp. And do they have a kitchen or dining room? Some good organization, what they do, they even provide meal during working hours, or sometimes they provide 3 meals, whether you're working or not working. So different organization has different practice. Some organizations say, we provide kitchen facilities where people can cook, and they have proper place to store their grocery and stuff like that. Once to come to laundry, some organization, what they do, they said, we provide the washing machine in the camp that employees can use. The others say, we have even laundry service on site where the employees can send their uniform or clothes for laundry. Prayer rooms. If it's a big, large labor camp, do they have a place where people can pray and practice their religion? Do they have lockers for people to keep their personal belongings if they have to, or they just put everything on their bed? Medical service room. For bigger camps, usually they could have a medical room or first aid room where they will be manned by a nurse or doctor or someone who can, if there's anyone got sick, they usually go to this medical room first before they actually go to the hospital or calling an ambulance. And do they provide internet? Some in the old days, internet was not provided by the company, or sometimes they say we provided, but each employee has to pay a minimum fee or whatever. But I think with the internet become widespread, so internet service become more of a common. Pest control, disinfection, especially now, example, during the pandemic, how often do they disinfect their accommodation to ensure the virus will not spread, and fire protection, etc. So these are the things that the accommodation you might look for. And also, one of the suggested questions down we might see in the organization could be, what type of preventive measures did your organization take to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in your labor accommodation, right? Because so many people living in the same quarter, then if they're not taking care of that, the disease can spread easily. For example, recently the surge in Singapore was due to the labor camp. That's where the spread of the virus. So this is quite straightforward when it comes to labor camp. Now, the next thing is about recreation and entertainment facilities. In this aspect, so these are also closely related to the labor accommodation, labor camp. In large organizations, when they have their labor camp, whether it's they build themselves or sometimes they are renting from the labor camp facilities. In there, usually organization trying to create recreation and entertainment facility for their employees. Why? Because their employees really working on factory or project sites back to the accommodation. That's the only two places in their life in a way. So they need to keep them have recreation. So what kind of recreation facilities that organization might do? Some organization, they have a small room equipped with some equipment they use as a gym. So a lot of guys, they were really very happy with that facility because it helps them to get stronger, building muscles, etc. Then you have the sports facility, depends on the organization size, depends on the type of employees they have. Certain sports will be popular, such as basketball, such as football, such as cricket, depends on the employee's interest. And some organizations, they have a reading room or small room, they have some books or library, TV lounge where people can hang around to watch their favorite entertainment or TV show. Some organization, they may have a small computer room because not every employee or the laborers, they have a computer or laptop. So they have a computer room where they can learn computer, they can chat with their family or those. But now with the kind of smartphone, more and more people are engaged on their phone. Game rooms, so some of them we have seen, they have billiards, table tennis, place where they can play chess or whatever. These are the indoor ones. Then we even see once in a while organization, what they do, they say we organize outdoor cinemas in the cooling season of the year and we bring those to our people. So different organization has different practice. Again, this is not a checklist, but these are the things that you might want to look for, depends on what they written in their thing. So some organizations, they also do sports competitions, or when there's a major event, example, their national team coming to the city or coming to the UAE to play, they may even organize their laborers, take a bus, take them to go for this stadium to watch the events, example. So different organization, different practice. Now, the third element related to here will be the transportation. Once it comes to transportation, we want to make sure the organization, they provide the necessary transportation to move their employees from their accommodation to the work sites. And this transportation, some organizations, they have their own buses and the drivers. Many of them outsource this service to a third party. However, the organization should have proper systems and proper audit or management, ensure all the transportation provided are safe, are clean, with all the necessary facilities. So one of the soft things that you might also look into here, example, the transportation, how often or how long does the people need to wait? I think many of you probably, especially in the old days, you have seen when you drive through a construction site in the late afternoon or evening, you will notice there are so many laborers or workers standing on the street waiting for their transport to arrive after a long working day. So this is the case whereby we want to make sure the organization, their transportation provided on time, whereby the employee does not need to wake up 3 and 4 hours in advance because they have to wait for the bus for 1.5 hours, example. The other thing also, we want to make sure that the bus provided, that each person should have a proper seat. They should have the safety ensured. The bus will be properly maintained. The drivers are aware of all the safety and the safe driving capabilities. And there's one thing about the AC versus cooling fans. This is something many organizations still have a kind of concern, because more and more the government is trying to push for the AC transportation. So organizations say, we have contract with the company, or we have this contract, we have all these buses, so we cannot really cancel everything immediately. and change everything. So what we do, we may replace the expired or the contract about to finish. We ensure that all the new buses are AC bus. However, the other ones, we make sure that the cooling fans are all in place for our people to be in the proper temperature. Sometimes organizations, they may also say that sometimes we do not advise everything to be AC. Depends on the situation again, because if our worker working outdoor in the 50 degree, then suddenly they go to AC in a 20 degree, immediately their body have a shock. That's not necessarily good for them. So we ask them to use the cooling fan and later on transit to AC environment when they come back to the accommodation. So again, you need to look into the organization specific cases and look into the requirements and to see what is suitable that meet this. But if the buses and those provided are not having proper seat, not safe, and they have long the waiting hours for them, then this is definitely have an issue, or you will be reduce the scores related to this scoring. So these are the 3 key elements related to this sub-criteria. Now let's start another brainstorming. Which one you want to brainstorm? Labor accommodation?
It's all easy, and it's up to your choice.
Okay, we have many more. Let's say, let's say labor accommodation. Let's focus on them. Let's say the labor accommodation in this cycle because of the COVID-19, whatever, which are the issues or potential questions you might want to ask. Let's have the question formulated a little bit longer rather than just one keyword. So this way everybody will understand better. So think about it to say, okay, in the area of labor accommodation, what kind of potential questions we might ask, or what are kind of very unusual or unique issues might happening? Do you have a quarantine room? Very good. That's a good question. In normal days, it may not be that important. However, during this special time, it's quite important. From our past experience, the camps I visited myself, 2 of the companies, they have, even without the pandemic, before they had a quarantine room. They say, in case one of our staff gets sick and this can be easily spread, we put them in this quarantine room and we have people look after that until he recovers. Very good. And how would you make sure that social distance in your labor camp? Okay, what preventive measures you took during this for your labor camp, you mean? Yeah. Do you have sanitizer provide? Do you check temperature when they enter, right? Or when it is, and do they have access clean drinking water, rescue emergency? Okay. Do you have a proper cooking facility, common kitchens for if someone would? Also, maybe if they have a cooking facility where people that, how do you ensure, or do you have a proper food or grocery storage place where ensure that the safety of those? I mean, imagine I have my meat put outside 3 hours or milk outside 5 hours in summer, it will be a risk, right? Have you reduced number of staff per room? Okay, how do you ensure the distance? Or do you do, okay, do you ensure staff are checked? Okay, I think maybe to check staff flu every day may be difficult. Maybe you meant by when they exit or in, like the supermarket, to have a temperature check or something. Okay, outbreak. Oh, very good. Do you have a BCP in case of outbreak? So yeah, different things might ask. For advantage rather than have sleeping any like that. Yeah. Usually organizations should have, each person has their dedicated beds, but what I'm giving you sometimes extreme cases or extreme examples as well. Basic infrastructure, water, whatever. And also, how often do you disinfect the rooms compared now to before? And how often do you carry out pest control? Example, right? Yeah, very good. So I think these are quite clear. This, I told you the hygiene factor parts of the, the first criteria usually are quite easy to identify. Okay, very good. Are you made aware if someone, that's true, if someone got sick, are people aware, are they aware that the people could have close interaction, there could be a risk? Yeah. Easy access, emergency dispatch to labor camp, is there proper housekeeping done? Okay, just like your I like that. Just like your offices. That's a good one. Okay, have someone aware of this. Yeah. Okay, very good. Yeah. Thank you. So we move on, okay? Now the third one, occupational health and safety. This one, it's many people will see familiar again with our ISO, right? This is something we cover 4 elements: Medicare, occupational safety policy, procedure, and guidelines, training and awareness related to that, and safety clothes and tools. So we will go directly into each one, yeah? You see, now we pick up the speed a little. So because everybody got used to our way, and I think through this brainstorming thinking, it helps us to put ourselves in the mood of the assessors, yeah? Medicare, okay? When we talk about Medicare, remember this award framework introduced before the mandatory medical insurance was introduced. So here we asked the organization, how do you ensure you provide the special or general preventive healthcare or Medicare, such as medical tests, medicine, injections, in and outpatients, healthcare services, etc. How do you keep records of your employees when it comes to health, and monitoring staff with chronic illness and identify those high-risk groups? Especially now, example, we were saying, okay, with the pandemic or the coronavirus, which are the high-risk groups? They will say people with chronic disease, people above certain age and all this. Then we say, okay, do we know who are the people in our organization, especially in our labor force, who are the people falling into those high-risk groups? So we give them special care. We may make sure that they have less interaction with those risk areas, etc. So these are the things that most of the good organizations, they keep a record from the time of recruitment. They do keep a record of their employees' medical status and the thing, and they recording those chronic disease and ensure they have proper medication, those attended on time. Now, also as an organization, do you provide first aid room, on-site nurse or doctors that can take immediate action? You see, when an organization has a large number of workforce, it's also much cost-effective for them to have their own first aid, or they call it medical room or whatever. Usually they could have recruited their own doctor, or sometimes they subcontract to one of the clinic to have on-site doctors, which can deal with the day-to-day health issues that their staff facing. Also, do you provide your staff with comprehensive medical insurance? We know everyone got insurance. However, what does this medical insurance cover? I mean, if the staff, especially, remember the labor force we're talking about, these are the people could be receiving about 1,300, 1,500 dirham salary. When they have a problem, medical problem, when they go to clinic, do they have to pay? How much they have to pay? So these are the things that we want to make sure that the company look after their people on that. And also,
I have one question on it.
Yeah, sure.
This medical insurance. Okay. Is there any criteria, as we discussed, a few good companies provide comprehensive and few basic package, okay, where the labor face issues, they don't be treated in each hospital, or they have to go for certain clinics, okay?
That's
so
right.
is there any criteria if a company who participated in award and given comprehensive insurance, where the burden is less compared to other company where the burden is high?
You see, we cannot force that, because the different application of the companies are in different industries, different things. However, as I was saying, they need to meet minimum, which is everybody has to have a medical insurance, right? Then they get certain score, right? This is what I call the must-have needs. Then you will say, what is a good organization? The good organization that they provide better coverage. Their people don't need to pay, or at least minimum pay. That's they covering all these job-related sickness, or the major sickness that they can be treated. Not they will send their employees home, that you go home, deal with your own sickness until you get healthy, then come back. So this is what you differentiate. We cannot provide something as a guide, I mean, as a kind of, remember, we are not regulators. We do not say you have to have this to do this, this, this. This is where the assessors will say, this organization, do they cover the bare minimum? Or this organization really doing within their means to the best they can for their people. That's where we say always context, organization, and what they do in practice for their employees. But everyone at least meets the the minimum legal requirements, which is by law, everyone has to have insurance. Otherwise, you can't even renew your work permit and residence in a way, right? Okay, so another thing you might want to check once it comes to Medicare, that will be the sick leaves. Can people take sick leave? And like based on the labor law, and when an accident happening in their work, are they taking the accident leave? Or if sometimes, example, when you have occupational injuries and those, if those health problems happens, is the company going to look after the cost, example? So these are the things that you might look into. And remember earlier someone mentioned about the quarantine facilities, we mentioned here as well. That can be the labor companies, we have such a thing, but here also you may say, when it's come to Medicare, how you ensure the quarantine, how you ensure they're not those, and how do you take immediate action? Also, how do you ensure that your people will be tested? Example, suspected cases, or the ones that, if there is one confirmed case that you think some of your employees might have close contact, do you send them for the proper testing to see if they're positive or negative? Things like that, you know?
Excuse me, so.
Okay. You want to say something?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Now regarding these, the expenses of medical treatment or whatever, the company will just, they have excuse that we issued the medical, let's say health insurance, but the coverage of the health insurance is the minimum, and the categories is very low. In this case, what will be the solution?
That, you see, by law they have to cover, right? And by law they can cover the minimum. That is okay. This is what I said, you must have. That you say, I have my office, but I have a really poor office. So the score there, you will have it. Yes, they have in place. However, this coverage, you can verify as well. What kind, you can ask the employees as well. Sometimes they'll say, I have minimum coverage. However, I have a doctor and facility on site. All their problem will be taken care of on the spot. So I do not want to have those, we're taking care of those issues on the other side. So depend on the organization, depend on the situation. So in here, some organizations, yes, I have minimum coverage. And then when it got sick, then it's their own problem. Then that's where you put the concerns. But if the organizations will have basic coverage, but if they have major issues related to work, whatever, and this will be covered by the company case to case. And when this incident or accident happens, then that is also okay. So you can, as a team, you can decide on the, later we'll talk about how the evaluation will be. It's not checklist, yes, you have or not, but again, you have different level of the scoring. So based on that, the team will be scoring differently. So this is not a yes and no situation. This will be the score situation. This company may get 55% score. That company gets a 95% score because that company going way better and really look after themselves, their employees. You see, we'll talk about that later when it comes to scoring. Yeah, don't worry. Here I'm trying to share with you what the criteria is about, or criteria elements. Now, how we're going to score, how to see the difference. They always have the good practice, the world-class practice, and they're the bare minimum practice. So this is where the scoring will make the difference. The next one is occupational health safety policies, procedure, and guidelines. Here, the organization, they need to prepare, document, deploy, and update policy, procedure, guidelines, etc., related to occupational safety at job sites, and to make sure that their employees will be working in a hazard and risk-free environment. So this is with the essence of this part. And then here, the organization, remember we talk about the ISO 45, OSIS, and all this. Organization, they can apply international standards, best practice, that they can adopt this in their organization. So example, in the organization, many of them, especially big organizations, they will say, we have ISO 18, ISO 9, ISO, all the ISO systems. Then they say we have this policy, this about the occupational health and safety. and we review that, we update that, so we take corrective actions, we do audits, we ensure our people working in an environment are injury-free, and we do risk assessments, we communicate all this to our employees, things like that. Then once the risk identified, we try as an organization, we mitigate those risks and impact for our employees, providing them proper gear, providing them proper, equipment, facilities, whatever it might be. So this is the elements related to occupational health policy, procedures, and guidelines. So the organization need to have that in place, implement that, communicate that. This is the essence of this sub-criteria. Now, once it comes to training and awareness, this part we have to be careful. We're not about pure HR training awareness of soft skills. We're talking about, because remember this part of the sub-criteria here, we talk about training awareness, especially in the area of OHS, which is health, safety, and occupational health and safety. So in here, the organization need to show in their application, hopefully they will, that they conduct training and awareness sessions to all their labor groups. Which means everyone is involved or at least aware of in different methods that's about their policy, procedure, guidelines. And instructions, especially when it comes to workers related to this area. But keep in mind also, we cannot think ourselves like we do in our own offices because we are not blue-collar workers. So here, we don't give a policy, procedure, guidelines to say, here you read, and we'll circulate on our intranet that everybody read about it. No, workers, they probably don't even have an email account in your organization. They don't even have access to your intranet. So how do you communicate that? Did you have postal about safety, example? Did you have safety awareness sessions for your employees? Did you have something that in the notice board, in the camp and on the construction side, safety first, this is the thing, you need to wear the helmet, you need to do this, you do that. So these are different ways that you creating the awareness and train your people about it. So the awareness can carry out through different methods. One of them is training sessions, the formal. Sometimes in the induction type of training, also they doing some special. Then organization, they do toolbox, the daily regular briefing meetings. So this where the supervisors and the foremen, usually they carry more details of that. Of course, many organizations will have a safety department. The safety department will initiate this, then the HR will support, then they will go down to the grassroots level where everybody gets really trained. Then, of course, this kind of training awareness, they should have some documents and records in order to show, because remember when we say we'll talk about assessment, not only what they written, but they should also prove by submitting documented evidence to show us, yes, they're doing this, they're doing that. Now, what kind of topics that they are covering in their training and awareness depends again on the nature of their job and the focus of their business and the type of business as well. So example, current situation for every organization, I would imagine they should also educate their people about hygiene practice, about how to wash your hand. Remember when the pandemic started, the happy birthday washing hand? So do you teach your people how to wash hands? Do you teach your people how to wear the mask proper? Sometimes really it's sad when I go out, you go to a supermarket or other places, yes, everyone wearing a mask. Some of them, the nose halfway out, some of them, the mask not sealed. So really many people not aware. And somehow you can tell the mask was wearing upside down, the dark and the light sides, so people have no clue. So these are the things that you educate your people about. And of course, based on your business, maybe they need to also create awareness related to how to handle biological or chemical hazard or waste. Example, your cleaners working in the hospital. Now, during this pandemic time, how do they handle the waste? Example, people use the mask and gloves thrown in the facility. Do they just pick up by bare hands? Do they know what to do with those potential hazards? Do they know how to dispose those waste? These are the things do you educate your people about. Then when it comes to, say, construction, do you create awareness for them how to work in a confined space, working on heights, using different equipment, electrical works, etc. And again, also, do you educate them of how to handling those equipment or machines. Yes, there are equipment, there are machines, but when people don't know how to handle them properly, then accidents happens. So one of the example we have, one of our assessor, based on his own past experience when he managing factories, that one of the times this machine has a big sign clearly to say that while the machine is operating, do not open this and put your hand in. However, despite their awareness, despite all this, one of the employees still, while the machine's open, put his hand in, and then his hand got cut. So these are the things that the point of this awareness is to ensure that occupational health safety practice is really implemented in the organization, that minimum risk will be posted for our employees. So these are more or less the focus of this 1.3.
Anything related to consultation?
Sorry?
We'll discuss consultation with workforce, laborers.
Consultation, what do you mean by that?
While creating policies related to health and safety.
Yeah,
what probably he's talking about is worker consultation and participation.
Yes,
in formation of the policies and the procedures.
You may even have a brainstorming session. You may have a focus group, depends on the organization practice. Sometimes they say, okay, there is an incident happening in our sister company or in XY industry. Now let's brainstorm, how can we ensure this does not happen to us? Let's look at the example of Lebanon.
No, my question is that it's covered in criteria or no?
Sorry, criteria?
It's covered in this criteria, award criteria in some way, the consultation of workforce.
You mean involvement of your workforce?
Yes.
Talking about?
Exactly. Yes.
In the training and awareness part, there is
participation.
There is
do the workers have a say?
Involvement, empowerment. Yes, that's later on. So when we talk about specific criteria, we focus on this criteria element only. Other criteria elements in due course, we'll talk about that there. Yeah, of course, I mean, communication throughout everything in the organization they do. However, the communication when it comes to training and awareness, focusing on the occupational health and safety, you are more communicating about your policies, procedure, practice, instructions, and you're talking about how to ensure that whatever your system in place, people actually practice day to day. That's the purpose of your awareness and communication, right?
Please, what about emergency preparedness for the company? Emergency preparedness.
That's emergency. What the way we said. Remember the risks and mitigation, that's part of your policies, no? That you put all these preventive measures, and you probably also have your accident plans and emergency plans and all these things in place, yeah?
Yes, also we can verify trails for emergency preparedness as a training issues.
Oh, you mean drill, kind of?
Yes.
You're talking about, yeah, of course. Of course, they can do that. It depends on something. Depends on the organization, their industry. Example: when you talk about fire, you need to do drill for sure. If you talk about construction, you need to do practical things. You don't just give people posts and saying you do not do this, you do not do that. They actually teach them. That's why we say could be training sessions, could be live drill, could be toolbox talks, could be focus groups even. So if, example, something happening, we may even discuss how can we prevent that and how can we ensure our employee understand that. Sometimes organizations, because our employees so diverse the language, they don't understand. We even making a cartoon kind of character with a little video to show them what to do, what not to do, you know. Different organizations have different methods. Totally agree. Yes, they can do that for sure.
Also, we can verify how they waste disposable of dangerous material.
Yeah, we mentioned that also. You see, whatever the training and awareness is related to which one? The previous one. Remember, previous one we had the policies and all this covering everything, including the. Remember we talked about that earlier. So you can handling biological, the hazards, the waste, all this. Yeah, of course. But again, remember, here is a general guideline. You cannot be every single word will be fine here. If it's not here, you don't cover. If it's here, you must cover. No, it has to be depends on the organization, their industry. You see what I mean?
Okay.
That's why I keep saying the context of their industry, context of the organization, then you assess. Because also remember, organization, they're not sitting there doing nothing but only making policy, procedure, and best practice and doing that. They're running their business. You see, they deliver their project, they're manufacturing things. So this is what you need to keep in mind, that all these should support their business, whatever they're doing, and looking after their people. That's the essence of the Taqdeer. Okay, safety tools. So what does this part we're talking about? We say organization, you need to provide all necessary machines, equipment, and tools that needed for your employees to carry out their work in a health and safe manner. That's what this is all about, the safety tools. So what safety tools you will provide? Again, different. If you are working in a factory, the safety tools, if the factory has a lot of noise and powder, you may provide them with the goggle and maybe the earplugs. And if you are working in, let's say the cleaning of the fish example, then you may give them different tools and gears and all this. So what could be those? It might include example, fire extinguisher, the safety equipment, the ladder, scaffolds, etc. So here, these are just suggested, again, depends on. But the one thing we need to pay attention on, I'm always highlighting when it comes to current pandemic, PPEs. Remember, personal protective equipment, depend on the job again. If this cleaner working in the medical facilities, we need to make sure the proper PPEs are provided. If this person is working on a height, we need to make sure the full protection is protected, that he will not have accident fall off. The boots, if this person working in construction fields, the boots is very important. Even our, even our assessors, when we go on the site, to the project sites, if we have to visit, usually the company will even ask our size, everything, and they provide us with all the necessary safety tools and PPEs before we even enter to the place. So these are the things that you might look for. And again, how this organization plan and inventory, and do they have a checklist or some management of those equipment and PPEs and tools, distribution, replacements. For example, if based on their policy that each person gets twice a year their boots and say the walking boots, then this person, for whatever reason, there's an incident or whatever, the boots is broken. So can he get a replacement in this case? So where he can go to? Do they have a department or person in charge of distribution of this? So these are the things that the organization may cover once under the safety tools aspects. But most of the good organization we have seen so far, they all taking care of this. They have their own internal policies, procedures, and they do deliver to employees those free of charge. Yeah. So now let's look at 1.3. Which one should we pick in 1.3? Should we pick the, which one you want to pick? You tell me, because this will be the area that you think needs more thinking and understanding. That's the area. Labor engagement. So we're talking about which one? Occupational health, and we talk about the policy guidelines, or we're talking about Medicare, or we're talking about safety clothing, or we talk about training and awareness. Which one? Which one you want to talk about? Medicare?
Safety clothing and PPE.
Safety clothing.
Training and awareness.
PPE.
Okay. Let's do one thing. This is what I will do. We have half of the team. They were looking to 1.31 Medicare. That's one thing suggested. And the team were looking to 1.34 safety clothing and tools. Yeah? Okay. So do you want to have some discussion, or this is enough for you to enter? Because some people, they say, we like to have a physical discussion. We can have a breakout group if you want to. Or if you just want this individual brainstorming and sharing, that's also okay. I'm very flexible. So whatever, is easy for you to see. If you don't mind, if you want to suggest or have feedback related to the Medicare, can you put 1.31? Then you put your question. So we will know this related to that to avoid the confusion. Then for the people who want to have suggestion related to 1.34, which is safety, clothing, and equipment like that, you put 134. Then you put your question. I think this will help us to, because we have two groups now, or two subjects to think of. Okay. So, very good. 131. Are you aware of what is covered in your insurance? How can you claim your insurance? Okay. Very good. 134. Either employees provide PPE free of cost. Yeah. You can see which type of PPEs do you provide for your employees who is working in this kind of jobs, and do they need to pay for that? Is it free of charge? How often do they get a replacement? Things like that. Okay. Selection process, PPE employee feedback review. Huh? What do you mean by selection process of PPE and employee feedback review? This one I'm not sure. PPE replacement issue frequently. Yeah, okay. Okay. How to increase on damage. Very good. Yeah. Apart standard insurance, any other? You see, this is nice. It's one point. A part of the standard insurance or the minimum insurance required by the government, any other medical facilities available for your laborers. Then they say, yes, we have an on-site doctor. Yes, we do this and that. So we have this and that. You know? Is training are provided to you for use PPE or related to a job? Exactly, yeah. Or which type of training? And when you do ask questions, usually we're trying to avoid the yes and no questions, because when they say yes and no, usually you don't get too much information, unless when they say yes or no, you can say, can you tell us more about that? So trying to ask open questions, this is what we advise. What type of medical is done for employees exposed to chemical? Yeah, you see, what type of medical, you mean medical test or treatment is done for employees exposed to chemical and process affect health employees. This way you can really start a conversation, you see. Whether the organization collect feedback, from employees before delivering the PPE. Okay. Not many organizations do that, but at least they should know the size of the employee, right? If you're going to provide me with boots and you never ask my size, or you don't know I'm a lady, I have to wear safety boots, you give me a men's, then maybe some issue, you know. Supervisors will allow you to work on field without basic safety. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah. Say example, today you forgot your helmet, or goggle, or whatever in your accommodation, and now you already arrived to the work site. What will happen? Will the supervisor allow you in to do the work, or they will send you back to get the thing, or they will provide you with a new one or temporary one for use for today in order for you to go on the job? And our safety tools and things for the type of job made available, and that is tested frequently at training for purpose proper use. There's something I would advise, if you don't mind, huh? Because we have a lot of usually auditors and assessors. When we say things, when we write our report, of course, we use proper assessment language and those. But when we actually communicate with people, trying to always remember, use the clear, non kind of jargon or professional jargon kind of words, and make it relevant to them. So example, if you want to ask questions for this organization related to there, you always refer to them and to the terms they use in their application related to this. If they're mentioning something about our labor village example, you use labor village, you don't use labor camp or labor whatever. If they use, in their case, they don't call it PPE, maybe they call something else, you use that term. So they will be easier for them to understand. Especially to the management, it's okay, at least generally they can understand, but especially if you have to interview individual laborers, do not use any complicated thing. They will not understand your language, yeah. All safety tools and, sorry. Oh, okay, where are the net? Have nearby clinic hospital accept medical? Okay. What are the nearby clinics or hospitals which accept medical insurance where employees can go there to do their visits or treatments? How can you measure the staff comprehension about PPE? If there's any side effects you do to check their compliance? You mean, so how do you ensure staff are compliant with wearing those equipment and all this, or the PPEs? And do you have anyone to check before they go on the work site? Does the supervisor or foreman or whoever will ensure that? Okay. Okay, everybody got hands on for this? Yeah, are you comfortable? Do all laborers wear PPE or understand their needs? Okay, how do you choose the isolation? Huh? Oh, the medical, okay. Okay, quality of PPE provided, the suitable environment they're working in. Okay, okay, very good. Very good. You see, this is the thing, because today, remember, the training, you are still new. Once you have the material, I mean, the criteria and elements, you digest that. When you have the application, you can come up with the more specific questions. However, generally, we always ask assessors to come up with general questions, because this could apply to different applications. Now, when you have the actual documentation, you can dig down to specific. Okay, let's move on to the next one, huh? Okay. Labor security. In the labor security, we're covering only two elements. One is the labor camp security, one is the job security. So one is related to their accommodation and physical thing, the other related to the job. So let's look at each one. The labor camp security. In the labor camp security, because employees living on the labor camp, and how do you as an organization provide secure facilities for your employees, for them and for their belongings? That's the essence of this. So do you provide secure labor camp facilities, services, and infrastructure as per the international or local laws and regulations? Then do you as a company continuously monitoring the level of security services provided? So I'm not just have the camera installed, I just have the gates shut, but do I constantly, continuously monitoring the level of security services ensured? And do we have our connection on system which can send notification, coordination with local police or authorities to take urgent actions if something happens? The labor camp, usually they all should be controlled by security system or CCTV. And many of the companies, they have a kind of entrance and exit control. So the entrance exit control, sometimes they use their staff ID, they swap the ID or the thing. Sometimes they use certain key or fingerprints or whatever the methods might be. And then the security also applies to, do you allow visitors to the labor camp? If someone has to come to visit, whether it's for maintenance work, whether it's for the management team coming to visit the staff, whether it's a supplier or general friend, when the visitor comes in, how do you ensure the security? Do you have a place where they need to kind of register and their arrival time, leaving time, etc.? And as an organization, how do you ensure or prevent that unwanted intruders, things like that? Then in addition to that, now during this period, do you provide any temperature control or any control in the entrance when people return back to work to ensure they are not infected or having a high fever, so you can take a quick measure or action instead of they just going back to their room and infect other people, example. So these are the things that you might look for. In the yellow side or the text on the yellow, these are some of the suggestions or the areas that labor camp security might involve in. To protect staff, property, and their assets. Do they get their things get stolen? By whom? By their colleagues or co-workers. How do you ensure this will not happen? Or if it happens, how do you ensure this will be identified and resolved immediately? Security policies, procedures, guidelines, development, implementation, review and update, etc. The camera CCTV, another thing also, sometimes we ask, how long do you retain your recording? Is that recording that in 2 days will already be overwrite? And also the security, do you have people monitoring all the time? Or their security monitoring is only you know, when the security guards, after you had a whole wandering around in the whole camp, he goes back and look at it 5 minutes and goes somewhere else. So these are the things that you may look into once it comes to labor camp security. The next one is the job security. When it comes to job security, this is where the one of the question, one of the member, you remember you asked about downsizing and all this. This could be somewhere you might want to address here. So when we talk about job security, remember also one thing, that business is business. No one can guarantee 100% job security all the time through all the years. However, the essence here is organization, this company, do they take all the necessary measures and whatever things they can to protect their people's rights and take all the necessary to ensure the job security as much as possible for their people. Yeah, and of course, remember, by labor law, organization can fire the employees if employee purposely not performing and breaking the rules or breaking the laws, example. The labor law allows that. However, we want to ensure that the organization do not dismiss people unfairly or not proper, example, due to discrimination. They dismiss people because they know this lady just got pregnant and they don't want to later have problems related to her maternity, the leaves and the feeding time and all this. So when an organization, they also have the right to terminate people based on laws. However, when they dismiss people, do they really taking care or strike a balance between the company rights as well as minimize the negative impact on this human being and his family in reality, how they minimize the impact or negative impact related to this unfortunate event. So also, when the organization has no option but to right sizing or downsizing due to certain uncontrollable event, do they consult the concerned government bodies and follow the proper labor laws and guidelines? Like now, example, during this time, if many organizations, they have extended paid leave, then extended unpaid leave, then extended employee become kind of non-work for a month or so. So until they finally say we have no option but to right-size certain people, then how do we make sure we're taking off that in this difficult situation? So what are the special policies and practice we use during this to handling this difficult part? And also, do we as organizations, sometimes a few organizations I personally assessed what they said. They're saying job security, we not only looking at for our employees for their current job with us, we help them to look for long-term job security. So what do? We created in our organization a career path for an employee coming with zero skills whatsoever. Then we can train them, develop their skills, and then they can, based on their skills and capability and with their annual tests and assessment, they will be able to climb this career ladder to become a specialist in their area, in the skills based. So even for whatever reason, voluntarily leaving us or contract finish, they have to leave, that they can find jobs elsewhere quite easily because now they got a skill base. So different organizations, they look into differently. Some organizations, they will say, because the nature of our business are project-based construction, this Expo 2020 projects finish in a few months' time, and the employees, when they finish those projects, we don't have other new project to carry on, so these are the people, they have to leave. What do we do with these people? We just to say goodbye and that's it, and good shake hands, or we trying to help them to find new alternative jobs, the job seeker assistance. So the HR manager or director may contact other HR director in the same industry, let's say other construction companies, to say, I have 300 of my well-trained, proper skilled workers will be available in January 2021. Do you want to take some of them? Then they help them with it. So this is where the job security may apply in real practice. So in one of the questions that we're suggesting here as an example is, what impact did COVID-19 have on the employees' job security? We know everybody worried because there's so many uncertainties facing all industries. What are the new measures taken by the company to ensure job security for your employees? Or when you're facing difficult decisions on right sizing, what kind of measures, what actions that you've taken to minimize the impact on your employees? These are the things that the company might want to address in their application. And these are the things, if it's relevant during your site visit, you might ask, depends on the situation again. So now, labor security. Let's pick something to ask. Let's see, what do we want for labor security? That's again split to two teams. Yeah, one is the security part. The second is the job security. So if you put one, that means the labor security. If you put two, that's the job security. So let's have that brainstorming part. Now, if you don't mind, I want you to formulate one sentence as a real question, as if you're going to ask. Earlier, we just said, you know, points and all this that we understand ourselves, so we can clarify. Now, I want you to formulate that into one complete sentence where, as if you're actually asking, say, I'm the company management team, which is facing you with this, this site visit, which kind of question you want to ask. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, some people will ask for one. So your question will be 1 dash whatever, job security, 2 dash, yeah, like that, exactly. Okay, so in case of termination, do you know your rights? This you're talking to the employees, right? In case you got terminated on your job, do you know what are your rights as employees? Okay. Okay, there's a question, say, do you have CCTV cameras in the camp? That's more of a yes, no question, right? Maybe you want to formulate that into like, how many CCTV cameras do you have in your camp and where are they positioned, example? In case you are running a downsizing process due to COVID, okay, based on what criteria do you, absolutely, that's a very good one, yeah. This may also, yeah, this can cover here, this also in a way, partially touch the fairness, non-discrimination in a way. Are you on which base? Are you first, I mean, last in, first out, or are the people who is about to retire or whatever reason? Okay. What measures are in place for control of alcohol and drugs abuse? Absolutely. One of the challenges many of labor camp they face is people trying to smuggle in alcohol, and usually labor camp have strict law, not allowed. What are the measures ensure? Okay, what are the measures you take and implement to ensure the job security? Yeah, then exactly this you can open a kind of a conversation. Do you, okay, well, how is, now you fast. When your position made redundant, is your company supporting you? What kind of support do they provide for you until you exit? Okay. What are the job turnover ratio in your organization? This question, job turnover, this could be maybe your question to the HR, I think probably more realistic, they can tell you. And this can refer back to the result part where we have the, you know, job turnover rate and stuff like that. How is the organization ensure the security of personnel within the accommodation with regards to, how is the organization ensure security of personnel with regards to fights? Oh yeah, that happens as well. People in difference, that's true. There are conflicts, arguments, and how do you handle that? Very good question. Okay, how do you ensure that employees you mean motivated, right? Is that what you're trying to say? How do you ensure employees are motivated and engaged and committed to their jobs during the pandemic to ensure the job security? Is that what you're trying to say, maybe?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, okay. What are measures in labor camp to avoid labor bullying? This is the fights again, yeah. You see, that's true. When you have a big number of people living in the same place and they're from different cultural background, probably speaking different language, have different habits and living different environments, suddenly they all come into this new place, you tend to have conflict for sure. In case of redundancy, how soon the employees get there? Oh, very good. That's true. In case of this is the fair pay aspects in a way. Do you ensure redeploy of staff? Oh, that's an interesting question, right? That's their staff has left. Sometimes they voluntarily leaving, then they want to re-employ back, or the people you kind of finish the contract, you willing to re-employ them back. Yeah, okay. Okay. How do you make sure employees are aware about the obligations and rights? You mean about the job security related, right? Because if it's an obligation rights, remember we talk about the employee rights and yeah. So here you talk about, okay. So when we ask questions, by the way, we try to specific to that, because remember, you are, when you're talking to the company representatives, they're not sure which one you're talking about. Or if you say criteria 1.4, you said, okay, which one? They're probably not aware. So you always structure your things, make it very clear so they can answer straight away. Is there execution measures in case of legal breach? You mean legal breach of the security, yeah? So in this case,
that's
you
correct.
want to say that, yeah, if there's a breach of the security rules in your labor camp, example, in your factory, that someone entered or break in, what kind of escalation or actions that the organization will take, things like that. Okay. Okay, very good. We have very interesting questions come in. Yeah. Oh, there's something in the chat. Sorry. Okay. Is there any question? Safa, this is a question to be here, or you are asking a general question? I'm not sure. Is there any announced procedure related to labor security at your organization? Let's use the app. You know, when you use the app, whatever you're saying is easier to show on the one category. Okay, so now, okay, what the protocol to access? That's true. We have the CCTV footage. Who has the right to access? Is that the security department? Is that the security? Is that the camp? They have a camp boss or camp manager? Who is the one who has the right to access that? Or who has the right to ensure these are retained proper and safe? Absolutely, good questions. Okay, let's move on. Yeah. What time is it? Someone please.
Can we take a break?
Yes, exactly. I just was trying to say, I said, what time is it? Let's have a break. I need a reminder because when I present, I don't see the timing. Perfect. Okay. Let's have a break. And
I reminded you in chat box.
A little bit later. Let's come back at 1:10. Is that okay? 1:10, everybody back. And by the way, you don't have to log in again if you want to. It's up to you. So we have a break now. We come back at 1:10, continue our session. Thank you very much, everybody. Really, you all involved and engaged. I'm really happy with that. So collectively,
thank you, Sue.
It's working. Yeah, have some coffee, have some food, have some sweets. See you in a bit. Take care, everybody. Let me stop sharing. Okay. And let me get the screen share. Okay. I think there's someone in the background. There's a lovely baby has complained about the Friday session, I think. So can we have that, yeah, the mic to be muted. Okay. Okay, we will carry on. And oh, some people coming.
Yes, Sue. Hi.
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you please, is it possible to send us the list of questions we answered in the last exercise?
I will see later on, because right now I'm in the presentation. After the session
not now.
Yeah, later
not now.
on I will try to. Also, again, maybe later on we need to get them more organized, you know what I mean? Because sometimes,
yes.
you know, it doesn't make sense. That will be just a duplication. Maybe sometimes
Yes.
we'll see, like you see in real face-to-face, what we do, we used to ask the team to help us to collect, then they reorganize that, and end with consolidate together. But because it's virtual,
Yes,
it's
sure.
quite difficult to get everybody, you know, involved. And now also we have about 28 to 30 people overall, so it's a little bit challenging. But yes, I will try to collect those online and see what we can do later on about it. Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
some
Thank
of the questions really good. That's why in the session, I'm trying even to highlight those good questions to rephrase so everybody can hear it as well. Okay, sure. So we will move forward now. Okay, we're starting the 1.5, the last sub-criteria in the criteria 1 fundamental part. This one, we're talking about 2 elements: job recruitment, wages, benefits, and incentives. These are the critical for every employee. So the job recruitment, let's go on to the details of that. Okay, when we talk about job recruitment, as we know, every organization, they should have a proper recruitment policy, process, and system in place. So here we'll be looking into how do they develop, who involved into develop those policies and systems. And also a lot of organizations, they have their kind of workforce planning. They call manpower planning, workforce strategy, etc. And in order to create job opportunities for job seekers. In here, when we talk about recruitment, we need to look at various things, right? In the recruitment, we need to make sure that recruitment process is a fair process. There's no discrimination applied in the recruitment. The recruitment for those jobs are really based on the skills and the competencies identified for the jobs. And the people who are recruited are the ones who should match their requirements. If it's for kind of workers or those, they also, even you recruit unskilled workers, you also need to make sure that these other people have the right attitude, the right ability to learn if they need to be trained from scratch. When we talk about recruitment, also, we may look at this organization. Do they encourage internal recruitment? Do they allow their people to work on different jobs, a job rotation? Or example, I joined this organization as a cleaner, but on the career path, I noticed that I can become maybe a basic technician or whatever if I go through that path. Will I be given the opportunity to learn, to develop into a different path, example? Also, do you allow internal promotion to supervisory and other jobs? So different organizations, they may need to look into all those recruitment related area. So when it's come to the recruitment of this, from our interaction with some organization as assessor, quite interesting. For example, one organization, they said, we have our specific recruitment agency in India, in 3 states in India. However, our HR team representatives still traveling to there a few times a year to actually be part of the recruitment interview process, because we want to really know the people, and we really want to make sure the people we recruit, even the basic laborers and workers, are the ones we require as our future talents and our talent pool. Then there's something one company told us unbelievable as well, quite interesting to share. They're saying, we went to India and we recruited this person for this job, and he is actually a skilled person for that particular job, and everything is perfectly fine. Then when the person actually arriving to Dubai, when we picked them up from the airport, the group of them arrived, suddenly we realized the person actually arrived to Dubai is a different person who has no skills whatsoever. This the younger brother of that gentleman who did the interview, who did the whole recruitment process. But when they sending people over, they sent his brother because that person did the interview, everything used his brother's identity. And then they say, what do we do as a company? Do we send him back because they cheated us? They send us a different person and this person does not meet our basic requirements for the job. Then they're saying, after reconsideration of that, we decided to give him a chance that he been putting into this general helpers pool and learning the basic to be, you know, like basic helps for all kind of jobs could be. So then they said, in order for us to prevent such thing happening in the future, we even ensure that our recruiter locally there, they will have the proper passports, the fingerprints, and all this will be done for the members who actually recruited. So when they land here, we can do identity cross-referencing. Can you imagine what people can do when it comes to recruitment? It's unbelievable. Now, on the other side, also, if we talk about the positive side, some organization, when we interview the employees, so sometimes we ask kind of, you know, how long you have been working in this place? Will you recommend this company, the same company to your family and friends and all this? So this one was so proud to say, he said, I'm not only recommended for my family and friends, I've been here for last 12 years and nearly half of our village are in Dubai now because we were so happy with the company and what they taking care of us. You see, these are the extreme practice versus the good practice. So different organizations, they use different recruitment policies and systems, but however, we need to make sure their recruitment system and the practice is ethical, and these are skill and competence-based. There should be clear job requirements for the job, and there should be equal opportunities when they're having for the candidates. And also, it depends on the nature of the business and the type of recruitment, will they give opportunity for people with determination. This is like the people with disability, certain disability. Will they still have the chance to take part of certain jobs that where their disability will not be a burden to performing of that job? And also, do they, as a company, yes, we have our policies, procedures, process. However, because we outsource the entire recruitment to an agency, how do we as the company ensure that agency totally complying with our policy and the procedures? Do we do evaluation? Do we do assessments or compliance audit type of thing for our recruitment agency in order to ensure that whoever doing our recruitment job is fully taking care of the requirements as what we said in our policy, strategy, and plans? You see, so these are the things that assessors or the company might look into when they're talking about recruitment. Okay, the next thing is the wages, benefits, and incentives. Here, the focus of this sub-criteria element is about will the people, because remember we talk about the employees' happiness or engagement. One of the major factor impact that is the wages, benefits, and incentives, right? This not only apply to the basic labor force, even for other employees even feel quite concerned when they're looking for a job. So here we want to make sure this organization participated in the awards, they have a proper prepared, documented, approved, comprehensive policy or plans or strategy related to the labor pays, whether it's wages, benefits, incentives, etc. And also, sometimes as assessor, it's difficult to ask, are you as organization providing a competitive and fair pay? They will say, yes, of course, we provide a very, fair payment. So we meet the minimum salary requirement by the government and by whatever. So here, some good organization, what they said our HR department, every year, they do a kind of a survey, or they sometimes ask the recruitment agency or whatever, the third party independent company to do a kind of a salary study for their industry or for their type of jobs to see what kind of salary range is the industry norm in the Emirates of Dubai, example. Then they say our pay usually within that. Sometimes organization, they will say, example, because we are smaller organization compared to those giants in our industry. So our salary may look a little bit less compared to their salary. However, we give much more opportunities for our employees to have additional benefits and incentives based on their actual contribution or on their performance. So we use alternative benefits to counterbalance the so-called financial pay only. So different organizations has different methods when it comes to this based on their strategy and competitiveness as well. And when we talk about pay, of course, we discussed that earlier, the overtime pay, the hazard for pay. Example, right now, pandemic frontline workers, they have been exposed to the virus and there's much higher risk than the others. Do you have a special kind of benefits for them? Some organizations, they say we have a special insurance or life insurance made for those people because of the special situation, example. And also, when we talk about pay, of course, you cannot avoid, these are the minimum requirements, which is, do you pay your staff salaries on time? Of course, by law and by Ministry of, Morris requirements that all salaries every month has to go through the WPS and on time. However, does every organization do that? Also, the WPS or the on-time payment, is that only related to my salary, where I also receive my overtime pay on time, where I receive my leave pay on time, where I receive the end of service benefits when I leave the company? Remember one of the member I noticed, we discussed that earlier in one of the suggestions there. Do we get that payment on time? Or I have to wait for 6 months or 5 months to get my end of service benefits? So these are the things that they need to look into. Then there's another thing might apply to few companies now during the pandemic, may not, depends on the situation again, that some companies in certain industry that impacted heavily by the pandemic, they saying we have to do a salary cut across board or for certain level of the employees. Then in here, that they need to also, you may want to look into how do they decide on the salary cuts? Do they inform their employees about the cuts? And are their employees receive their payments on time, etc. So these are the things that you might want to look into. Also, sometimes organizations say, in order for us not to make our people, some of our people lose their jobs permanently, we decided to have unpaid leave, put them temporary. Remember the airline industry, some of them went on unpaid leave, or the hospitality, where everything was shut down for a couple of months. So this, when the organization has to apply those unpaid leave or temporary reduction of salaries, this is where you need to look into how do they handle that, what kind of special measures they do, and are these the things that in compliance or consultation with the relevant government agencies and guidelines like that. Okay, so again, now we go into a short discussion. These two are quite easy, right? So these two, again, that's divided. You pick whatever the question or what are the sub-criteria element you want to ask. Now, let's make it a little bit more stricter. The question you ask, make sure that is a proper formulated question. Make sure this is not a yes and no answer. Make sure that the language used is very clear, that anyone read it will understand without to come back to you to verify it. And that's really address the core or the area that the company might oversight. Okay, let's keep this in mind when we come up with specific questions. So we continuously improve as well through our session today. Okay, so the 1.5, recruitment and wages. Remember, we have one's about recruitment, the other one about the wages. So 151, recruitment. If you want to answer that, 151. If you want to answer the one related to wages, 152. Okay? Yeah, think about it, then you type. Because to be honest, when I type on my phone, a lot of typo errors showing because usually we go too fast. Yeah, think about it, let's put it. And keep in mind also, those, whatever we think about, trying to focusing on the labor themselves, labor force from their point of view. Because yes, cut salaries from the CEOs, even they stop salary for a month or two, they still can survive easily. But when you cut salary, example, for a labor of 1,300, how would you ensure, or you delay? Things like that we keep in mind, yeah. So one of the questions coming up, how do you measure the competence of the staff to be recruited? Very good. So in your recruitment process, how do you ensure the staff you recruited are meeting the job requirements and the competency required, right? Very good. What are the main criteria you use to assess the recruitment agency to make sure that impartial? Absolutely. That's, you see the recruitment, the agency, remember earlier we talked about the forced labor in a way, that's the agency, if they unfairly charging, if they sending unqualified people, if they do not do the proper procedure, this could be a issue that impact you by end of the day. Could you please show us the list of employees who left the organization in the past year and details of end of service benefit to them? Oh, okay. So you want to make sure service benefit are paid to the people who actually left the company. Okay. What is the career progression for different roles? This is the recruitment, yeah? You're talking about. Okay, does your company recognize and reward employees based on annual performance? Do they have an award system? This one, you know, the recognition and reward, I will leave that for later on when we talk about the recognition, reward, and the performance part. Okay, does the company provide you with opportunity to grow and develop? Okay, that's the development again. Is there any professional development activities provided? Okay. What are your procedure related to salary issues in case you close? Ah, okay. So this is an example. In case for whatever reason the business has to be closed temporarily or permanently, how do you ensure your employees will be paid and on time and they will be priority? Of course, by law, if a company that has to go for bankruptcy, that employees should be paid. Okay. How you ensure that the recruitment agency meets the company policy, procedure, compliance? Okay. What is your strategy to financially reward workers to ensure their long-term loyalty? Okay. How, yeah, you know, many questions, very good. Later on, after we cover all the sub-criteria, you will know which question goes to which sub-criteria most relevant, you know. But a very interesting question come up we have. How do you make sure that you are paying the employees properly based on technical competencies? What are the criteria to determine which categories belong to? Okay, that's very good. Yeah, to ensure fairness. That's a good one. Okay, I need to go faster because too many questions to look from top down now. Okay, how many times you as staff have promoted either through internal? Okay, have you been promoted? You know, sometimes when I talk to the employees, they will tell you, they said, you know, 8 years ago when I came to this country, I have no skills. Right now, I mean, there I gone through the development on this. Right now, I am the supervisor for XYZ, the whole thing, and there are 50 people under me, example, yeah. How many times, how was the recruitment policy developed? How you assess this policy? What do you mean by assess this part? The first one I understand well. How was the recruitment policy developed? Who were involved? What is based on? Whatever. How do you draw the on wages to match the market? Okay, this one, how do you draw the maiden on wages to match the market? Maybe the wording you change a little bit, but I understand the meaning. Yeah, to see that compare your salary to the market, are you more or less in the middle range? What are the criteria for promotion? This should be linked to the employee performance. Okay, this will be more for comments now, huh? Yeah, so you want to say, what are the criteria for promotion? Are your promotion linked to the employee's performance? Do you get employees' agreements on salary reduction? Yeah, exactly. Do you get their consent before you actually cut? Okay. How many nationalities are working in your organization? There is a red line. What do you mean by a red line for some nationalities? You mean they will block this nationality to recruit? You mean this is more of maybe of a diversity or non-discrimination bit? Is that what you're trying to say? So here you want to say that when you recruit, that you will allow different nationalities, give them the opportunities, not only from, let's assume the general manager is from this town in India. So all our entire labor force is all from his own hometown, example. Is that what you're trying to say, maybe? How the companies really communicated to the employees? Ah, okay, interesting. That's why, how often do you educate? Maybe not often educate them, but how do you ensure that your staff are aware of the wages, benefit, and incentives that impact them or related to them, right? Okay. The number of complaints received from employees about salaries. Ah, okay. What kind of actions? Okay. You see, sometimes that we have to be careful as well. I mean, keep in mind, sometimes this is what we meant by the employees, even they are underpaid. Sometimes they are afraid to lose their jobs or to be sent home, that they don't dare to even ask for their rights. Let me share you another extreme case actually happened in one of the companies. Our team, at the end, they said, no way, we refuse to assess this company because they are not fair. You know what they did? Quite interesting. They signed a double contract. So they signed one contract with the employee of a lower salary. Then they signed another contract with the employee of a little bit higher salary. Then they say to the employees that if you want your salary paid on time, we will pay you the lower salary every month. If you're willing to wait for another, say, 30 days, so it means every 60 days, instead of 30 days or some allowance for delay, then we will pay you the higher salary. So what do you think the employee will do? They have no option, right? And this is not a legal practice altogether, but because they said, I need my money on hand, I want a little bit more for the 100 dirhams or 200 dirhams, okay, I'm willing to delay my salary, not because I want to, because I have no option. You see what I mean? There are really unbelievable practice as well. This is happening in the beginning. The first year when we did the assessment, we were shocked to see some companies. They are, what surprised us as well, they could be big names in the industry, but their practice, they're squeezing every penny out of their employees, you know, especially the poor employees. Then you have those smaller companies, and they're doing really, they're taking care of their people in the best way they can, which is really fantastic. Okay. I will not read every single one now. Now I feel after lunch or the prayer break, our creative juice are really coming, and I'm really happy everybody chip in and the engagement. So this will really help overall as the team. We will move on to the next section, which is the criteria 2. Because criteria 2 compared to criteria 1, organizations tend to score a little bit less because this area has a lot of more soft, the communication, the engagement, the real culture, the soul of the human relation kind of, compared to criteria 1, more or less, these are the rules, regulations, policies, systems, and must-have things. The criteria 2 here, these 5 sub-criteria, these are the ones that really create this loyalty engagement when it comes to employees. And let me also highlight for you right now, among these 5, the one has the highest gap across board for all organizations collectively is the 2.4, creativity and innovation. Because apparently in many industries, especially the labor intensive industries, innovation and those are quite new to their industry. But to what we really feel kind of glad and really delighted in a way, once after the first year of Taqdeer Awards criteria introduced, when we visit companies, many companies started to put focus on this area. They said, we never even thought of this. But because we participated in the award, we realized we have nearly zero on this whole area. We decided to create, one of the companies said, we created a chief innovation officer. And this person's job is looking after the innovations throughout our entire organization. They said, we only introduced this job about 11 months ago, and now we're seeing great impact and achievement there. So this really making the difference. The whole objective of any award is really to promote the best practice and enable all the organizations, whether they participate in the world or they not, to really can continuously develop themselves for the better. Okay, let's go on to the real details. The labor relations. This is the first sub-criteria. In here, the points are spread over evenly to 3 main areas: non-discrimination, work environment, and the complaints and the grievances. So here, let's go on the first one. The non-discrimination. Sometimes people will say, we talk about non-discrimination, but in a way, they're also talking about you know, the fairness and all this. It's embedded into different practice. Totally agree. Because the non-discrimination here, we want to make sure this organization in their system and the practice that they do not discriminate against an individual or group of people or segment of their employees due to unfair reasons, such as nationality or the gender or the age or religion example, or the physical fitness level example. So different organizations, they need to make sure they have a non-discrimination policy in place. And the non-discrimination is happening in the organizations throughout their different operations.
Excuse me?
Yes, sure.
Can I ask questions?
Yeah.
Don't you think that this point, non-discrimination, was addressed in previous points like equal opportunities and
Equal
other points? I think
they are close, but not necessary to be exactly the same. Non-discrimination here could be the specific for one particular type of people or one particular type of individuals. Because as I'm saying to you, every area, because they are embedded into each other, so some area may touch the other. Because example, when you talk about recruitment, you have no option but not to mention that during the recruitment, part of this should be non-discrimination in recruitment, or you know. So yes, different area, they may touch upon each other. However, when you see the assessment, what is most relevant to here, to this sub-criteria, this is where the organization will address. Sometimes you may even see the same documented evidence. Example, they say in our HR policy, we have one part is non-discrimination. We have another part about, say, the code of conduct example. They will show you the same policy, but different section of it as the
excuse me, I mean that this point can be addressed in each policy. So we must set that there is no discriminations in recruitment, in equal opportunities, in selections, in any policies. This point should be taken in consideration.
That's true. That's true. That's what a good organization should have. Now they have in their policy, let's assume, they all say we have that. Now it will be how they ensure this is turned into real practice in the day-to-day operation. That's
okay,
where
thank
they,
Thank you.
Yeah. I agree with you, because again, you talk about whole organization, whole system. So everything you may touch in the corner. Remember earlier when we talk about labor camp, then people talk about medical related to that, or quarantine rooms. Yes, but you see where it fit most. That's where you address. Yeah. So now we talk about, based on similar thing, if you know, we talk about this non-discrimination, fairness, and all this, it will be always based on kind of whether it's on nationality, your age groups, or even your belief systems. Example, because I'm not a Muslim, you will not recruit me, or you will not give me promotion or whatever. Is that fair? No. Or because I'm from this region, not the same region as the bosses are, then I will not giving the proper rights and those, you know. So these are different. But overall, yes, you are right. They should have this policy in place. And usually they are part of the corporate policy or HR policy as part of it, for sure. Okay, the next one, work environment. Remember we talked about the labor camp and all this, but now here is the place where people actually working. Could be indoor, could be outdoor, could be in their factory, could be on the construction projects, could be, if I'm a cleaning company, could be people will be working in the, you know, the clinics or in the, I don't know, in the supermarkets or whatever the place might be, or the security guards example. So work environment, the purpose here is the organization, they need to make sure the work environment that their employees are taking their day-to-day tasks or carry out the tasks should be safe, free of hazards, virus, and they should be not have those ultra noise and pollution and all this. Sometimes they say, sorry, we're in a construction business. When they do the drilling and all this, the dust will be there. So in this case, if we link back to our previous PPE, what kind of measures you have in place to ensure this workplace is safe or the work environment is safe, right? And then also the work environment, we also related to the working hours as well. Based on the government's rules and regulations, there are working hours. Do your people apply that? Also, during summertime, if your people has to working on projects outdoor, do you apply this midday break properly during the summer months? And then there is something when talk about COVID-19 that, remember, many businesses were shut down during March, April, and early May. Then slowly different organization business reopening. So in this case, you as an organization or the company, how did you ensure you strictly follow the government's relevant authorities, guidelines, protocols to safely opening the business? If you read newspaper, you will notice frequently you will see news, municipality or the government shuts down some businesses or salons or gym or whatever because they not comply proper with the reopening guidelines. Here we're not talking about salons and those small companies, but similar procedures that when you ensure you will be safe reopening, do you provide your employees with the masks? Do you provide your employees with hygiene and sanitizing, washing and all these kind of facilities? These are the things that you might look into. Then also, when talk about work environment, sometimes if you say you have a major sites, that's not only your own workers working there, you also may have subcontractors working there. Well, those people also will have the same type of working and safe environments compared to your own employees because they are on your territory, on your work sites in a way. So these are the things that you might look for. Then in projects, especially outdoor construction projects, some good organization will they even have, they may have a first aid room on site because the construction going on for many, many months, sometimes a year. So in summertime, they use that room or they use something they call the heat stress room. That's in case one of the employees really got struck by the heat and have problem, immediately they can take kind of a quick action to help this person. Some organizations, they say, in the site, we have a indoor restroom or cooling room, whatever you call it, whereby the employee exposed to the heat too long, they can go there to relax, drinking water, that your body to adjust before they go back to the heat again. It's like the summer midday break. Yes, everybody will have a midday break, but where will the employee go or the construction worker go? Do they have a place where with shade and place where they can stay? These are the things. So again, based on the industry, what are the things relevant? Now the next one, complaints and grievances. Remember earlier, I remember someone mentioning, does people complain about their salaries or complain about living condition or whatever the things might be? So in here, we're looking at this organization. Do they have a proper structured way to allow employees, all people, not only the management, all people, including the people who cannot really write a proper formal complaint, to make a complaint or grievances? Do they also develop this kind of open, transparent kind of environment where their people feel safe, feel comfortable to raise their complaints? Then to whom they can raise the complaint, to which the channels they will be using? And some organizations, we have a complaint system in place, but the people living in the labor camp never even know how they're going to complain, other than they see a giant dusty box out there called a complaint box, you know. So these are the things. Now, when you seeing the complaint grievances, what you expect to see as documented evidence could be the sample complaint received, could be the resolution that they made after the receiving those complaints. There should be some kind of record, which kind of forms they use, which kind of channels they receive that. These are the things that they should cover as an organization. Okay, now brainstorming session again. Criteria 2.1. Which place you think we should have more discussion on, so we can focus on the questions related to that?
Work environment.
Working environment, okay. So how about this way? We have 30 people, so we can divide to 3. We can cover all. Non-discrimination, no need, because it's given. Yeah, let's do again 2. Working environment and the complaints and grievances. So the 212 is the working environment. 213 the complaints and the grievances. Let's brainstorm on that. Again, I will require you to write the proper sentence. Let's have the practice of we are writing proper questions, proper sentences as in real assessments. Okay. Very good. Yeah, work environment, there's a lot of interesting things can be done, because also think about this way. Remember we said the 4 industries: construction, manufacturing, free zone, and professional. So you can keep maybe one of type of companies in mind when you address this question. So I gave a lot of examples so far in the construction field. Maybe you can think of something in manufacturing field, you know, whatever you're familiar with, that will be very useful for us to address. Okay, how many complaints you have received during the last year? They will say, okay, 20. Now you can see example, how do you ensure that all your employees are fully aware of your complaint system and they are comfortably to participate in your complaint? Okay. What arrangements did you make for the midday break? Okay. Yeah, you want them to maybe to explain to you how their midday break practice and from when to when, and during midday break, what will your employees, where will they be, what will they do, etc. Okay. Okay. Yeah, very good. How do you, okay, what arrangement made work for first aid? What is the most frequent topic of complaints? Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Also, you want to know, you want to say this one, what is the most frequent topics of complaints that you received, example. Then what have you done? How do you address this? Because if people keep complaining of the same thing, maybe you need to enhance a system, introduce a new policy or a different practice to avoid, to prevent such a complaint, right? So that's an interesting question. Okay, what are the ways can employees submit anonymous complaints? How do they deal with them? Okay. By the way, one thing also to share with you, some organization we assessed, they even, because they said we are a global company, we even have a whistleblower kind of hotline that anyone in anywhere in the organization, if they spot something unethical or critical, they can call that hotline and make such alert for the management. Even they have whistleblower related to, say, the general manager's behavior or whatever. That is perfect fine. So different organizations have different additional kind of practice. Okay, what's the timing for lunch break? What can employee have their lunch break? Is there any process to get feedback on the work environment from employees? Okay, later on the result, we were trying to make sure, how do you, okay, what is your organizing complaint? Yeah, there's something maybe you want to ask, because again, remember, these are the workers. If you ask them, most of them, they prefer to be silent, right? Because I'm a poor worker, you ask me to complain, anything happened to me, what will happen, kind of. So you need to maybe to see how this, you as an organization, make the people really feel comfortable, feel safe, feel, you know, that they can raise a complaint without worry about their supervisors going to, you know, get back on them. Okay. How do you ensure that enough lighting at, okay, lighting, okay. Yeah, depend on the type of work, that's true. How do you educate staff? Okay, is there process, okay, what is time, what's the practice you feel, what is the practices you feel pride about, and how, and many organizations ask you about implementing the organization. You mean related to the work environment you're talking about? I think maybe this, what maybe this meant by what are the best practice that you really feel special in the area of this, that's a work environment, or what's the best practice you have in the complaint grievances system, etc. Right? Okay. How do you? What do you mean? How do you readiness complaints and grievances?
So that is redress. Redress. How do you redress complaints and grievances?
Sorry, yeah. Okay. Because the fonts were, oh, silly me, I can click and make it live, but the speed coming too fast. So when I click, I don't see the other one. If a non-threatening atmosphere is created, so the employees feel free. How do you ensure non-threatening atmosphere? Okay, very good. How do you deal with the complaint related to work environment? Okay, how do you address that? Also, maybe who are the people who review those complaints, right? Is that the HR? Is that the immediate supervisor? How do you, you know, do you have also, when it comes to formal grievances, do you have a team, committee, or whoever to look into that, address that? These are, yeah, these are HR, good HR practices. How the organization ensure earnest persistence. Okay, this is similar. Okay, that's true. Remember earlier we said about social distance. How about work environment that you ensure that there will be distance between employees? Example, sometimes organization, they say cafeteria will do shifts or rotation. In the old days, everybody go to cafeteria at the same time. Now we say, no, your lunch break, this hour to this hour you go. So we have less capacity. Then next batch go this hour to this hour or this period. Yeah, that's different practice. How do you make sure the impartiality when you are dealing with complaints and grief? Okay, how you ensure fairness, right? Very good. Are you comfortable raising complaints? Okay. This is about the employees. If you have an interview with a group or individual employees, have you had any complaints in the last 3 years? Have you heard any of your colleagues made a complaints in this area? Or if you have a complaint that's regarding this thing important for you, do you know what to do? Do you know who you go to? Yeah. What are your plans to improve the work environment? Okay. Okay. I think not bad, not bad. We have some good thoughts here, right? Everybody comfortable? Shall we move on? Yeah, very good. Okay, the next one is communication and feedback. I think most of the complaints and dissatisfaction often coming from communication parts. And also remember, we are in such a cross culture, cross language, cross everything. Communication is really key. And also when you have different level of members to communicate is different. That's why I've been saying to our team today that when we're communicating to the laborers themselves, it's totally different when we're talking to our colleagues or the management team. So we have to, even for us to interact with them, we have to take care of that. Imagine the organization in their operations, vertically, horizontally, how they ensure the communication and feedback. So in this area, we address another 4 sub area, communication channels and dialogue. Which kind of channels and dialogue this organization create for two-way communication with their employees. Performance appraisal and recognition. Remember earlier someone was suggesting things about performance, rewarding, recognition. This will come to the 222, this sub-criteria elements. The next one, involvement and freedom of opinion. Remember here, are we free to express our opinion as a worker? Even I'm the lowest grade in the entire organization, am I free to say what I think of this particular issue? Internal and external audit. Okay, let's go on the first one. communication channels and dialogue. Here we want to make sure organizations do not only have one way pushing, you know, the push methods. We want to make sure this is a kind of engaged dialogue kind of communication. So as we know, organization, they need to communicate important things and things related to employees to everyone throughout the organization. There are usually formal, informal communication channels. So in the organization we're assessing, in the organization that we are assessing, we need to see which kind of communication channels that they have established with their employees, especially with the labor groups, to have a better dissemination of information to them. And also, when we talk about communication, the channel, we also have to talk about what are the contents you want to communicate, in which language and which format. Example, if we want to telling people about the importance of hand wash, hygiene, and all this during the current months, example, which method do we use? Do we send a memo officially writing about the importance and all this, describe it? Or we are making a multimedia kind of animation or pictures or drawings or with some kind of guidelines, or we have our supervisor in front of our employees showing them how to do it. Different ways of communication, you see. Then what content you communicate? Do you share with your employees those work-related information, data, or performance expectations? Remember, we talk about job description, job requirements, what is expected from you. Even in many organizations, when you do performance appraisal, a lot of employees, especially the lower level, they don't even know what is expected from them. So when they've been evaluated, they have no idea why they have been evaluated based on those. So do you communicate all this information that related to their job, related to their well-being, related to them as a person through the right channel that's suitable for them, not suitable for the organization only? Example, say our company is a French joint venture in the UAE. So we decided to communicate to our workers recruited from Bangladesh in French. Will they understand? Of course not. What's the purpose of having the language in that method, you know, because of the CEO can read it? No. So there are also various channels. Could be the formal channel, memo, email, those, but these are the ones you use for communicating to supervisors or the office-based stuff. But when you're communicating to employees, you may have the face-to-face meetings. You may have those focus groups. You may have some kind of brainstorming sessions if you want to. You may have briefing sessions. Remember earlier we talked about the toolbox, the daily briefing, the constantly involvement. And also now everybody got a phone and got the social media thing. Some organizations utilize those internal communication channels to send their employees notifications and things like that. Now, when we talk about the communication channel and dialogue, also the organization need to show that do they develop, evaluate, and enhance the effectiveness of those communication and the multi-channels that they use between the management and the labor force themselves. So when we talk about the dialogue, also we need to make sure the organization do provide opportunities for the employees to discuss things related to them. Remember earlier someone was saying, do we have a dialogue to discuss or address the concern we have that the bus every day we have to wait 1.5 hours for the bus to come in the morning and another 2 hours when the bus comes in the evening to pick us up? Can we have a dialogue to talk with the management to organize in a better way? Example. So here, if you look at the yellow side, we talk about the policies, systems, procedures in place. We talk about the channels, the frequency, the contents, the language format, the accessibility. Yes, you communicated all this in the official email and memo where employees at the front line or the workers on the factory, they have no official email. They have no computer to access. What's the point, right? So one of the questions, if you look down, the blue one, one of the questions you ask related to the pandemic will be, how did your company ensure effective communication with employees during the COVID-19 pandemic? Remember, some sites shut down, some office people has to work from home, and some people has to be on the field in the front line. How do you ensure effective communication in this unusual setting or period? These are the things that an excellent organization could differentiate from a good organization. You see what I mean? So these are the things focusing on the communication channels and dialogue. The next one, performance appraisal and recognition. Here the focus about how would the organization evaluate the performance of that employees, and based on the performance, they get recognized and rewarded. Here, again, I want to remind you that we're talking about the workers. A lot of workers, they do not have a proper performance appraisal form like we receive ourselves or we do to our staff. Many of those unskilled workers or limited skilled workers, that their performance are really based on skills. So this is something you need to keep in mind. However, as an organization, what we're looking into, we need to make sure that this organization is committed to develop and implement a proper policy and system to ensure fairly and effectively to recognize, to evaluate, recognize, and motivate their employees, including all labor forces in the organization. Some organizations, they only do the performance appraisal up to a certain level. Then they say the workforce, we just ignore that based on the supervisor's verbal rating. Adopt best practice while implementing the approved appraisal and recognition systems. So organization, they need to really, when they develop the system, they need to ensure they kind of adopt the best practice that most suitable for their operation business, as well as for their type of labor force as well. So what do we look into in this case? Do they have a performance appraisal system in place as organization? What are the type of performance evaluation criteria they have in place to evaluate different type of employees? And especially when it comes to the certain type of labor force, what kind of performance evaluation criteria they use? How do they ensure fairness and transparency during this process? And once the performance gaps are identified, what do? Okay, performance evaluation down, there's a gap for me in this area. So what do you do for me as a worker? Do you send me for retraining? Do you give me special help on this? Or do you transfer me from this job to a different type of job for more skill related area, example? So which means the skill development part. Then, do you have performance-based increments or consequences? When we talk about performance, if people doing very well, what will they get? If people doing really bad, what will happen to them? This is where the performance consequences. And will people be recognized and get a promotion or increase or different benefits if they really doing a great job when it comes to this? So these are the things that one as assessors or the organization may focus on when we talk about performance appraisal and recognition. The next one is involvement and freedom of opinion. As we all know that we want employees coming to the workplace, not take their brain, leave on the door, just coming as a machine. We want to bring all their intelligence, all their capabilities, know-how, and creativity as well. So how do we involve our employees in the work they do? And how do we ensure that they feel free to have their opinion? Do they feel that they can speak out, example? So here we talk about continuous interaction with all labor groups by sharing with them information, company plans, their objectives, the projects coming up, so people will know, oh, after we finish this, we have the tallest building in so-and-so region will be us, we will be building that. Or the latest policies or systems or whatever the things related to their work. So provide employee the freedom to express their opinion, needs, and expectations. Do we listen to them? Some organizations, they say we conduct focus groups. Some, I mean, most organizations, we also have employee surveys. We have their discussion. We have sometimes special meetings just to discuss certain points. In order, all organizations doing all this was for, is to enhance their employees' trust, loyalty, and confidence in a way. Do we also involve them or give them the chance to speak, or give them the chance to have their opinion on work related and on decision making? Later on, we'll emphasize more. Later on, we have a decision making and empowerment bit. So here, the focus on there is when me as a worker or as a labor, that I have a kind of concerns or opinion, do I feel comfortable to speak it out? Sometimes could be a simple suggestion, could be just a comment or something. Sometimes organization, what they do, they will say, okay, for our organization, we're going to enhance the labor camp facilities. Instead of we just getting a contractor to do the job, or we're asking the contractor to say this is how they're going to do, we said we will involve the people or the representatives of the people living on the camp. Now we discuss with them what are the things that they want to improve, what are things really important for them, which are the things that then based on their feedback, then we organize the plans and those and implement, you see? So some organizations, they say, you know, talking to thousands of staff is not really practical. So what we do, we ask the staff to nominate their representatives, that those representatives will representing their staff to give voice. One of the company, very interesting as well, they say because we provide staff meals, and you know, people every day eating the same or similar thing every week, they get fed up. So every now and then we do the menu change. Instead of the kitchen or the chefs decide what menu will be implemented, we give them menu options. Now we ask the staff representatives to choose between those, and based on their decision, we implement. So different type of actions in the organization. The next one is internal, external audits, the last element. Here we all know that every organization carry out audits, internal or external. However, when we talk about the audit here, we're not really concerned about the financial audit. We are more looking into the audit related to the Taqdeer awards concerned area, which is audit of your HR policies, systems, and those. Audit of occupational health and safety related issues. Audits, your facility audit. Do we audit our labor camp? Do we audit our working facilities? Do we audit our suppliers, example? So these are the internal, external audits that organization might share with you in this sub-criteria elements. Then also, when you talk about audits, those audits should be carried out by qualified auditors. Could it be internal, could it be external, depends on what type of audits you carry out. Then of course, there will be audit reports, right? Once the audit reports come out, what do you do as an organization? Do you take corrective actions? So as evidence in this area, many evidence could be, example, the list of audits they carry out annually, example, could be the sample audit reports, could be the corrective actions they taking as an example. So various examples they may share with you or discuss with you on that.
Excuse me, can I ask
sure.
a question?
Sure.
For this point, the internal and external audit, it is a must. Suppose that the company is a small one, okay? So it is a must for this action to bring auditors from outside and make this.
They can be internal auditor. They can be, example, I'm a small company. I want to audit the facilities in our labor camp. So what I do, maybe I send my safety officer, or maybe I send the HR team member, or a team that consists of different departments. They do a facility audit on the.
So it depends about the size of the company and the context there.
Absolutely, everything in the context, exactly. That's why we say internal or external, because depends on the organization. Some organizations say all our audits we outsource. Why should I do ourselves? Or but again, A lot of safety audits they do internally as well, because usually they have safety departments because of the nature of business, you see. So yeah, that's true. That's true. And also, remember earlier we talked about your supplier, your recruitment agents. Let's use that example again. Your recruitment agents, they did this. You might do compliance audit for them on their compliance to your policy procedures, right? So these are the ones can be carried out by your own HR department or by your procurement or outsource department. You know, depends on what's the nature of that. I totally agree. Okay, so now we covered the key 4 points here. I think the next one, if I'm not mistaken, will be click. Okay. So which area should we talk about? Which area you think will add more value? The obvious area, maybe we don't have to spend much time. The areas that you think really by brainstorming that will add value to everybody, that's the area we will focus on. Do you want to talk about communication? Yeah, communication.
That's key.
I think communication is the key.
Yeah, exactly. Because this is where differentiate the good and the average, and a lot of problem there. Yeah. Then maybe we talk about appraisal and the motivation is part. So 2 to 1, 2 to 2. What do you think? We take 2 parts. Can you put the code in front so we will know which one we relate to? Are we related to the appraisal, or we'll talk about communication channel? Because to be honest, the fund is small. I need to look into what kind of topics you use to discuss with your employees. What are the consequences of those discussions? I think sometimes you need to be a little bit more specific. You know why? If it's too wide, they will say, we talk about different topics. I'm the supervisor, so I'm talking about the safety and, you know. So if you want to drill down more specific, depending on the context, you can focus. But that's true. Which type of topics do you discuss with your employees? How often do you do that? And what do you do after discussion? If they have suggestions related to that or whatever. Okay. What's that? Well, what are the communication means? You mean channels you're talking about? The communication channels you use to communicate with employees. Okay. What kind of communication channels? What kind of communication channel that your employees like most when it comes to communicating with them on ABCDE? Example, they may say, my employee prefer to have a WhatsApp message. My employee prefer to have a demo video, example. How do you record the communication, you mean? Yeah. How do you record those important communications?
Yes.
Yeah. This is a long one. Let me read it before the other one. Are all media channels being employed by the organization communicating employees? I think this is a little bit too assessors language. Let's break down to smaller. I understand what you wanted to know. Which kind of media communication channels do you use? Do you use electronically? Do you use digitally? Or you say, can you give me an example? Do you use digital, video, audio, whatever? Can you give us 1 or 2 examples related to that? Yeah. Okay. And also you may ask them example, how do you ensure your communication channel can break the barrier due to the education level of your people, or because we don't speak English or whatever? Yeah, exactly. Sorry, 2 to 1. That's what I'm talking about right now. Yeah. And how do you communicate with employee with channels? Okay, similar. How often do you run employee satisfaction survey? Okay. Mechanism process reference employees. How do you give a constructive feedback? Ensure. Oh, that's interesting. That's true. Yeah. How do you give a constructive feedback? Ensure the performance improvement for employees. What is performance? No, please. This one, our objects. Do not ask what is performance management metrics. We are not here as a teacher making an exam, you know. So you can ask them, how do you ensure that employees' performance are measured? Which kind of criteria do you use, whatever, you know what I mean? Because here we're not really kind of interview or audit the HR department per se, you know. Here we're talking about their performance measurement, performance system, keep in mind about their labor force, you know. What is the process to check effective? How do you evaluate the effectiveness of your communication? You use all these channels, you communicate these kind of messages to your workers, and do you know which kind of channels are most effective? How do you evaluate that? Okay. What are the main performance appraisal criteria? And how do you recognize high performers? Okay, what are the criteria you use to evaluate the performance of your employees? And how would you recognize the high performers? Those good performers, what do you do to engage them and motivate them to perform, and to continue their good performance in the future, right?
Excuse me, can I ask if there is a plan for the internal communications, and if there is an evaluation of the of this plan?
Sorry, again, what is it? You want to say if the organization has a communication plan, you mean?
Yes.
You can ask that. However, keep in mind that the communication plan, usually they are focusing on the formal communication. And
no, I mean, if there is an internal communication plan, okay,
to their employees and those, yes, you can ask if they have those. Because example, if the communication channel could be part of the communication plan. But keep in mind,
I can't hear
every
you
single
clearly.
Organization have that. Organizations may have different practice, different ways, so may not name them as a communication plan.
Please, if anyone, I can't hear you clearly, please.
Huh? Okay, wait. Can you hear now? Is that better?
Yes, yes.
Okay. What I'm trying to say, Havla, that if the organization has a clear internal communication plan, will be brilliant. But keep in mind, not every organization will have that. They may have different practice under different names. If you simply ask, do you have an internal communication plan? They will say, sorry, we don't have. Doesn't mean you don't have those, you know. So you can dig down, then you may find out they have certain, but they not necessarily have a structured plan in such a way. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes. Right. Yes.
Good. How can I
Thank you.
Communication issues? Okay. So this is all about communication. Okay. I think people love communication, right? How many times you will how many times you will improve for the appraisal? Do you mean how often do you review your performance appraisal system and enhance it? Is that what you're trying to say? How would you make sure employee express their opinion? Do you use to train them on the communication skills? How do you communicate the performance management process? We have a lovely baby in the background. He's cute. I don't know if she's or he is cute. How do you communicate the performance management process? Yeah, okay. That's true. Because especially for the workers, if you say performance appraisal, they don't even know what you're talking about. But if they say, you ask them, each year, how do they evaluate your work to see you are doing well or not doing well? What do they do on that? Then he will be able to tell you. The management or my supervisor evaluate my work. Supervisor give me feedback constantly. Maybe every month the supervisor, or during probation period or the training period, the supervisor every month doing a evaluation, or every 3 months doing an evaluation. You know what I mean? So these depends on the level of the category and the industry practice. Does the organization has a centralized HR policy manual which is accessible for employees? This is very good for office staff. But if you are a worker on the construction site, do you really need to access the HR policy manual? Maybe not, but you should have a way to understand that. That means your supervisor or manager who has access to that, they communicate to you via the necessary channel for the things important related to your work. Yes, but in the policy and strategy, remember in criteria 1, this is where this information they should have as organization. Agree. Okay. Employee express appealing communication, those how frequent is there to socialize? Okay, online, offline. Okay, similar. Okay, great. We will, so I think everybody comfortable related to the communication and feedback, this sub-criteria, right? How do you convince the worker to speak freely without fear? Absolutely. How do you make sure that they will feel comfortable to talk about the thing? And that's why, in a way, you know, one of the practice we do when we go on site, when we physically can go on site, if the situation allows us to meet with the employees, you know what we do? We will tell them, the representatives that are coming with us from HR, whatever the operation, we said to them, could you please step away, give us some private time? We do a focus groups. Sometimes during the focus group, you will notice there's 1 or 2 members there, they kind of influence the others. The others don't dare to speak out because this 1 or 2 could be they consider spy for the management or whatever. Then you may even isolate them. You do 1-to-1 if necessary. So this is where, or sometimes what we do, when we go to labor camp, then you see people resting or randomly off duty somewhere. We just random go there, talking to people, catch up things. This is where you really see the real true voice, you know.
Can I ask, please, if the companies divide the staff according to categories? I mean, if the company divide the categories of employees according to the best communication channel for each category?
I'm not sure about that. To be honest, I don't think the organization go deep onto that much. If they have a proper communication department, maybe they do some kind of evaluation. But I wouldn't expect every company I'm going to visit, they will have a very specific analysis on which communication channel good for which category of the staff. Because remember one thing, these are the private businesses. These are the business working on productivity, working on profit, working on efficiency. So they will not have a huge overhead as supporting departments such as excellence, quality, communication, all this. So just keep in mind, especially the size. If it's a smaller size, definitely will not have that. So if they have that, would be brilliant. That would be fantastic. But I have doubts that you will see many companies actually have that detailed of segmentation analysis.
But you know, the workers in the field maybe need a certain channel to communicate with them, different from those in the office.
Absolutely, absolutely. Usually what you will notice, example, they may say, we mostly use this channel to communicating with our staff because they speak multiple languages, and because of this, therefore we use multimedia or graphic as our best way of communicating, plus the supervisor, which can be face-to-face to make the message clear, example. So they could emphasize that. That's true.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's move on. Yeah, next one. The justice and the transparency. So here you may say justice and fair treatment, again, a little bit touch over with the, you know, non-discrimination. Yes, because you see, when you talk about fair justice, it has to be, you know, equal. So let's look at the 4 specific area. And anyone, I think someone will remind me of a time, right? So when the break time. So please, we do have a timekeeper later on because I will forget. Okay, justice and fair treatment, 231. What do we focus in this area? This area, we're saying organization, when they interact with their employees, especially with their labor group, because that's the center of our work, that they should, in such a just, honest, and equal manner when they dealing or interacting with those employees, right? The fairness should be ensured when they practice things. Fairness could be when they assigning tasks, when they appraise the performance, when they provide learning opportunities, when they develop I mean, career development, skill development, those opportunities? Do they also allow employees, remember, to have opportunities working on tasks or job rotation and things like that? Depends on the nature of the job and the industry. So we want to make sure that there is a fairness as an overall practice carried out throughout the organization performance. I mean, organization practice, which means also it goes to the management level, supervisory level, and down to individual, everyone's level. So this can be ensured that you know, people are treated fairly, equally, and that I will not be kind of unjust due to non-relevant issues. So they treat me differently because of A, B, C, D, E, or because of let's assume this way example. I'm just giving an example out of my mind. See that unfortunately this employee caught the virus, and then he been treated, and now he's well. He's back to the accommodation, he's back to the workplace. Do we treat him fairly, or we started to consider him as an alien, so we're doing different things when we're coming to him? This will not be just, right? But I'm just giving example as individual level, but in reality, the thing we're looking at here is the organization overall. Do they have this just and fair treatment practice throughout their organization when they come into different aspects, such as the job grades, the pay, the wages, benefits, the rewards, when we assign tasks and jobs for this person, when we do promotion? Is that promotion only from my hometown, my countrymen only get promotion, or the best jobs or best learning opportunities or limited seats in training opportunity I only send to my friends, example? So these are the things that we want to make sure the organization is avoiding those unfair practice.
Can I clarify something, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Do you mean that justice, if the two employees practices the same work, okay, but they have a different degree of certificate? So okay, the justice say that both of them have the same pay, or we can differentiate according to the degree of certificate. Suppose this is a master and this is bachelor.
Your question will apply to the normal organization. I don't expect the laborers themselves will have master degrees. These are the laborers, most of them probably didn't even finish high school or barely.
No,
yeah.
This is just,
but I understand your concept. Yeah, so depend on the organization policy again. Sometimes the job may require, example, they will say this job will require, or this grade will require minimum of this degree and that degree. However, if both people are performing the same job and they are on the same pay band, then they should receive similar treatments or similar benefits in a way, right? So again, it goes back to the organization policies related to that specifically. However, once come to Taqdeer, most likely this will not apply due to our focus area are not those skilled laborers or experts or managers. We are more focusing on the labor groups, you know. So these are the ones that we both has the skills, but I'm from Bangladesh and you from say Karachi, that do we receive the same fair treatment, or you will get a preference because our manager is from the same country or same hometown or of yours, you know what I mean? So this is what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. 323, the transparency and the openness in decision making. Here we talk about two parts. One is, as an organization, as the management, are we transparent towards, I mean, with our employees? And employees means down to the front line, all these workers. And are we open in our decision making, and do we empower them or involve them in the decision making as well? So this is where the transparency. So number one, the transparency, you see some organization, it says we always share our information. And not only share our information, we also share with our employees of our corporate performance. How did we do as an organization? How did we do as a project or as a department you are involved in? And also we share with them our kind of plans, or sometimes we even share with them our challenges. Example, current situation, our industry got hit really hard. We have current challenges. We share this with all our employees as well. Also, you see, when we talk about openness and all this, some organization we know they do employee satisfaction survey. Then the survey results goes to the management, the HR, put in their drawer, their computer. They never come back to the employees to tell them, this is the survey we did for all of you, and these are the key findings, and this is what we're going to do to enhance or improve. A lot of organizations, they don't really have this kind of openness. So a lot of things are confidential. And this is the HR policy, this is the job description, this is whatever. These are all confidential. You're not supposed to know. This is the performance. Can we have someone? Someone has to silence the mic. Vincent, I think you need to silence the mic.
So you can mute everyone.
I can do that. Okay, sorry. Yeah, well, that's why.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. You can.
Sometimes I
just go to the participant.
1 second, huh? Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. All right. So as we're saying, sometimes organizations, they keep all these so-called confidential. Our company plan, no, confidential, only for the top management. No, real good organization, they share those because they want their employee to be part of the journey. They want their employee to be part of the one to really contributing to the success and the achievement and the actual execution of all these plans. So this is what we say. Then also in the decision making as well, if something related to the employees, their job, and or the customer, which the front line, they really knows the pains, the concerns, and all this. Do you involve them in the decision making? As the example I gave you earlier, these are the people who will be impacted by the labor camp facility. So all the food and the food you provided to them, the meals. Do you involve them in the decision making, or you just have management or whoever the concerned person decides on their behalf, this is the best for you? So we don't want to be the parents of every child, you know, we decide this is the best for you, this is in your interest, you know. So yeah, the transparency and openness, this is straightforward. Now the next one, the freedom of worship. It used to be the freedom of religion. So with suggestion, they said the modified worship. So here what the focus is, as we all know, Dubai and UAE overall, we are very diverse. It's more of an international, it's a global village in the place. So people from all over different background, nationalities, different religions, belief. So do we as an organization, the company, encourage freedom of practice the religion people have? So when we talk about this, first of all, do you as an organization allow people to practice their own beliefs and religious rituals without disturbing others, of course? And do you provide such facilities? Remember when we talk about the camp, do you have prayer rooms? If you don't have on your camp, maybe the next door near the camp, there is a mosque, or there is a temple, or there is kind of a church or whatever, access to those. Do you have the example, when religious holiday comes in, say on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, will you allow your employees to take some time off to go and attend the church service or to attend the religious events, things like that? So these are the things we're talking about. In general, these parts, most organizations, they're doing fine. When we go to the labor camp, we notice some organizations, many of them, they all have the prayer room for Muslim and all this. Then some organizations, they dedicated one room, they call general prayer room, for example, for the Hindu or for other religious beliefs, so people can practice that. So this area is not a major concern. The next one, diversity. Diversity, if you remember earlier, we already discussed a little bit and touched on the diversity. Diversity, we all know, as management, as businesses, diversity is very good for the health of the organization, where you will have people from different background, people, different experience, different level of things, so they can bring creative ideas, they can ensure knowledge transfer, etc. Once come to diversity in the organization, very much its impact on the recruitment. Because when you recruit, that's where the employees, the pool coming into the organization. Different organizations, they have different practice. And we have to take in, again, into account the specific constraints and practical issues related to certain companies and certain industry. Let me give you an example. Ideally, that if we just talk about general management staff, we can encourage diversity from every nationality easily, because if I'm just recruiting, say, a kind of HR officer, or recruiting a safety officer, so I can bring people from different regions, different nationality, different gender, and all this easily. However, organization in certain industry, example, if I have to recruit construction workers, which due to my project's cost and analysis, I can only afford certain salaries. This will restrict me to very limited labor markets. In construction, they will say, I cannot afford to recruit construction workers from Europe, example, will be too costly. It doesn't make any sense. I have to restrict to limited markets. How do I ensure diversity in this sense? Especially construction workers, as you know, mostly male. I cannot ensure diversity. I have to bring a lot of ladies and all this to do the job. That's also not practical. So in this case, how would this organization ensure diversity? So the organization saying that due to the constraint and due to the qualified labor pool for our specific type of recruitment, we can only go to, let's assume, India, because it's a big country anyway. So how do we ensure diversity? They said, instead, we only recruit from one city within India. We make sure that the people applying for the job are across the entire country from different regions in India. They could be different ethnic backgrounds, they could be different age groups, they could be different type of religious belief as well. And these are the people we were looking into the diversity of within the constraints. That is also perfectly fine. So everything, as we say, going back to the business context and the real practice from the business point of view. So overall, if organization can encourage diversity and bring diverse workforce, will be brilliant. If they have constraint, at least they should do something or put some effort to ensure as much as possible the diversity within their workforce, even they are from the same country or same ethnic groups. Okay, yeah. Now let's start our next exercise. I think after that probably we can have a break if I'm very conscious about time now. Okay, so let's pick 2.3. What do we want to pick? Let's talk about transparency and openness in decision making, and maybe diversity, two of them. Yeah, got these two. I think the religion is easy, the other one also easy. So 2.3.2, transparency and openness in decision making. 2.3.4, diversity. Okay, let's start our normal practice, having a proper sentence structured to that we ask, or if there are some specific issues that really could be concerning. Okay, let's think about it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. What are the main nationalities in your workforce? Yeah. Most of your last 2-3 years recruitment, mostly from which markets or labor markets? How do you ensure transparency in appointing workers' representatives. You know, in many organizations, their worker representatives are nominated by workers themselves sometimes. Yeah. How are you trained, empowered to make decisions related to do your job? How are you trained and empowered? Maybe you can ask, example, are you involved in making decisions related to your job? Does your management or supervisor involve you making decisions related to your job? Because if you're talking to employees, we try to avoid the words which management we consider common, empowered. But when you talk to a worker, sometimes so try to use their language or the ways that they understand better. What percentage is people with? Okay. This sometimes we may see it in the what you call this in the results, the percentage of people. However, again, go back to the industry context. In the case example, Carrefour, I expect them to see can have certain percentage related to people with determination. But if it's a construction site, sometimes it will be very difficult because the nature of the job require people to be fit and all this mobile. How the recognize employee from culture to and how supporting the. I think the language need to be careful. That's something also we need to be careful. I know we do have people Arabic speaking. When you formulating sentence in English, make sure that this is proper, that people can understand. I think this sentence probably you're trying to say, how would you recognize employees from different nationalities or background? Oh, it's gone. Okay, next one. How do you translate and maybe not transfer, but how do you translate and explain the corporate objectives or the department goals or the plans related to the workers? Yeah. Or what you meant, maybe how do you translate and disseminate, yeah, the corporate objectives to your different level of worker? This is probably a question to the management team. How do you, and what's that? Is there a classification of your information based on confidentiality? This one, I'm not sure what's the purpose of this question. Is there a classification of your information based on confidentiality? So, you want to say in your organization, how do you classify information as confidential as the information that can be shared with employees? I think this is probably what you're trying to say. How do you find the diversity between the employees in each level or specialization? You mean diversity, yeah? Diversification between employees in each of this. How do you share business result objectives to employees? Okay. How do you share, how do you communicate?
Excuse me?
That? Yes.
Maybe can you illustrate the best questions in each session for each item? For example, in this items or in this topic, what are the best questions do you think? You can highlight, for example, 3 questions that are the best. They are the best for this topic, for example.
I think there will be a little bit challenging because the question keep coming and they're moving down. So while I'm reading the question, usually I give feedback on the spot. If there's something concerning, I will say this one. If I say, can you please explain to me what you mean? That means this question seems not very clear to everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, so this is what we're trying to say. If it's a good question, usually I do give feedback constantly, yeah. How can staff get information on the staff related issues? Okay, this is an example. This is a good question. How can staff access information or get the information related to the staff related issues? That's what they want to find out. How do you manage diversity in terms of culture, mindset, and language, ensure smooth of communication? This is a question you can tell this is a question to the management team. I'm not asking individual employees. So here, how do you manage diversity in the terms of culture, their mindset, the languages, etc.? And how do you ensure smooth communication? But I would, this one is a good question, but I would break down in real terms. I'll break down to kind of smaller ones so the person can answer easily. Any program that you have in place to promote diversity in your organization? Yes, I will make it 2 questions. This will be a very good one. Yeah. Okay. How do you make the recruitment agency in other countries aware of your diversity requirements? Exactly, that's a good one as well. How do you make the recruitment agency that you are using in different countries aware of your diversity requirements so they can, through the recruitment process, to ensure that you meet your diversity objectives or things? Yeah. How do you manage? How do you manage concentration risks of gender and nationality? This one, I would not formulate in such a way because it sounds like the risk of, I think you wanted to say that if your organization has very limited, when it comes to diversity, have very limited gender and nationality, how would you avoid that? What kind of the alternative actions that you can do to ensure your organization or your workforce or labor force are much more diverse? I think that's what you
That's absolutely right. So you
comprehended. So we're trying to avoid the words that could alert, because remember, if I'm the management team, you're coming to have a site visit, I'm already by nature a little bit nervous, right? Because I feel that someone going to ask me those questions. Then if I hear risks and all this, especially my senior managers there, I will not feel comfortable to answer. We have to keep that in mind when we have a dialogue,
That's great feedback.
Yeah. How do you, did I see that? Yeah, this is a good one. Okay, I think I need to go back because the question too fast. Some of them we just have to skip. What do you transfer? So these are all about diversity. How about the other one? Okay, we have that done already. We did that already. Yeah, we covered most of it, right? So here, exactly, because again, I feel it's, to be honest, not fair on you guys right now because you don't have application. We are more of a think it loud from our head, When you have actual application, it's much easier to spot than to see which area they're doing, what kind of practice they do based on their own policy and system or the strategy, how they attract the right talents. Because remember, everything has to be in a balance. Yeah.
But please, can I ask something?
Sure.
Whatever the answers of the companies, okay, about our questions, don't think that the result figures are the judge, okay? So suppose they say that, yes, they take in consideration the diversity, the transparency, but the figures and the documents show something different, okay?
Yes.
So the result, I think, is the final judgment of all of these questions. Don't you think that?
Exactly. That's why when we do assessment, what we say, when you assess the overall after you've done the whole application, and then you will have the final score. So initially, when I read this part, I will say they're doing this well, maybe they will be somewhere there. Then when I go to the results or why did the site visit, maybe the situation different than what we see. Sometimes worse, sometimes much better even. So that's the time we do adjustments. You are absolutely right, my dear. That if the things are contradicting, then that's the time maybe we want to dig down. We want to know why. We want to make sure you verify with the organization. Absolutely.
So maybe the most question that can I ask them in the site visit, show me the result, the figure that you take this in consideration, that you institute for the
performance result here. We do have results in our criteria 3. So some of the results will be reported there as well. That's why you need to cross looking from criteria 3 back to the 1 and 2 related area. But on site, you not expect, because remember, our site visit is limited time. You cannot ask them to present every single results as first time to you. But you can ask for documents. Later on, we'll cover that. When I think most likely tomorrow, we'll cover that, which kind of things that you may want to re-verify. Sometimes you may want to see something that's in addition to whatever they already submitted. That's true. But one thing I want to tell everybody, keep in mind that, 1 second, Mohammed just joining. Okay, let's keep in mind that we are assessors. We are not judges. We're not inspectors.
Not auditors.
auditors. Yes, we are assessors. The reason for site visits is for us to understand the company better, and for the company to re-verify things for us if there's things in a certain area we have doubts, or we feel there is something not clear from the application, from the information, from the documentation and the supporting evidence. So in overall, let's think of this way. Let's not be the judge that, you know, you're already guilty unless proved otherwise. Let's give them the benefit of doubt. Then we, based on the evidence and all this, we reconfirm those. Think of this way will be better, because sometimes we do see assessors, because due to certain experience or the auditing or whatever their job, or even other kind of awards assessment, they have certain mindset. Remember, we talk about not have mindset. So we need to remove our mindset by focusing on their application, relevance to their business, relevance to the industry, relevance to Taqdeer, the context, and focusing on the labor welfare. That's what we keep in mind whenever we do any assessment. But you are absolutely right that when we look at those, we have also taken into consideration what they show in the results. If they say
Yes.
our recruitment's brilliant, our this and brilliant, everything's brilliant, then suddenly the turnover rate is extremely high out of very unusual thing. You may pick that out. Then you may, we do not decide in our mind to say, oh, they're lying, but we may raise that issue in the side visit to say, we noticed this and that. However, could you explain? Maybe they will tell you, currently due to COVID-19, suddenly for say 5 months, our business were forced to shut and this and that, therefore blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So we give them the chance to justify. Like the example I gave to you, we see, oh, diversity, they have no diversity practice seems or hardly anything. They don't have women or many ladies in their business. Then they will tell you in the construction industry, in this will do, does not make sense. We have to have enough number of ladies to do the job because it's not possible or whatever. So they can justify that. If it's reasonable, then it's fair enough. Then you should not really punish them because
yes, fine,
you know,
fine.
yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely. Perfect.
Excuse me.
Miss Sue, it's time
We
for
are
a
close
break.
to our break time.
Good. We are on time. We can have a break. We will have a 10 minutes break. Yeah. And also, by the way, because I will just have coffee and hang around, if any of you have a kind of a specific question you want me to answer you, we can chit chat during the break as well. So yes, everybody, we have 10 minutes break. Now, according to my phone, is 2:54, 3:05, everybody back, okay? 5, 10, 11 minutes, yeah. I think that is fair. Okay.
Maybe 15 minutes. Just to break.
We are flexible. No,
Okay,
I think
thank
so far our team really moving smooth. I don't see we have major challenges so far, because sometimes, to be honest, when you have technology, not everybody kind of people say, I'm lost, my system not connected, you know, then we get hiccuped. But today I think so far, alhamdulillah, we are doing okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I will have something to drink. Okay, now I'm back. I think you should be okay. Sorry, we did that already. We finished. Okay. Is everybody back? Let me see the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
We are
okay. Great, great. So we will move on. Huh? That's, you see, that's the thing when you're virtual, you don't see people, you don't shake hands, you don't feel this, instant response. Sometimes we're staring at the screen. Everybody back? Okay, let's start with the last element. The one before last in criteria 2, which is creativity and innovation. As I mentioned to you, when we look at all the criteria, this is one of the, most of the companies are not doing that. Oh yeah, Ola, yeah.
Can I make an interaction before you start your last point? From your experience, do you believe that the employees used to be fear to express their actual situation in these corporates or companies? I mean, to express their opinion regarding policies implemented, how the employer deal with them, how they, for example, promote them, give them incentives, and so on. Because the last point my colleague raised about the results, I think absolutely right. The results are very connected to the what we call it enablers. And the organization how deal with employees, but the other part also, which is important, to listen for the employees.
Absolutely. Do they have a voice?
So yeah. So do you feel that they are used to be fear to express their opinion or to answer our questions?
For the employee part. Again,
yes.
I'm telling you, depends on the corporate culture. You can tell when you walk into a place. So what we do, when we do the focus groups example, first of all, you need to relax them as well. You don't make them feel you are there as, someone to interrogate them, because usually they're not used to this sort of thing. But if the company already participated before, then they are more or less aware of the process. So when we usually go to this, let's say, focus group, we collect, say, 15, 20 people randomly, and these are the employees. Usually their supervisor will tell them, go in this room or facility that will have some chat, kind of. You make them feel you like a chat. You are just, then usually also we tell them, the purpose of we are here for this focus group is to get some feedback, have a little bit chat with them, to get to know their organization, to get to know their lives and their work better. So here, you're not talking about we're coming here to get information to validate about your, exactly.
Yes.
So you relax them. Then also, usually in the team, we're trying to make sure, if if I'm talking about the laborers from that Indian subcontinent, so we make sure one of our team member probably can speak their language, so they can even speak their language to relax them and to break the thing. So initially, yes, when you ask the first question or two, maybe they feel a little bit tense. Then once they open up, then you will realize really they can. So example for
what I meant to.
Yeah.
What I meant exactly, so that there is a pressure from the employer on these employees. Do you think that?
No, because
there
the
is a
employer
pressure.
is away. That's the
I know he is away. I know he is away. He's not in the focus group. He will not be in the focus group. But I think before the assessment day, maybe the employer gather all the employees and tell them, see, tomorrow there will be assessment. Yeah. This is what I mean exactly.
Now, also,
do you think that happened?
No, from my experience, personal experience, we did not see that, because the couple of companies we visited are quite, they are 4 stars and above. So we felt people are okay. And also we reassured to the people that whatever we discuss there, only between us and them, nobody else. Then if we feel, example, this group has this kind of hesitation, then we say we may randomly choose say 5 or 6 people to do one-to-one interview. And of course, these people could be from different categories. We may want one cleaner, maybe you want to do one-to-one. So people, you see, the good thing about Assessors team, you can be flexible, because sometimes unless you're on site, you cannot have this fear of the real thing, you know. Let me tell you, unbelievable experience in one of the team. We were shocked to know, first time ever. That's something, when you're working in a world, you have all kind of funny experience. One of the team went to this company. They did this focus groups. Then during the focus group, I received a call from the team leader saying, Sue, we decided to stop the entire thing. I said, what happened? He said, during the focus group, we discovered that those people disguised as employees, these are the supervisory staff, and they dressed like they are workers with the overall, the uniform, and then realized they're cheating. I mean, this is ridiculous. But this is, I mean, extreme cases. But in most of the cases, no, the company, they feel comfortable and employ for, because they also, if you have something as a company and you're good at it, you want your people to reconfirm it, to, you know what I mean? They feel proud to confirm that. But again, when we ask, example, sometimes we don't, I mean, we ask things as if we sometimes, what do we call it? We don't ask direct question, but we know this question, the answer will lead us to something, you know? So sometimes we could simply have a chat to say, example, do you remember, I mean, what is the most memorable day for you as employee of this organization? Can you tell us about it? Example, the employee will say, the one I really remembered, and those is the one in one of our annual employee party, whereby we had a game and this, and we beat the management and all this, and So they tell you a story. From there, you can tell that the management was involved and they are kind of engaged and all this. So you can hear a lot of interesting things, you know.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Thank you, so thank you.
So that's why we say assessment is not audit. Assessment somehow is a little bit of art, you know, depends on how you make them feel that way. And we had a case
about
also,
feeling.
Example, the company, they will say, we give you random, but we can feel even those random are, as you said, are hand-picked random. So what do? We say, no problem, we'll chat with them later on. However, since there are people hanging around in the cafeteria, would you mind we just spend 10-15 minutes wandering around in cafeteria? They said, sure. Then we just random meeting people, talk about things, meet the chef, meet whatever you see fits. Because you know the application, you know which area you want to verify. Then you catch the opportunity to reconfirm or re-verify things. You know what I mean? But example, if the organization saying in their policy this and that, and you ask a few people to say, do you aware of this, or does your organization do performance appraisal, example, or have you attended any training session last 2 years or year, whatever, then they say yes, then that's fine. That means you reconfirm. So depends on your tactics. Absolutely.
Sure. Thank you, Sue. Thanks, you.
You are most welcome. Okay, next one, creativity and innovation. Here we have 3 things: creative suggestions, reward of creativity, and the innovative work approaches and the procedures in a way. So here, let's start with this one. This area, as I warned you, not every company has a formal way of this, especially if they are in, you know, certain industries or smaller organizations. But with the time, that's more and more organizations put more focus on this. So the first one is creative suggestions. The objective of this criteria element is to make sure this organization has a system in place that they can collect creative suggestions from the organization, including and involving the workers and laborers as well. So many organizations, the formal or big organization, they have a formal suggestion scheme one way or the other. Some organizations, they have a suggestion program and they have different names. So overall, do they have a proper system in place that they can collect creative suggestions, and those suggestions collected will be properly evaluated by a qualified team. And once those shortlisted suggestions that they're going to implement, and what will be the benefit and reward or impact related to that, how they communicate to the people that's kind of involved in the suggestion, things like that. So when we look at this, one part is, do you have this system in place? Second part, how do you communicate and encourage and motivate your people to suggest? Because you cannot force people to say, give me your ideas now. You can only encourage them, and you want them to show that there is something benefit for the organization, benefit for the customers, benefit for themselves, example. So how would you as an organization encourage and motivate your workers, your laborers, the people who are not in your top management team or management team will also use their creativity to involve in this? So these are the things. Now, of course, usually organizations should maintain certain records, and these are the things that they need to show as evidence for the assessors. And those evidence, most likely they will be attached as documented evidence. Maybe during site visits, if you want to see more, they can show you more as needed. So this is the thing. One of the items you may also want to check is, do they have those, which kind of creative suggestions that implemented? So the organization may tell you, example, say we have an issue that our employees, because of the heavy lifting, that they could easily injure their back or have a physical injury. So based on that, we ask everybody to chip in. What are the suggestions we can do to avoid this health risk? So that may be one of the employees that is saying that if we use this tool that he suggested that will help the employee to lift things without hurting, then we work with the engineering department, wherever we develop this thing, and we implement it throughout our plans or projects or whatever the place. So things like this, they can use as example. One of the things if we're talking about the COVID-19, one of the questions could be, that's what we also advise companies when we do a awareness session. We share with them similar things. We said, trying to also highlight your achievements, your good practice you do during this special period. Did your organization successfully adopted any creative suggestions from your blue-collar employees or laborers or workers in fighting the COVID-19 or the virus or the pandemic? So maybe different organizations, maybe they did have suggestions from their employees, maybe for better prevention, for better social distancing, or whatever the things might be, you see? So these are the things that they may also highlight as an addition due to the COVID-19 in response to this sub-criteria area. The next one is related to the rewarding. So now we ask our people to be creative, to give suggestions. What is in return? What do they gain as a reward if their suggestion get implemented? So here again, we want to make sure the organization do have a system in place that they can have a staff recognition reward. So sometimes you may see organizations say, yes, we have a recognition reward system in place. However, you want them also highlight that how do you specifically rewarding of creativity and the people who give suggestions and those implemented suggestions and ideas. So what kind of benefits you give them? Some organization, they would say, example, that if this suggestion got implemented and the organization got benefit, could be financially, could be market share, whatever it is, then maybe this employee or the team implement getting a percentage of the benefits, example. Or simply they say we reward or recognize all the employees, their suggestion got shortlisted or whatever, we give them a trophy or give them some benefits or whatever. Some organizations, we have a points system that every employee made a suggestion, they earn a point. That every suggestion got shortlisted to a certain level, they get extra point. Then the suggestion got implemented, they get the extra point. Then by end of each year, we look at the total points earned. Then these are the people we get certain reward. Different organizations, they have a different ways of to do that. So overall, you want to see the organization, how do you reward your people in order to encourage them continuously to support in the area of creativity and innovation. So that's what's the overall, methods. Then what will be the documented evidence? Anyone can give me one instead of I'm saying it. So if let's assume, let's have a quick discussion. Let's assume this is the one, and we want to see evidence. Which kind of evidence you think the company should submit, or the best evidence that will support?
Can I say?
Yeah, go ahead, Safa.
Yeah, I think there is a list of achievements for levels and or some announcement
Okay.
in the past suggested for
Okay.
the employees, you know, or some examples of employee suggested of and what was rewarded.
Exactly.
Promotion,
So let me rephrase
promotion,
it.
maybe a new position for the employee.
Okay. So here, example could be a list of employees that got recognition or reward due to the suggestions, creative suggestions they submitted. The other thing could be that the list of all those winning suggestions, right? Those that has been approved and going for implementation or implemented. Or you could be types of rewards based on your organization policy, based on type of awards that you will be give, because you're not random to say we decide this year to give this thing, next year we give that thing. Maybe you have a system that you say people will be rewarded or promoted or be involved in the actual project team or different things. You know, some organizations, it doesn't matter the employee, their thing. If this is implemented, we even name this new invention or introduce of this thing. We call this say Ahmed something. You know, we name after this person even. So different type of recognition. Absolutely, these are the evidence that they may share with you. Okay. The last one in the innovation and creativity is the innovative work approaches. Here, we are more focusing on what's the organization innovative way to do work better, to improve the process and the systems better. There we talk about suggestion, could be a new product, could be other things. Here we more or less to look at what are the innovative ways your organization adopted to run your business, to enhance your systems, to do things in a better manner. So that's the focus here. And usually this kind of work system enhancement or innovative work system enhancement will be benefits usually about efficiency, which is the cycle time reduction, better utilization of resources and customer satisfaction, etc. Here, I need to just to remind you to be aware that when you talk about innovative work approaches, many organizations, sometimes what they do, they just put for you their general kind of systems or general improvements, but not enough highlights on the innovative way kind of. So they just, you know, we enhance this by doing this. So that's where there's a little bit of judgment by the team to see how, I mean, the things that they introduced, are these really innovative systems or the things that they introduced, and did they impact on that on their systems or procedures, the way they handling things, the way they doing business. These are the things that they can look into, and it could be also the benefits gained by applying those and those new approaches. So these are the things that you might want to look into once it comes to creativity and innovation. As we know, the exercise time, I think this part maybe we want to cover all the three areas because we have enough people, and this is the area seems the organization not doing well. Let's have our questions. So some members will take item 1, which is the creative suggestions. Some items will be creative, 2, the rewarding of those creativities, and some team will be 3, innovative work approaches. So here, maybe I want to have do you want to follow the same way, or you want to have a more interesting and a challenging discussion or brainstorming? Okay, I'm asking. Okay, well, be no response.
The same way.
Different way. Okay, that's maybe play a little bit different because the other way you're already aware. Now, maybe let's look at each one. And think of ourselves, because a lot of you are assessors. What are, you remember we saying companies, when you participate in the award, sometimes they know they don't have much things there. So what they trying to do, they trying to stuff a lot of things here and there, and make it rosy and make it a little bit confusing, and hope that assessors will kind of believe them or get it away from it.
Yeah.
So here, maybe let's look at each one to see which are the things that organization might put there, but not really solid to prove they're doing in that area. You know what I mean? Do you
Yes.
get my question? Everybody understood that? Yeah. To see which are the things that the organization might put, let's assume in 241, then they sound as really we're doing well. This is what we have, whatever, but we realize this is not really very relevant to prove they're doing in this area. You see what I mean? So that's also, you choose one of them. So the whole team will cover 3. So some people may choose the suggestion, some choose the reward creativity, some choose the innovative work approaches to come up with what the company might write there, but not relevant.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone understand? Yeah, perfect. I think
Yes.
this is more interesting to see from a different perspective, because you will face as assessor. Sometimes you read it, so it doesn't make sense, but you have to justify why it's not making sense and figure out what they're trying to mean, or they're trying to say, yeah, we're doing it, but then you say, this is not really.
Can I ask something, please?
Sure.
Maybe consider the financial saving, the amount of the financial saving for any suggestions. Okay, if the suggestions submitted by the employees save a lot of money, for example, this is, I consider it as a creative one. While, for example, another suggestions make optimize for such procedures or enhancement. This is a kind of such improvement. I couldn't consider it as a creative one. So it depends on the impact of the creative idea, how much bring for the company.
You see,
on the, yeah.
You see the impact or the benefit. Sometimes those are kind of tangible. Sometimes long term, not immediate results. So, but they both are important. Example, something may immediately save me that much. Then usually organization want to support that. However, sometimes, as you said, this innovative way of doing things will improve our efficiency in the long run. That the saving will be great, but in this 6 months or this year, we may not immediately showing on our accounting system giving us that much profit or revenue. So, but doesn't mean this is less than that. You know what I mean? So yes, organization, they tend to look at the quick wins or the immediate, obvious kind of savings. And sometimes also remember certain innovative way that they may attract a new segment of customers or introduce a new products altogether. This long-term impact will be very high, but immediately your financial impact may not show that quickly, you know. But overall, organization-wise, these are different things. That's why, in a way, we made the method separate from the other one, because a lot of times those innovative approaches and the methods, these are the ones aiming at long term, not immediately to show that will be, 2 million revenue extra or profit immediately in our pockets. Yeah, agree. Okay, let me see what we have here. So. Okay, what are the results you got from improving X process in an innovative manner? For example, saving money, reduce time, reducing company. Okay, this is the previous methods. It's a good one, but in our previous method, okay. Let me see. Suggesting schemes, suggesting evaluation need to be enticed. Wait a minute, you guys too fast. I will go from top down, I think, otherwise they go off the page. The organization as a part suggestion has implemented medical insurance for all the staff. So this is what you have to claim. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now you got the new game plan. Yeah, the new way. We're trying to spot what they put is not necessary. So the organization as a part of suggestion has implemented medical insurance of all the staff. And the example last year only. That's true. This is not, because this is by law, it's a default. It's not a suggestion anymore. However, if their suggestion is about how to maximize the medical insurance benefit for all their staff through partnerships, through whatever the thing is, without incurred cost or extra cost for the organization getting better benefit, that could be considered a little, right? Yes. Is everybody understand what we're trying to say here? Yeah. Because I'm using this as an example, because we were saying that people will put something, but this something really not as a strong evidence or strong contribution to their achievement of this sub-criteria area. Yeah, I think everybody got that, right? Okay,
Yes.
anything. Okay, if it's a question, that means we're asking general questions. I will not go over that. What are the kinds of rewards? Okay. Okay. This is again our normal way. This is the assessors asking questions. What type of rewards do you use for your employees who provide creative suggestions? So they will say to you, yes, we give them money, we give them a letter, we give them maybe an extra holiday or whatever this might be. Okay.
Please, can I ask the
Sure.
one question that how you can assess your employees to generate creative ideas, okay, to help them to generate.
You mean you assess those ideas?
No. How you can help your or your approach to help your employee
how
to
would you
generate?
encourage and motivate employees to generate better quality
Yes.
of their creative ideas?
Or training also. Training for employees.
We may train our employees on creative thinking, on brainstorming, on whatever the thing is. We may conduct awareness about creativity and innovation for all our staff as part of our general education program, example, right? These are the things they may ask. I know what you're trying to say now. You're trying to say that what kind of things you do in order to ensure your staff will have the capability to come up with better and creative ideas. Yeah, you can probe questions when you do the actual site visits. Yeah.
Yes.
Because remember what we shared with you, those general listing and guidelines, though, these are the ones that mostly you will find either in the desktop assessment or the actual application. But when you come into the site visit, is where you ask questions to revalidate some area where you have concern or you need to have doubts or you need to make sure this is what's your understanding and your guys' assessment as a team is relevant and is right, you know. Okay, too many now. You pick one. Okay, what other kind of reward as example? Okay, we talk about that once. How employee suggestions support directing the very bottom line of the business. Okay, what sort of motivation? Okay, I think everybody still like the old way asking questions. Okay, that's fine. Seems people enjoy that. Organization provide information on salary rise. I think this is the new way. The organization put this one to see this is what we do, but not necessarily relevant to the area. But in which you talk about the creative suggestion, or you're talking about reward and I think you're probably talking about reward creativity, or you're talking about the work procedure. No, this is not. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe we need lead questions, okay, more than lag questions, okay. That one question may be open or lead to another questions.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's why usually we always say open questions, do not do closed questions. And
Yeah.
also, you know, as a team, you're asking this question in order for you to get the answer to validate which area. Because for the counter team, they don't know you're talking about only creativity and innovation. They may carry on to tell you a lot of things about their suggestion system, about this thing. So from this, you will know, or you will understand. You don't go to 2.4, then I go back to ask about the suggestion system, which they already told you. Part of this is about creativity and those. Of course,
that's right.
That's where the team, they have to prepare themselves with the questions in advance and has the flexibility during the visit, because when you ask one question, they may explain to you multiple things and you have to capture those information quickly. That's why we have a team, not one person, you see. We'll talk about the assessment and the site visit details later on about some practice and things to do. Okay, sorry, let me catch up this one. Was there a noticeable difference in the number of received suggestions before and after reward? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, once you reward people, the number of suggestions increase, or nobody bothered at all because no one acknowledged the suggestion. Okay, what sort of motivation encourage employees to be? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what kind of motivation you encourage them to be innovative, creative, to think differently? Yeah. This one I wouldn't, maybe not the best to ask. Yes, that's the idea if we're assessing the innovation awards. But in here, most of them, they don't have it, believe me. Nearly, probably 99% of them don't have it. So you can ask about them, do you have, who is responsible in your organization for creativity and innovation? Do you have someone responsible for that? You don't need to, do you have a department or CF, you know, CIO or like that? But then they can explain to you, so in our organization, creativity innovation is usually handled by, say, quality department, could be, don't be surprised, or could be by whatever department operation, then they do this, that, or by the suggestion team example. So that's where you're getting more information out of them. Okay. Okay, what are the criteria used to classify suggestion whether it's creative or not? Okay, you can maybe say, what kind of evaluation criteria do you use to evaluate the suggestions received in order to decide which suggestion to follow, which one's not? Now, this way will make them a little bit more comfortable. And then you will, from their answer, you will be able to tell. If they'll say, we look at if this suggestion has been done before, we say this suggestion is that creating something totally new, products, whatever. So from there, you can capture. Okay. Is there a transparent system? I don't know to always how winning ideas are chosen. Okay. So here example, I might want to ask that kind of, do your people know this is the winning idea, and do they know how this idea is selected among all other ideas, right? Whether the organization planned a suggestion from employees and targets set for such an idea across multiple employees. Okay, wait a minute. Whether the organization implemented the suggestions from employees and targets set such idea across the function. What do you mean by target set? You mean each department has to come up with certain number of ideas? Is that what you're trying to say? Maybe here you want to say that is that every department throughout your organization are all participating in this suggestion and those, and do they also have implementations in their area? So this way you will ensure that it's cross-board throughout the organization. Maybe that's what you want to say.
What about R&D department? It is not considered as a creative tools?
We are talking about involvement of their labors. So if you have an R&D department, I do not think that the workers in the front line or the construction workers will be involved in the actual R&D research. Here again, we need to come back to the context of our award. However, if they do have an R&D department, let's assume they are a factory. They manufacturing food products. They do have an R&D. However, here we want to see your R&D department, do they involve the workers to come up with creative suggestions to help them to come up with new products and services? That could be, you know what I mean? But here we're not assessing organization for their structured innovation. We are assessing the organization, their involvement of their laborers and employees into the innovation creativity.
Excuse me, so I have a...
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So we cannot consider the annual holidays are kind of rewards for the employees who are giving suggestions or innovative points, because annual leaves or annual holidays, it's part from their rights, right?
No, I meant by maybe they give them extra time off. Example,
yeah, extra, but not the annual holidays or annual leaves, because this is
no. These are their rights. Whether I do or not, I have to have that. That's definitely not reward for sure. Yeah, you are right. But what I meant by example, say, as I mentioned earlier, during the award ceremony, I remember the nominated distinguished employees, their company, they give them 1 extra month's paid leave on top of whatever their leave, whatever everything as a reward. That become a reward. But if you say that you deserve 1 month anyway, and you get 1 month, that's not a reward at all. This is your rights.
Yeah, yes, right. What you mean was very obvious that this is, you know, something like extra has been given to them, not their right.
Absolutely. Otherwise, what's the point? Now, I don't do any suggestion. I will still get this month anyway, right? So that's not a reward. Here, the point is reward is that I get something extra that differentiates me from the rest who are not doing that. So make it more encouraging and make it more motivational, and hopefully will also inspire other employees to do the same practice, you know.
Thank you, so.
You're welcome. Okay, should we move on? Everybody comfortable with this? Yeah? Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, the next one, the last sub-criteria in the rules and regulations here is, this is the easiest one for everybody. This is the one that you will not have many challenges when you have the submission. You know why? Because it's by law, this has to be. So here we have two elements. One is the residence and sponsorship. The other one is about human trafficking. So these two are quite straightforward. These two are, make sure that the company, they follow the proper government rules and regulations, that they will provide the proper work permit, residence, sponsorships, and everything before people on board to start their work. So this is number one. Number two, that organizations, they also need to be timely renewal of their employees' visas, IDs, and all these necessary work permits. These are also important. What happens sometimes, organization, they usually in HR, they have a record of the employees and their dates and renewal expire, whatever. So imagine this company, they want to renew the visa and ID for this employee expiring in September, or they say October, end of August now. Suddenly they realize, oops, his passport already expired 6 months back because no one reminded anybody to renew the passport. Now they have to rush back to this person's going to the consulate or embassy to get renewal. So this is what we want to make sure that organization, they keep track and they also timely renew, not only get in the first time, but also timely renew of that. Then the other thing also in this area might be is about holding passports. In the early days, 4 years back, holding passport was a major issue. Many organizations, they just hold passports of their employees. So what happens here? We know by law, employers do not allow to hold passports of their employees against their will, right? Now, what happens? That's why we say we have to look at the real context. What happens in most of the organizations, especially those labor-intensive organizations, and they working in the, they're living in the labor camp. Imagine every employee have their passport ID, they have no place to safekeep them. Then that easily can cause a theft or have problems with that. Okay, so they can easily have a problem with that. So what they do in this case, many organizations in the labor camp itself or in the office or HR department, they say we have a safe whereby all employee ID or passport, whatever the important things, they want to keep in our place. We ask their consent, we keep on their behalf, and we have records. Anytime they want to ask for their passports for any reason, could be going to the bank, could be traveling, could be whatever, immediately they will get their passport. In this case, that is perfect fine. We have no issue at all. Then in this case, maybe during your random visits and talking to people, maybe you can randomly ask kind of, where do you keep your passport? He says, oh, we keep with HR department. Do they let you know that, do they get your agreement that you allow them to keep on your behalf? And if you need to travel, do you get the passport? If you request today, will you get it tomorrow, after tomorrow, or within, So these are the things you can verify. But generally, in organizations, we do not see major concerns in this part of the thing. And one of the questions...
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
This is my question. Is it possible for any employer not to provide, for example, the work permit and to renew the residency visa or the Emirates ID? I think it's not possible by the law. The employer,
by the law, they have to. That's why we say most of them, they will have no issue, but they could delay it. That's why we think, do they timely renew that? I had a case whereby, but it's not the, not one of the companies. You know, in the old days, when I go to this nail salon, this lady doing my nails, and suddenly when she was telling me that she will be going home for her annual leave after 2 years or 3 years or how many years. Suddenly, after a couple of weeks, when I went there, oh, you're still here. You said you're going on holidays, going home. She said, yes, I wanted to go, but my madam, when I asked for my passport, then she realized she did not renew her residence and visa, so she cannot travel. Now, this happened in this particular incident, but these other things also could happen in organizations or in, when you're managing hundreds of thousands of people as well. So that's why I say, by law, of course, they cannot have people without residence visa and those because it will be a problem. However, do they timely renew that? Also, by law, they have to have that, but do they allow people start working before they obtain that? That's another question, you see? So this is the things which we meant. Now, one of the questions or the things might be considering.
So if I may ask you, there are organizations that actually get people to be employed on visit visas and they keep renewing that visit visa.
And this is breaking this part, the resident sponsorship. This could be,
yeah.
If that's the case, I would put that in the next one where the human traffic part, because human traffic are the ones that you employ illegal workers. That's we'll talk about that in the next slide. Yes, there are organizations. I agree with you. There are practice actually there. That's why, if you remember, last year the immigration department announced, I think 6 months or more, that they give this kind of pardon or whatever the period that allow all these illegal people staying to register themselves in order to go home without, I don't know, a fine or whatever the thing. So yes, there are some companies have those not good practice, but most likely for the companies are participating in Taqdeer awards, that this sort of thing will be minimum. Because why? For a company to participate in this, usually they already have commitment and kind of understand what they're getting themselves into. So that's why we say most likely we'll not see those major issues here. But you never know. We did have a company, remember? Imagine supervisors disguised as employees trying to fool the assessor. So this is unbelievable. So you never know. What are the new measures implemented by the company during this pandemic to facilitate and provide maximum flexibility to employees? You see here, what this question is about. It's again, I'm telling you, this has to be, you have to see if it's valid to this company or it's relevant or not. So example, when the organization is locked down, remember, even immigration had a modification of their laws. If the residence or visa is not renewed because this person was stuck abroad, or that the everything's locked down, so we cannot do such a renewal on time, what do you do? Or example, that the employee finishes contracts at say end of March, and then he's supposed to leave the country, right? Then suddenly the whole country shuts down. There's no flight going back home. So what happened now? So does the organization check with immigration to see, can we allow the employee temporary stay in the accommodation in the place until we cancel the visa? Or do we cancel the visa and the employee will become illegal, staying over this period of time? So these are the things that the organization or labor caring organization, usually they will do everything possible trying to help the employee as much as they can within, of course, the government requirements, laws and regulations, things like that. So these are the things that we keep in mind. But overall, this resident sponsorship is not a complication area or not a major area of concern. The next one, human trafficking. Human trafficking, we don't really face that much issue in this country related to, example, child labor or the kind of illegal, whatever, smuggling people in and out. However, as you mentioned rightly, that we may have people on visitor visa and doing work. They are not getting the right permits. And sometimes you have, examples, say in the case of the housemates, some of them are runaway ones. They just decided to run away and they started looking for part-time job, full-time job, whatever. So these are the things we call the illegal workers. So as an organization, we need to make sure that we do not have human trafficking practice in our organization, and we do not employ child labor. We do not employ illegal workers, and we ensure that you know, everyone is in the working properly based on the contracts and all these things. So these are the things we're talking about. Then, if you remember, we touched back the human trafficking in a sense that sometimes those recruitment agency, they forcing those charges and those, and they kind of consider smuggling people to this country. Then once you got your job and landed in Dubai, then you are free to look for a better job. So this is what those we call human trafficking practice. But in the last 4 years, what we're seeing are very minimum here. Yeah, because usually these are responsible organizations. Okay, this is the easiest one. So this
I'm sorry, I'm just jetting in. In fact, this particular slide is not there on in your deck that you have loaded today on the drive.
Really?
This particular slide is not there in the PDF.
Oh, really? I don't know. I need to check back because that's the one that they did the translation. So maybe they misplaced a slide or something. I will look into that. But the overall human trafficking is an issue. By the way, I shared 3 links there. The middle link is also the criteria. You can see that that's pure English parts. Because the reason I said the last one, because some of our attendees today, they seem Arabic speaking. So give them in case they want the, you know, the other version. But generally, we only had English version until later this year. So under the requests of the Taqdeer office, they said, can we have those translated to have a better understanding? We said, sure. Okay, now we'll not go over the questions here because this part is too simple and straightforward. I think we can move directly to the result, which is much more important. And this is where makes and breaks a company. Are we all agree on that? I will skip this bit. We just go directly to the labor results. Yeah?
Agree, yeah. Okay.
So when we talk about the labor results, this is 50% of the overall score. That's why also we need to make sure our team as assessors are really putting extra efforts to help the organization to get the right score and fair score in this area. I don't know, should I tell you the good news or the bad news? Maybe the bad news. Bad news in the old days or in the previous cycle, sometimes organizations, when they submit results, they do not submit as what we call the excellence assessors used to see, beautiful charts and all these organized things. Sometimes they submit things are their system generated result reports. So assessors team, I mean, I personally, I remember, I used to dig over those documents they provided and highlight things, trying to help them to spot. Because I know from the actual assessment, they do have those things. But they did not give us in a very structured way, organized way. Then I felt that if we don't put the extra effort to find those information, then this company, to be honest, will be unfairly scored. Of course, the fault is on their side because they didn't provide very clear on those. But because we have experience in results, we have experience in assessment and all this, so we said as a team, we decided to put a little bit extra efforts to dig out those information and the data and all this on their behalf from the document they provided. But again, this year, when we're doing the awareness session, we keep remind the participating companies, please, please, please make life easier for the assessors, for the assessors team, which will also make it easier for the assessor team to provide better and proper scoring for you. So do not try to provide things that assessors trying to, you know, have a magnified glass digging over so many pages to find one number, which is not fair as well. So the bad news, you may not always find the application have the perfect results like we expected. The good news is we already reminded the company, warned them, showed them the examples. So hopefully the application you get this year will be better than the application which we used to get in the past cycles. So this is just you know, good news, bad news episode. Now let's look at the labor results. Labor result divided to two parts: perception and actual performance indicators. So the first part, the perception, this is about the employee or the labor's satisfaction and their perception of the organization. Are they a caring organization towards them? The second part, the performance indicators, these are the corporate measures that are relevant to show the outcome or results related to the things that we discussed in criteria 1 and 2. So that's looking into, that's digging. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, when we talk about labor perception, these are mostly survey questionnaires that they conduct with their employees. Most of the companies, they conduct annual employee satisfaction survey. Sometimes they call it annual happiness survey, sometimes called engagement survey, you know, different type of names, but the essence is they have some kind of feedback questionnaire or tool where they can obtain employee feedback on their perception on the company. And the focus of this perception is more or less about the satisfaction level they have with various criteria or areas that they measure in the questionnaire. So what organizations do? Some organizations, they have the employee satisfaction survey. But what assessors need to look into is the contents of the survey, what they're trying to survey their employee about. Then some organizations, they say, we do annual survey about the journal, which applies to everybody. However, if we want to find out specific satisfaction or feedback about our labor camp, maybe we do a separate survey only for the people related to labor camp example. So it depends on the organization, they may do different types. They will tell you which kind of survey they do, what's the method they use to get employee or labor perception. Sometimes the organization also even do focus groups with their people to get their direct feedback and perception and things like that. But most likely in this part, you will be looking at the satisfaction surveys or happiness surveys or engagement surveys as the major channel of getting the feedback. Now, the question here will be, what's the organization, when they talk about the happiness or the satisfaction, what do they need to measure? We want to make sure one way or the other, the organization are measuring something related to what the Taqdeer award is covering. They may not use the exactly same terms. You may not use exactly same word, but as long as they address those major issues, that is fine. Because keep in mind that employee satisfaction survey this organization does may not purposely only designed for the Taqdeer award, because maybe their survey has been carried on and the first time now they join Taqdeer award, they don't know the criteria, doesn't mean they have to change all their survey to meet this. Maybe next year they might enhance their survey questionnaire to incorporate certain things missing. Now the second thing I want to warn you that do not consider this a checklist of items that they have to have on their survey. Because we said this might include, but not limited to this, and has to be relevant to the organization and the industry. So example, the organization, maybe they have a total separate questionnaire or survey related to their facilities, right? And the organization maybe have, as I said, separate one related to their labor camp or even their transportation. So, but somehow we would like to see from their survey findings that there are indication of the happiness level, satisfaction level, or perception level related to the main criteria of Taqdeer. So example, when you have those listed, if you see, that are suggested areas that they might cover in their different survey questionnaires, if one organization, their survey, covering only 5 items out of this, then the other organization seems to cover much more. We expect the organization covering really little, addressing the Taqdeer criteria concerns, they will have a little bit less scoring once come to the scope, applicability kind of thing when we measure. I will discuss that later on, don't worry. Compared to the other organization, you see what I mean? But there's nothing, if someone asks me, what is the minimum number of those specific, you know, elements that they have to be covered, I cannot tell you it has to be 27 out of 30 or 15 out of 20, because again, you have to see the relevance of that organization and what they have. Example, they say from their application, you already realize they don't even have a suggestion system altogether. Then you don't really expect to see how they ask their people about the satisfaction on their suggestion system, example. So then, of course, certain things will be missing. So overall, you will judge this based on the extra survey. Usually you will ask them to share with the questionnaire, which they use for their employee survey, and to see what's their measurement or area that they cover. So this is something important. Now, the next part, which is the other 250 points, is related to the performance indicators. These are the ones that's measured by the company, and many of them has those measures in place. Could be part of the safety measures, could be part of the operation measures, could be part of HR related measures. These are the ones that will provide a kind of understanding of their organization's policy systems and practices, which we discussed in the criteria 1 and 2. This will be the actual result out of those. Remember we talked about earlier the turnover rate versus the, how the recruitment and engagement kind of thing. So here, again, there's a list of suggested indicators that organization might use, or they use similar ways. Sometimes a group of few become one. So, you know, you have to be very dig in to understand this organization, what they measure. So these are some sample indicators that the organization use. So example, when we talk about the reward, right? So you want to see what's the percentage of or similar type of measures in place that employees are actually rewarded annually. So here one of the sample could be percentage of laborers rewarded annually. And one of the things could be percentage of the turnover, right? Or percentage of those recruited in the 6 months are terminated. So things like that. So do expect there are differences from what you see here word by word to the exactly measures that the organization is using. However, you want to look beyond the measure to see what's the essence of that, what's that reflect into, what's the area we discussed earlier in criteria 1 and 2. So example, we talk about the communication and dialogue. So one organization, they may measure the number of consultation meetings that the employee or representatives or employee groups have with the management. So one example, one of the company, this is our CEO and the leadership team, they do 1 meeting per month, per quarter to the departments or to the projects that they go personally meeting with the people and discuss and sharing things, and they have dialogue, example. So different organization, different practice. And one of the common ones could be percentage of implemented suggestions. Remember we talked about suggestion earlier. And one of them could be the number or percentage of grievances resolved, right? Complaints, we talk about that. Percentage of complaints resolved successfully, example. So these are the things that could be. Organization, not necessarily they will say percentage of employees with determination, because as I mentioned to you, if I'm a construction industry, we don't have people with determination, so this does not really apply for us. However, if I'm a service industry, maybe these people do not require to have that, or I'm a call center, then maybe I can have more people with percentage of that. So relevance again. Value of annual reward received by laborers, or percentage of laborers received awards, things like that. So whatever relevant measure for that organization. here example also, when we talk about diversity earlier, sometimes the organization may want to see the female versus male. But again, if this industry is male dominance, then this measure may not be relevant to them. Number of lost working hours due to accidents. Which criteria are we trying to address here? Anyone can tell me?
Occupational health and safety.
Absolutely. So here, in a way, we wanted to see their occupational health and safety, number of minor, major injury recorded, example. So these are the things in a way to measure that. Very good. Let's see the next one. Let me give a one. Number of training hours on occupational safety. Again, obviously related to that, awareness training in occupational safety, right? We have a number of non-compliance raised by government entities, example, non-compliance. Sometimes also, you know, the labor camp, remember the permanent committee for the labor affairs, they also have inspectors. Sometimes they do inspection of different labor camps as well. So maybe if they do so for this organization, you may also ask them, do you measure the number of what kind of non-compliance raised by those government entity or auditors, whatever it might be. So this again, just the sample. Number of communication channels available to laborers. What is this address for? Communication.
Communications, yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Skilled versus unskilled labor ratio. This is maybe diversity, maybe those, yeah, but this is not a must to measure, I would say. Very good. So you see, it's very clear, right? So again, we want to see what the organization measure the most important related to the Taqdeer award criteria. Now, this is what I need to know.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure. Hawala, go ahead.
Okay. Why you sometimes depend percent and another time depend the numbers? I know.
Very good question. Let me answer you. Yeah. Usually we advise people when it comes to measurement. If you can measure in percentage, always is better, more meaningful than you measure in number. Why? Let me give you an example. If we say 10% of our laborers has attended this new COVID safety awareness session, right? So when you see 10%, then we know this organization has say 500 employees. I will be able to tell how many people actually attended, right? In the same organization, if I say that 30 of our employees attended this thing, is this 30 good enough, representative enough? Is this 30 more than the 10%? Because this 30 has to be relevant to the actual number of employees. So here, the number may not give us the better picture of the situation. So example, say 5 of the employees that left the company within the 3 months during probation. Is this 5 is a big number or small number? If this 5 out of 20 employees, that's a big number. This 5 out of 1,000 employees is very small percentage. So that's why we say if they can do percentage, it's better than number. But sometimes.
So because of that, I think that we don't need to have numbers. Yani, it is more validated to treat with percentage always, because it is
much better. Yeah, but sometimes they may not have they may not be able to give you a percentage example, because percentage have to be something over something, right? So example, there was a number of, so and especially small number, they'll give you that. It's fair, depends on the type of measure it is. Yeah. So anyway, let's look at here what will be the measure. I think this is, I will not go on details of this. We were hoping to have from the companies when they talk about results to give us data charts or some KPI reports. This is what's expected to receive, hopefully. Then we hope that's what we have been emphasized in again and again with the companies about targets. But unfortunately, each year we do see companies that they forget putting their targets. Not because they don't have, sometimes they have it, but they just forgot to put it in there. Because when they collected the data, they just asked the company or department or whatever division, that person just taken from the system, automatic send. So this is where a lot of companies, they lose points. So this year when we did the awareness session for the companies, we re-emphasized that. If, example, during your assessment desktop, you notice this company forget targets altogether, and your site visit has not reached yet, when you plan there's a gap between your current assessment and the site visit, you can request the team leader on behalf of the, team leader on behalf of the team can request the Taqdeer office to communicate with the companies to send updated information on those targets if they have. So these are, but most likely, hopefully, they will all have this, whatever they got to show in the actual application. Trends, many organizations, they do not show that with a trend line, but this can be easily identified by the assessors team. If we see the numbers, we can obvious. So if they did not mark it clearly as this is the trend, we still can do that on their behalf in a way when we evaluate. So this is something. Now, I will go down to the real criteria later on. You will see the details. So we were advising the companies to say, please make things easier for your own organization as well as for the assessors, trying to organize meaningful charts to show your results. So example, this is the chart we're showing them as example, and hopefully they will follow a similar thing. So we say to them, in this chart, the assessors, what can they see? They can see that this is an employee satisfaction index or survey that they did. And in 2015 and 2016, and they had a target and they had the actual achievement. And based on the target achievement, we will be able to feel there's some kind of trend. And the good thing also, you know, for most of the companies, you will see this one probably, the overall. Many companies, they forget that, again, we emphasize for them, please try your best to segment the results, because one of our scoring criteria is the segmentation. So if the organization does not segment this, their score related to segmentation will go down. That's where sometimes organizations, not because they do not have, but because they did not know what to put in the application and how to present those information in the application, they lose a lot of points. That's why when they come back the next year to participate again, many companies, they really improve their score heavily. Yes, someone want to ask question?
We can ask about something we can see in the application or the results. Maybe some organization, as you said, forget to mention, but they have already these criteria. So this is where we ask about information or extra information about this.
Usually what happens, not only result, usually what happens is when the assessors team receive the, the application documents, everything, when you start your initial assessment, right? We call the desktop assessment. When you did your desktop assessment, usually you will identify, you will notice that certain things obviously missing. And obviously you can tell from the other information they have it, but they did not include. Could be evidence, could be area. Then what you do as a team, you list all this area, and then the team leader will send it to Taqdeer office to say, after our initial assessment, we noticed this application have all these major areas seems missing data. If the organization have additional data related to this, please ask them to organize and submit to the award office before so date. All this has to be before your site visit, you know. So this way, in case of something very obvious missing, they can send over. This way you will be able to tell, because we do not want everything wait to the site visit. Imagine you are on the site, only limited time, and they trying to tell you, we have it, but with let me find from operation department, let call Abdullah, let me call Susan. It doesn't make sense. But yes, the team can request those obvious missing information if the organization have to submit it before your site visit. Okay, so that's back to here. Yes.
Excuse me. I have two questions, please.
Okay.
Do you mean by the segmentation that the results should be segmented according to the sub-criteria?
Not necessarily result criteria. Depends on the organization. What's the segmentation meaningful for them? Example, maybe they want to segment of the overall satisfaction versus the labor category versus the other example.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because this here we
Yes.
use random example, you know. There could be example segmenting the satisfaction based on the example. If I'm construction has a major 3 projects, maybe I want to even segmentation for each project example. But again, that depends on the organization. Sometimes for the location example or the labor camp example. So it depends. It's just a example. Yeah, don't take it as the real thing.
It's
because the whole purpose of segmentation is provide meaningful.
Okay, the second question is it yes.
Go ahead.
The second one is it required for the companies to make benchmarking regarding the results with other organizations?
No.
Not required.
No, it's not required.
So they can.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not EFKM. We do not. It's not a benchmark. It's not a must. If they do that, it's very good. But it's not a must to do, because here, if you remember, we are not. We are trying to create this labor care culture throughout the entire industry, especially those industry in the previous. Mostly are not kind of in the drive of what we know as those excellence and all these initiatives. Many of them, for them, these are new things,
But I think the benchmarking will give them a better idea or clear picture what is happening in other to enhance their works better than they are doing this.
I agree. But on the other hand, if example, nearly all the companies the targeted company, nearly all, they don't do that. There's no point for us to really insist on that, whereby in their industry it's not a norm. You know what I mean? But some of them they do, of course. Example, some of them they say the employee satisfaction survey is part of our global group. And the global group that each year after the survey, they compare our result with regional result, with the global result, with all this. Sometimes they do. This you may find, but do not expect this will happen with majority of
others
companies.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what
Thank
I've been saying, that we will remove the business excellence or EFKM hat. We will be wearing the Taqdeer hat. That's the difference. And here also, I want to maybe also advise the whole team as well, especially this year, 2020. To be honest, the organizations are participating in this award. These are the ones already had the courage and really committed in order to do so. Remember, with what's happening in most of their labor-intensive industry, they're facing huge challenges, financially, people, and everything. But they're still willing to participate. This is already a great thing. So we should not really punish them by making it so difficult and unreachable, kind of, for what they're doing. The best thing they're already doing, you know what I mean? So that's not to say we're trying to find every teeny tiny fault out of it. That's not the objective. We have to be fair. We have to ensure that this will be overall benefit for them to continue, develop and enhance their practice and the engagement and relationship with their employees, and give them sense of motivation that this is a good program they should be involved in. That's what's the purpose here.
Can I comment about segment results, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe you mean by segment results also, for example, the employee satisfaction, maybe can segment it according to the sex, age, degree of education, about department. That's
they can, but I would not be very much concerned there. Again, remember, who are we targeting?
Well, yes, laborers.
Here is the laborers, right?
Yeah.
They may do this overall, but sometimes, most time we ask them, can you segment especially for the focus of the laborers? Because laborers, they will not say, I have a master's degree, PhD, or bachelor. Most of them, they are not degree holders. These are the people we want to make sure that their concern, their satisfaction, their happiness are also have a voice. That's what the difference between our award and the Business Excellence Award. Many of the company, they also participating in Business Excellence Award. Business Excellence Award, the overall employee satisfaction. And the most focus will be, as you're saying, the management, the normal staff. But in here, the labor category is a very unique. That's why we're saying why this appreciation for them. Look at this. We said the people who built those tallest buildings, those magnificent infrastructure and the great projects in this Emirates. Many of them never ever had a chance to step into those facilities after they complete that. Isn't that sad? However, we need to make sure everything we do, we're trying to get them have the benefit, have the care, have the things that will enhance their any enhancements in their life, in their workplace will be a great thing for them. Imagine you have so many hundreds of thousands of workers in this country. Taqdeer Award, by enhancing their better living conditions, better working conditions, better motivation, benefits, and all this. This will not only impact their lives, but also impact the families back home in different countries. Can you imagine that? That's why we see this award looks simple, looks, you know, very kind of just a government initiative, but in reality, this touched the real lives of those hundreds of thousands and million people. And for them, sometimes a little, you know, I remember clearly. That's why I see sometimes when you do the site visits, it's make you very emotional, because when we're talking to employees, you can see, sometimes you ask a very simple question, and then you can see the shine in their eyes, because they maybe for the first time in their working life that someone respected their opinion, someone wanted them to have a saying in something, someone want them to express their joy and achievement. You know, these are the things very, very special. That's why after we do the, many of our assessors, they will say that this award very special compared to all other awards. A lot of other awards very prestigious, you know, innovation award, excellence award, SKIA and all this. This award will not take you to, you know, the Emirates Palace for a ceremony, but this award, if we can improve a little bit for the organizations which they can care for their employees, that will benefit all these people. That's where the meaning is, you know. So anyway, I go on too much. Someone has to watch time for me, huh? Because otherwise I will carry on again. Okay. So yeah, as we're saying that the results, we hope they will be kind of segmented. If they did not, don't be shocked, because from the past assessment we have seen, especially first time participants in this award, they did not know how, or they did not know they're supposed to do that. We even had a case, you know, the funny thing, we did our satisfaction survey. Okay, very good. What is your report? Huh? We don't need to have a report. We collected all the information, you know. So we have to be a little bit patient to see there are not everybody 5-star, 4-star. There are companies probably joining as 1 star or maybe even 2 stars. They are trying to improve, which is also a good thing in a way, you know. Okay, so now, okay, labor perception. Okay, issues, verify, and questions to ask. I think this one is okay, right? Do you want to have a discussion and put in, or do you want to have a breakout room? Do you have some kind of verbal discussion with each other? How do you want it to be? Let's have fun since the weekend, you know? So we will still have one group.
Maybe this way is good.
Okay, now we still have one group. Then everybody still input from the app. It's easy. I like that too. It's quite kind of convenient in a way. Yeah. One tomorrow when we're doing some real kind of a little bit exercise on the real assessment and to do some basic scoring, then that's time maybe we'll break into groups. This will be to that you work as a team will be more interesting as well. Okay, so here think about it. If we are evaluating the labor perception, right? This is the labor perception part. What kind of issues we need to verify or maybe to address? and what kind of questions we might want to ask to verify that. Let me give you a hint. If I have to write it, example, I might want to know how this survey questionnaire is designed, by whom, and what kind of survey criteria, or they may not use the word criteria, could be what are the survey questions, how they designed and organized, under which kind of categories, who are the one involved in that example. The other thing I might ask could be, how did you distribute and collect those survey questionnaires for your workers? Remember workers here? Not sent by email, then everybody filling like we do with other employees. How did they get the workers to participate in those questionnaires? So these are the things you may ask. Okay, go ahead. I don't want to do your job now. Absolutely. In which language is this survey available? Is this in English? Is this in Hindu? Is this in whatever the language will be? Okay, how do you collect and receive the survey and consolidate the results? Then the answer, imagine I'm the HR department, we collected the survey and we analyze the results, but we make sure every employee have their name on the survey. Example, I'm just giving you extreme. So you probably will understand that as well. How did the organization overcome communication barrier when you do the survey? Okay. How do you respond to the survey results? Okay, yeah, very good. That's a good question. Okay, you have got the survey result back. What did you do after, right? Can I check this result and what is your KPI? Let's try always to ask open questions. Imagine they said no. Of course, they will not say no to assessors, but I meant they will say, could you please share with us the sample of completed surveys, or a sample of empty surveys, or sometimes it's a random sample. Give us 5 failed surveys if you have, things like that. Okay. Yeah, okay. Did you share the, very good. Did you share the result and findings of those surveys with the employees? How do you share with them, right? How often do you conduct the survey? That's true. Do you do once a year? Do you do twice a year? And what kind of action? Okay, that's similar to the previous one. Could be about the evidence of validation, reliability. Okay, yes, that's one of the measurement about the reliability. However, when we ask questions, we don't use the words, the validation, reliability. We can say, how do you choose the sample size of your survey? How do you ensure the survey? I mean, is your survey covering all the departments and projects and all this, that? Is the survey covering all the levels of employees? Example, yeah. Has could be about sorry, okay, how organization taking efforts help employee overcome fear of representation of okay. So how do you ensure that the people will feel comfortably to provide honest feedback and perception rather than worry about being punished? Yeah, so they can say to you, we make sure this people, I mean, all the surveys done confidentially, and we do not require their name or ID on the survey, and we make sure these are in the closed envelope or whatever the message when we collect, and yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. What other factors? Yeah, this is what I mentioned about. Okay.
Can I comment about something, please?
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes the time that they conducted the questionnaire is very important. It is after salaries, before salaries, after like something like that.
I'm very happy. My money is in my absolutely, absolutely. That's why you will ask, how frequent do you conduct? When is the last time, you know? And yeah, but this I call it little cheating, you know. Let me share you with a real interesting thing that everybody will laugh. This is among all our assessors, everybody knew this. We call the juice survey. This is something become a term we use when we're talking about those very unique surveys, okay? And this is a true story, by the way. In one of the early days when the Excellence Award was newly introduced, so the assessment team has to assess this oil field company. They have brilliant result, business result, financially, everything looks fantastic, big company and doing very well. So during the application, the assessors team noticed something quite interesting. Nearly in every criteria of the excellence award, they mentioning something about this juice survey, juice, the juice which we're drinking, you know, the juice. So juice survey, everything they mentioning that. So the team saying, we don't understand what they're trying to say, but since this thing's very important because they frequently mentioning that our general managers are leading this and that, our so-and-so and this and that. So when they went on the site visit, so they asked the management team, what is this juice survey? It seems so important. Then your people mentioned that a lot in the application. So can you share with us some of the completed questionnaires so we can have a better understanding what it is about? So they said, fantastic, sure. They brought some failed questionnaire. And then the assessors team found out what happens is a one page, you know, one simple page, like a card kind of, and only a few questions there. Apparently what happens is this organization, they have workers working in the oil fields. So in a very hot summer day, they brought a truck of cases of, you know, the juice, the carton one with a straw, you stick to it. They brought those juice to the site. Then they distributed to the workers. And then immediately after that, they asked them to fill in this so-called juice survey or juice questionnaire. And the questionnaire will be, is the juice tasty? Yes, no. Is the juice refreshing? Yes, no. Do you want more of this juice in the future? Yes, no. So they did this. Is this cold enough? You know, so all the questions, of course, yes, yes, yes. In a hot summer day, you give me a refreshment. It's cold, it's great, it's fantastic. So the survey, of course, we got extremely high satisfaction from our employees due to the survey finding. Then, to their bad luck, what happens is, remember the failed questionnaire, and they have one place, open question or open-ended question, where any suggestions or any feedback you have. So one of the employees wrote something quite funny. He said, instead of give us this juice, is that possible? You can replace my broken overhaul, which I have been requesting for last 40 days, which I have not received. So this become a joke, or we use to see the juice survey. One thing we have to be very, very clear whenever we do perception surveys or when we look at those surveys, are they surveys measuring the feedback from people to the subject relevant to it? So are we talking about people's happiness related to the juice, or are we talking about people's satisfaction and happiness related to various labor welfare? You see what I mean? So this is what I want you to remember. Wherever there's some kind of irrelevance when it comes to those, you will know this is the juice survey. Okay, so let's have a look. One of the things, maybe I did not read everything now. One of the things, sometimes we want to make sure how the survey was conducted. How do you ensure that people are actually having the answer, or actually people are the one answered it? Not in a survey that you notice that every tick was from the same person by the same pencil, and you're not sure if it's someone sitting in his office ticked everybody on behalf, or is actually done by the thing. So some organizations, they say what they do, they organize the employees in a room where they do the awareness and those, then they give them the questionnaire in their own language, already translated. However, they also have someone due to ensure that they understand. So they have a supervisor there, they will explain each question, make sure everybody understands. Then the supervisor leaves, then the employee complete the questionnaire. Then those questionnaires collected, put in the sealed envelope, then submitted back to whatever the concerned team. So these are the things that, yes, how validity of the questionnaire, how the questionnaire was, the survey was distributed and collected, these are important, absolutely. Okay. Anything else? Anyone want to add? Or It's okay. That's why also, by the way, it might, I mean, it's okay, although we said everything will be in English once it comes to submission and those. However, once it comes to survey questionnaire, you may see they send you English version or maybe the version of the language which they actually conducted the survey. That's perfect fine. Okay, oh, there's something blinking in the chat. Let me see. Time over. What time is it? Let me see. Oh, okay, good reminder. Okay, very good. So thank you, Havla. What we will do in this case, we will, do you maybe just 5 minutes? Do you want to do anything, a quick one on the performance indicator? Then we close for today. So this way, tomorrow we will carry on from where we stopped today. Or you want to?
I have a question,
yeah.
please.
Yes,
can we have the presentation so we can review the...
I can't hear you, my dear.
Can we have the presentation sent to us?
I already shared the link, by the way. Everything is already published based on those links. These are the links we shared in the group. And also, I believe in your registration confirmation for the meeting today, there's also those links there somehow.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, can we have this session recorded?
I think it's recorded, but after we finish everything, then later on, let me look into how to organize that with Zoom. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
By the way, so is that okay? You want to stop here, start tomorrow with the question, or you want to finish this and tomorrow we start?
Just want to start tomorrow morning.
Start tomorrow morning. Okay, that's fine. So in this case, thank you very much, everyone, for your great engagement and contributions throughout the session today. And I hope it is useful so far. And tomorrow we will carry on the remaining parts. And if you can, keep in mind trying to get yourself more familiar with the requirement and criteria, because these are really crucial for any assessment to be successful. Okay?
But please, can we emphasize about the presentation? If you can send the presentation material, please, via email.
No, I cannot send by email because it's a huge file. That's why also not possible to send to each person. Because remember, we are coordinating with all kinds of groups and individuals, very difficult. So my dear, I already shared there, just everybody access. It's much easier when we share in one place, you access, instead of I have to chasing 30, 50 people trying to get things. It's just too much. Believe me.
Yes, and easy to download.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Great. Take care, everybody. Have a
Thank
wonderful
you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
5 to 9:30, we will log in. Okay, brilliant. See
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great evening ahead.